Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessings upon this Parliament, and that thou would be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Senators, I wish to make a statement of a matter of privilege. By letter dated 24th of October 2022, Senator Thorpe has raised an issue of privilege, the question whether her failure to declare a friendship with Mr Dean Martin in hearings or meetings of the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement amounted to an improper interference with the work of the committee. Senator Thorpe has asked that the matter be referred to the Privileges Committee for investigation as a possible contempt. It is unusual for a senator to seek to self-refer a matter to the Privileges Committee, and Senator Thorpe's letter does not go to her reasons for doing so and does not provide additional detail about the allegations or her responses to them. Senators would be aware of the media reports on the matter. Where a matter of privilege is raised, my role is to determine whether it should have precedence in debate. In doing so, I am guided by the Senate's privileges resolutions, which seek to preserve the Senate's contempt powers for matters involving substantial obstruction to the Senate and its committees or to senators performing their duties. Privilege Resolution 6 provides guidance on the types of acts which may be treated as a contempt, and relevantly provides that a person shall not improperly interfere with the free exercise by a committee of its authority. The Senate has also declared that a senator shall not sit on a committee if the senator has a conflict of interest in relation to the committee. I have therefore concluded that the matter meets the criteria I am required to consider. The usual practice when allegations of misconduct arise in committees is to see that the allegations have first been investigated by the committee concerned. There are some advantages in doing so. That committee will have access to relevant records, and its members will generally be well placed to determine whether the alleged conduct involved or risked substantial interference with the committee's work. While I have considered writing to the Joint Committee, I have concluded that there are some mitigating factors. In particular, the committee in question was a committee of the previous Parliament, with different membership and a different chair. As I have noted, it is also unusual for a senator to seek to self-refer a matter of privilege. In those circumstances, I have concluded that the Senate should be given the earliest opportunity to determine whether the matter warrants investigation by the Privileges Committee. If the Senate refers the matter to the Privileges Committee, no doubt it will follow its usual practice of seeking submissions from those affected by the allegations, which will necessarily require it to seek information from Senator Thorpe and from the Joint Committee. For completeness, I also remind the Senate that I was a member of the Joint Committee during the last Parliament. I can assure senators that that has not influenced my determination in this matter. I have therefore determined that it would be appropriate to grant the matter precedence as a matter of privilege. I table the correspondence and call on Senator Thorpe to give notice of a motion. Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move a motion to refer this matter to the Committee of Privileges. The motion has been circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the motion.
Thank you.
I thank the President for that ruling and would like to acknowledge Senator Thorpe's intention to refer herself to the Senate Privileges Committee. The government considers it appropriate to refer this matter to the Privileges Committee to inquire into the conduct of Senator Thorpe, given the importance of ensuring that the integrity of parliamentary committees is maintained. On Thursday, 20th of October, it was reported that Senator Thorpe may have been conflicted while sitting as a member of the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement. The nature of this conflict has been outlined in media reports and has been addressed in statements by both Senator Thorpe and Mr Bant as the leader of the Greens. The publicly known facts of this matter have brought into question the potentially serious implications of Senator Thorpe's conflict, including the possibility that the work of the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement has been obstructed. Particularly due to the sensitive nature of what the Joint Committee of Law Enforcement looks at and the agencies it oversees, such as the AFP, both play such an important role in keeping Australians safe. As the Prime Minister has said, these are concerning revelations and Australians are entitled to believe that the oversight processes that are here in the Parliament over our legal system will be maintained in a way that ensures integrity and ensures that any information which is given there is kept on a confidential basis. The Prime Minister has also said that the Leader of the Greens, Mr Bant, must give a full explanation of exactly the circumstances here, including what him or his office knew, and if he wasn't informed, why that is the case, given why he wasn't informed, given that his office was aware. It is important for the function of our democracy that Australians trust the integrity of this parliament and our parliamentary committees. It is also important for Australians to have the trust that members of this parliament will act with integrity. Where that integrity has been brought into question, it is contingent on all of us to ensure that matters are referred to the appropriate bodies for inquiry, as is the case with this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. President, I thank you for your ruling and statement made just before. Confidence in the integrity of the operations of the Parliament are of supreme importance. Confidence in the operation of this Senate chamber is of supreme importance, and confidence in the operation of our Senate committees is equally of supreme importance. A key pillar in maintaining confidence in the conduct of this Parliament, its chambers and its committees, are the disclosure obligations placed upon all of us. Those disclosure obligations seek to ensure that people can have confidence that we act, each of us, with integrity in relation to those we represent, the issues before us and the consideration of serious matters. Those disclosure obligations matter all of the time, completely, but they matter in supreme importance when it comes to sensitive committees, sensitive information and matters that can go, such as this, to law enforcement operations. As you have acknowledged, and Senator Chisholm, who I thank for moving this motion, has acknowledged, Senator Thorpe has disclosed now, following media reports, that she was in a relationship with a known former member of the Rebels bikie gang. During that time, she was also a member of the Joint Statutory Committee on Law Enforcement. As has been reported, in August of 2021, that committee concluded a review of an amendment to reinforce the legality of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission's powers to conduct special operations and investigations, which in July 2020 established a special operation on outlawed motorcycle gangs. In its report, the committee noted that the ACIC had offered to provide detail on the importance of evidence obtained through its exercise of coercive powers in tackling serious and organised crime, including evidence taken in camera. There are clearly questions that need answering, and therefore it is most appropriate that the Standing Committee on Privileges examine whether Senator Thorpe's failure to declare the relationship obstructed the work of the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement. If so, whether this amounted to an improper interference with the work of the committee and whether any contempt was committed in this regard. The allegations are serious ones, and the work of this committee is of paramount importance now in upholding that confidence in the integrity of the Parliament and of its committees. The freedom of individual members of Parliament to perform their duties on behalf of the people they represent and the need for them to be seen to be free of any improper external influence are of fundamental importance. Matters such as these go directly to the central purpose of the law of parliamentary privilege, which is to protect the integrity of proceedings in Parliament. I do also note the references Senator Chisholm made to the fact that Mr Bant equally owes some explanation for the operations within his office and when his office were advised and informed the failure for steps to have been taken until this became a matter of media and public interest. Those are matters that Mr Bant should be forthcoming with, as Senator Thorpe should in her public explanations. The opposition strongly supports this referral.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I wish to make a statement regarding the recent reports written about me and Mr Martin in the media. Mr Martin and I met through black activism and briefly dated. We remain friends and have collaborated on our shared interests advocating for the rights of First Nations people. All confidential information I received as part of the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement was treated in confidence. I strongly reject any suggestion that I would do anything other than comply with the committee's requirements, and I note no one has offered any evidence to the contrary. However, I accept that I should have disclosed this connection with Mr Martin to my leader and also to the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, on which I was a member. In light of this, last week I resigned as the Deputy Leader in the Senate. So thank you to all who have sent messages of love and solidarity. The support and understanding has been overwhelming. My ancestors, my families, my elders, my community and allyship out there is what maintains my strength. My strength to continue to be here. And I wouldn't be here without those people I mentioned, and I couldn't do it without those people I mentioned. That's why I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, especially while we don't have a treaty in this country, which I will continue to fight for. Having now given this explanation to the Senate, I turn my focus to my important portfolio work, especially fighting for First Nations justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Roberts.
I seek to contribute to the debate.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. We've just heard from Senator Lydia Thorpe, but we need much more, much more. She has established a pattern through her behaviours in this chamber of disrespect to the people, disrespect to the Parliament and disrespect to the Senate. I can remember her recent swearing in. Disrespect to the Queen, disrespect to the Parliament, disrespect to the people. Infiltrating, she wants to be, an infiltrator. The Greens seem to forget our supreme governing instrument is not a monarch, it is a people's constitution. The people's constitution.
Senator Roberts, your contribution needs to be around the motion.
That's what I'm getting to.
Well, I remind you, I'm not suggesting, I'm directing you to be relevant to the motion. Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Her many statements, her behaviour, ill-tempered behaviour in this chamber require, I believe, much
Senator
more.
Roberts,
And I require.
Senator Roberts, I remind you that Senator Chisholm's motion, which I understand was circulated throughout the chamber, deals
Correct.
with a reference to the Privileges Committee, and that's what your remarks need to be about.
We support that reference to the Privileges Committee that Senator Chisholm moved, and we seek much more because we believe Senator Thorpe needs to account for her behaviour in this chamber, and we will be seeking to hold her accountable on that.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
I call the clerk. I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator.
Government business orders of the day. Number 1, Fair Work Amendment Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. May have been unable to access such entitlement unless it is provided in their agreement. I'm in continuation. Cognisant of this, in December 2018, the former coalition government passed historic legislation enshrining 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave in the National Employment Standards. The former coalition government's reforms matched the decision of the Fair Work Commission for award-reliant employees. Reducing this complexity was welcomed by and has been beneficial for businesses as it reduced the time businesses spend having to ensure the appropriate allocation of leave. In May 2022, the Fair Work Commission handed down its decision recommending 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave for award employees. The Fair Work Commission reached its decision after consideration of evidence and was based on the input and advocacy of a range of unions and employer representative bodies. In its decision, the Fair Work Commission recommended inter alia: 1. Full-time employees and, on a pro-rata basis, part-time employees should be entitled to 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave per year, but this should not extend to casual employees. 2. The entitlement should accrue progressively across the year in the same way as personal or carers leave accrues under the National Employment Standards, not upfront. 3. The entitlement should operate on the basis that it is paid at the employee's base rate of pay as defined in section 16 of the Fair Work Act, not at the full rate of pay. Consistent with the decision of the former coalition government, the Fair Work Commission's entitlement should be enshrined in the National Employment Standards to ensure, as far as possible, consistency in entitlements for employees in the national system and to reduce complexity for business. In terms of the bill before us, it goes beyond the model recommended by the Independent Fair Work Commission and implements much of the claims made by the ACTU during the hearing into the matter. There is a need to recognise that many business stakeholders, while supporting the Fair Work Commission's decision and the enshrining of that model in the National Employment Standards, have raised concerns in relation to the areas that the government's bill differ from the Fair Work Commission model. The government's legislation goes further than the Fair Work Commission's model in the proposed way. 1. It provides 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave in a 12-month period for casual employees. 2. In relation to the accrual, employees would gain 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave from the commencement date of the 1st of February 2023, rather than having it accrue like other leave entitlements. 3. It provides for employees to access paid family and domestic violence leave at their full rate of pay for the hours they would have worked had they not taken the leave, as opposed to their base rate of pay. In relation to these issues, the Fair Work Commission considered all the issues proposed in this bill, many, as I said, that were put forward by the ACTU. In reaching its decision, the Fair Work Commission clearly did not support the breadths of the ACTU proposals and, in fact, in its decision found against them. The full bench stated, compared to the ACTU claim, the provisional model term provides better alignment with the existing NES entitlements and will have less impact on business in terms of employment costs and regulatory burden. If I could now turn to where this bill differs from the proposed model put forward by the Fair Work Commission. In relation to the accrual of leave, the Fair Work Commission said that the entitlement to 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave per year should accrue progressively during a year of service in the same way as for personal or carers leave under the National Employment Standards. In relation to the extension to casual employees of the 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave in a 12-month period, the Fair Work Commission did not recommend this, as the National Employment Standards do not extend paid leave to casuals. The Fair Work Commission also said that the Fair Work Act provides no precedent nor a model for a workable scheme for the provision of paid leave of any type to casual employees. There are significant operational difficulties in extending paid family and domestic violence leave to casuals, as noted by the Independent Fair Work Commission and even acknowledged by the ACTU during the hearings. In fact, the ACTU said this: the ACTU accepts that there are some operational challenges associated with extending paid family and domestic violence leave to casuals, including in relation to those casual employees whose hours of work are genuinely uncertain. What the Fair Work Commission said in relation to casuals is extremely important to note. This is because the Labor government is fundamentally changing the way the Fair Work Act deals with paid leave and casual employees. As the Fair Work Commission said, the Fair Work Act provides no precedent nor a model for a workable scheme for the provision of paid leave of any type to casual employees. Casual workers are often paid a casual loading to compensate them for the lack of entitlements that they receive, such as holiday pay and sick leave. Casual loading is extra money paid to casual workers over and above the normal hourly rate that full-timers or part-timers get paid in the same job. Again, even the ACTU acknowledged that there are significant operational difficulties in extending paid family and domestic violence leave to casuals, as noted by the Fair Work Commission decision. And in relation to the rate of pay, the Fair Work Commission recommended, and this is important because, again, this is the Independent Fair Work Commission that conducted hearings into this matter and have made their own comments in relation to the model that they have put forward. In relation to the calculation of the payment, the Independent Fair Work Commission has stated it should be based upon the employee's base rate of pay, not their full rate of pay, in the same fashion that the National Employment Standards paid leave entitlement operates. The Fair Work Commission, again the Independent Fair Work Commission itself, contended it would be overly disruptive to the integrity of the safety net if it were to depart from the way all other paid leave entitlements which the National Employment Standards provides. The Fair Work Commission also noted that the Fair Work Act applies this rationale even to needs-based leave entitlements such as personal or carers leave. In that respect, concerns have been raised by businesses and employers. Businesses and employer stakeholders in the main limited their support to the terms set out by the Independent Fair Work Commission in their model for paid domestic and family violence leave. In other words, they agreed to the enshrining of the 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave into the National Employment Standards to ensure a consistency of entitlements for employees. They have, however, and this was articulated through the committee process, but also at the hearings undertaken by the Independent Fair Work Commission, raised significant concerns with the Labor government's departure from the Independent Fair Work Commission's proposed model, which I have indicated goes much further than the Independent Fair Work Commission's model and, in effect, picks up the claims put forward, albeit dismissed, by the Independent Fair Work Commission of the ACTU. In relation to the AI Group states that the proposed legislation departs from the carefully considered approach proposed by the Fair Work Commission in various ways that undermine the scheme's workability and reasonableness. It says that it adopts elements similar to the ACTU proposal that the Independent Fair Work Commission itself had rejected. AI further states that the bill should be amended to reflect the sensible and considered views of the Commission. It says, unlike the approach adopted in the proposed legislation, the Commission envisaged that the new 10-day entitlement should apply to permanent employees rather than casuals, be calculated on a pro-rata basis for part-time workers, and should accrue progressively during an employee's first year of employment unless an employer agreed to grant it in advance. The Commission also proposed that employees should be paid their base rate of pay when accessing the leave. This is the approach taken when an employee accesses personal or carer's leave. The bill would instead require employers to pay employees amounts including penalty rates, overtime rates and various allowances when they access the leave. In summation, the AI Group says this: this bill will be much more costly for employers than the approach proposed by the Commission, and there are significant questions about how the rate of pay that must be provided to an employee before you could even calculate it in practice. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which represent in particular small and family businesses throughout Australia, they raised similar concerns to the AI Group, and again they are more than happy to adopt the decision, the model put in place by the Fair Work Commission, and they in particular noted that family and domestic violence leave should accrue progressively but not accumulate from year to year. What they said was providing paid leave up front will have practical consequences, in particular for small and medium-sized businesses with limited cash flow and cash reserves. And then, of course, we have the Council of Small Businesses of Australia, which in particular wanted the needs of all micro and small businesses considered by the government. And what they said was many small businesses do not possess the requisite knowledge, resources and expertise to provide support to their workers at the very time when they are reaching out for help. We need to be mindful of how small business owners will work through the compliance in these situations and provide them with the appropriate information and support where and if required. As we know, the bill was canvassed in detail at a Senate inquiry. In terms of the outcome of that Senate inquiry, coalition senators did provide additional comments. Those additional comments very much went to the areas of the bill where the Labor government has accepted the ACTU's claims and has gone beyond the decision of the Fair Work Commission. And obviously we will explore this in further detail during the committee stage. What I therefore propose to do, and I do foreshadow, Deputy President, is that the Coalition will move a second reading amendment as follows. A, notes that employers may become aware that an employee is experiencing family and domestic violence when accessing paid family and domestic violence leave, and B, calls on the government to publish clear and comprehensive guidance to assist employers in understanding any obligations that they may have to inform authorities that an employee is experiencing family and domestic violence. 2, clarify its intent regarding whether perpetrators are able to access paid family and domestic violence leave. 3, provide greater details about the impact of the introduction of paid family and domestic violence leave on small and family businesses, particularly those with casual workers. And 4, provide resources to ensure that small and family businesses are not adversely affected by the administration of the scheme or worse off financially. Again, The Coalition notes the rationale provided by the Independent Fair Work Commission in handing down its model for 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. But at the same time, we also acknowledge the concerns raised by businesses and employers, but in particular by small and family businesses around the country in relation to the provisions of the bill that go beyond the Fair Work Commission's recommended model. These issues must be worked through with employers, in particular small business employers, prior to the commencement of this new entitlement.
Senator Cash, do you just wish to move that second reading?
Thank you, Deputy President. I will move the second reading amendment.
Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Deputy President, and I rise to support the Fair Work Amendment Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill of 2022. The Greens have been calling for paid family and domestic violence leave for years. We know that it helps victim survivors, who are predominantly women, to escape abusive relationships, protect themselves and their children and rebuild their lives. Access to this leave could quite literally save their lives. Without a paid leave entitlement, taking the time needed to escape could cost a victim survivor their job, and without a job they can't afford to escape or recover. No one should have to choose between their safety and their job. The current scheme of 5 days unpaid domestic and family violence leave was a welcome recognition that family and domestic violence affects someone in most workplaces. But unpaid leave was never adequate. It put women at financial risk, and worse, a drop in income could be a red flag to their abuser and put them at further risk of violence. Paid domestic and family violence leave is the best way to support employees to manage the impact of their abuse, to end the violence, to keep their kids safe, to recover and to keep them employed. We commend the government for extending paid leave entitlements to casuals and making it available in full for all employees so they can process and access paid leave when they need it or when the opportunity to escape arises. I've flagged that we will be moving some minor amendments to ensure that the bill covers the full scope of activities that a victim survivor needs to undertake to be safe and secure, and we'll be moving some other also technical and relatively minor amendments. Now, I understand that the government may not be minded to support these amendments, but we urge them to do so and consider these proposals in any future review of this bill. Now, in relation to evidentiary requirements, as the minister outlined, the bill doesn't change the existing provisions in the Fair Work Act about evidence, including not changing the confidentiality of any information provided by employees. The burden of producing sensitive evidence of violence to your boss or to HR can be a deterrent for employees, and it can allow employers to make it difficult to access leave. But the simple and horrifying fact is that most workplaces have at least one employee who is experiencing family and domestic violence. There is a lot of work to be done at both a societal and a workplace level to destigmatise disclosing abuse, and, of course, to strengthen the supports that are available. Employees must have confidence that their employer will support them if they disclose and will respect and protect their privacy. Without these assurances, employees will be reluctant to access leave that could save their lives. Given the stigma that is still attached to disclosure, a supportive workplace culture should start from the position of believing an employee who has taken the brave step of asking for family and domestic violence leave. If evidence is requested, employers should be flexible about what evidence they will accept and have a clear process to protect the privacy of their employee. Now, the Australian Greens do recognise the cost implications of introducing a paid leave scheme and that this can have a significant impact for a small business. But the reality is that small business is already managing the impact of family and domestic violence on staff, those experiencing violence, those covering their shifts as they take the leave needed to escape and recover, and staff who leave the business because it doesn't offer them the necessary support. And can I say the experience of employers who are currently voluntarily offering paid leave has been that the financial impacts are minimal, but the positive benefits in terms of staff morale and staff retention are significant. The Greens support the government providing resources, training and support to small business to assist them to implement paid family and domestic violence leave provisions, and for that to be reflected in the upcoming budget. The impacts on small business could and should be considered as part of the review of the operation of this bill, so we can identify any ways to break down barriers to accessing leave. And I want to make an additional point. Leaving an abusive relationship takes time. It often takes many attempts, takes many hours, and there's estimates that it takes around $18,000 to escape. Family and criminal law proceedings can be lengthy, and staying safe and recovering from trauma is a very long project. 10 days paid leave will not always be enough. Best practice is to provide unlimited leave, or at least 14 days. And I note that the New South Wales public sector is now offering 20 days of paid leave. So I'll be moving an amendment to provide 4 additional unpaid days of family and domestic violence leave, in addition to the 10 paid leave days for those who need that extra time to keep themselves and their children safe. And again, I flag that I don't imagine there'll be support for that amendment, but it's an important issue that should be discussed both here and in any subsequent review of this bill. Now, we heard concerns that employees who disclose family and domestic violence at work could be discriminated against, losing their job or losing hours of work. This must be addressed. I will also be moving an amendment to the bill to protect employees who disclose family and domestic violence or who seek leave for unfair dismissal because of that disclosure. Finally, paid family and domestic violence leave scheme. This will only succeed if the services that are needed to support victim survivors and employers working with the scheme have the funding to meet demand. Paid family and domestic violence leave will provide time to seek help, but many of the services that women seeking help from are already having to turn people away because they simply don't have the staff to take on additional cases, because they don't have the funding for the staff or the funding for the beds. Employers know that they need to know that they can refer employees who've disclosed family and domestic violences to services that will pick up the phone and have a bed available if they need it. So I foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment that acknowledges this and that, again, for the umpteenth time in this place, calls on the government to provide adequate funding to frontline services in the budget so that everyone who reaches out for help can receive help. And we know that means $1 billion a year to frontline response and prevention services. Now, we also need to lift income support payments so women without work have the financial security to leave abusive relationships. And we desperately need to address the housing crisis so women fleeing abuse can find somewhere to live. This bill is a huge step in the right direction, and it's the culmination of many years of advocacy by unions and by women's organisations. So the Greens have long supported paid family and domestic violence leave, and we are delighted to support this bill. We hope that our amendments to further strengthen the scheme succeed. And if they don't succeed today, then we'll be supporting a review of this bill to look at additional ways to ensure that employees are given the lifeline that they need to escape violence and start to rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Green.
Thank you. I rise to speak in support of the Fair Work Amendment making paid family and domestic violence leave the law of the land, and I'm incredibly proud that the Labor government has prioritised this legislation. I want to start my speech by talking to survivors, particularly in this instance to parents. In my first speech in this place, I spoke about my mum. Then and now I say that I wouldn't be here today without her and her sacrifices. In my first speech, I spoke about how Mum protected us. I told the story of the night that we left, how she walked us a long way around the block, explaining to me as a very young child that this way we wouldn't be seen by the man that we were fleeing. This was the first night that we left, but we went back. And it took 10 more years before we left for good. I don't know, but I can only guess how hard that must have been for her, and explaining something to her young daughter and her son in a stroller, something so painful and complex, in a way that we could digest. I have no memory of the moments before that conversation on the street. I recall feeling safer there with her in the dark than inside of our home. Finding strategies to protect your children from the ugliness of family violence is a trauma we don't measure or account for. It is hard to measure the trauma felt by children who learn too early in life what it feels like to be unsafe in their own home. Mothers, victims, find narratives for their children in their best efforts to help them understand. It is a delicate narrative to tell, one that works hard to comfort them and at the same time instructs them on what is okay as they move out into the adult world. For a victim survivor, this is a lot to carry. To be protecting yourself, your children, and finding a way to talk about it that can explain what is happening right now, but also what will make sense in the future. It is just an impossible feat. Those who are lucky enough to build a life beyond the abuse have the unenviable task of both starting from scratch and explaining what happened in a way that kids can understand throughout the stages of development. It is hard, often lonely, unenviable work. In the words of the excellent First Nations Queenslander Thelma Plum, in a song from her Better in Black album, she really made the best of it. What victims need when they are building a life out of abuse is security. This proposal, originally a union claim in the workplace to provide paid domestic violence leave, provides that security to survivors. It tells survivors that the people they spend their most time with, their colleagues, have their back. As a government, we are building on existing entitlements to make sure it's closer to what workers, the experts, are telling us is effective. I want to congratulate the campaigners, the organisers, the advocates who have delivered and held the standard for decades. We know that on this side of the chamber, meaningful reform was almost always built through workplace organising. There are workplaces out there who this makes no difference to, not because they are lucky, but because they are united. When workplaces are united, they put measures in place to make sure when one of them falls through the cracks, the rest of them are there to protect. These protections shouldn't be for workers to defend each time they bargain with their boss for a pay rise. These protections should be universal because they work. It is unacceptable currently that workers have to face this impossible choice, a choice between keeping their jobs and escaping abuse, a choice between turning up for your shift or packing your things, a choice between filling out your timesheet or filling out a rental application. We shouldn't make victims choose between their jobs and their survival. In our communities, we are already there. We know victims need help and we rally. It only makes sense to enshrine this kindness, this practical generosity into workplace relations. This is an urgent crisis. Labor's legislation makes sure that one less difficult factor is taken out of the equation. This legislation brings the law of the land in line with the way that kind and decent co-workers already treat victims of violence. I'm so proud of a Labor government that has made this a priority. I'm so proud of workers, union members who have campaigned for so many years. I'm so proud of survivors who have spoken up about what they need because we know that this legislation will save lives. There's absolutely no question about that. This is a victory for tough, smart social workers who saw a human problem and fought for a legislative solution. This is a victory for survivors, many of whom are my friends. I say thank you to you. Thank you for your defiance and your dignity. To the parents, like my own mum, we offer this small moment of progress, slow as it is. We are finally delivering it. We know that we all have our own narratives and strategies and our own hopes. We all know ours far too well. For me, my mum's refrain is a source of dignified inspiration. She would say that tough times don't last forever. And I'll return to the words of Thelma Plum to finish my contribution. We were better off without you. Thanks.
Senator Green, thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. And I rise to speak about the Fair Work Amendment Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022. And I do want to start by acknowledging the words of Senator Green, and my heart goes out to all of those families who have been the subject of what is truly the most awful scourge of our modern-day lives. Not a new one, of course, but I believe that domestic violence victims deserve support. I believe that support should be better targeted than what this is proposing, but mostly I want to talk about the impact on small businesses. There has been talk already of the work that small businesses are doing to support employees who are the subject of this awful act of violence against them and their children. These small businesses are already providing both paid and unpaid leave. But importantly, during the last government, it was the government who paid a cash component as well as an in-kind component. But what this legislation does is once again shifts society's responsibilities and demands for action to the people who are least able to support it. I don't, of course, speak of government. I don't, of course, speak about big corporate employers. I speak about the 42% of jobs that are created in this country by very small businesses, by mums and dads who often pay everybody else before they receive anything, by these small businesses who are currently struggling with increased electricity prices, increased superannuation payments, increased cost of living, increased transport costs. There is a myriad of costs that are being put upon small businesses whose margins are becoming thinner and thinner. And last weekend I spoke to a primary producer, a fisher person, who has a fleet of boats that goes out. Of those 5 boats, 1 is tied up on the wharves currently for a workforce shortage because those opposite don't believe in an agricultural visa. They don't understand that when you pay $15,000 per employee to come into this country, that they then have a responsibility to chase them down when they abscond to a cash-paying business. But these businesses, these small businesses, are in tears. They are on their knees. They tell me they cannot wait to get out of this employment trap because they are earning less and less. They have mortgaged their homes. They have a huge amount of stress riding on them. And yet what does this government do? It takes what was working previously. It takes a situation where government was stepping up to the plate in the responsibilities that they rightly have to support victims of domestic violence and the contribution that small businesses have, but they have taken the ball and smashed their way through the hopes and dreams and the capability of 42% of the jobs in this country. Because what we're saying to small business operators is that here is one more responsibility for you. We ask you to collect PAYG tax. We ask you to collect child custody support. We ask you to collect superannuation. We ask you to train apprentices. We ask you to support your employees in every way. But now we also are demanding that they not only have 10 days paid leave for victims of domestic violence, but that be extended to casual workers who already receive a 25% loading on their payment. I do not say this to be cruel or heartless. I'm simply trying to explain to those opposite who may or may not have run a business that the very thin margins for small businesses have been further eroded. What role are we going to provide to assist them? What of the perpetuators of domestic violence, What education systems are we putting in place? Because we know the small business operator cannot counsel their employees about these things because that's an outside of work industrial relations matter. They cannot censure their employee who they understand is perpetuating domestic violence. So we're giving all the responsibility and accountability and cost to the business, but no tools. No tools. What happens when that domestic violence victim comes to the employer, has to identify that they are a victim of domestic violence? I wish this could be called something else. I wish that the hundreds of people who write to me asking that this be called emergency leave or something else that allows employees not to be identified as a victim, that when those people have identified that, what sort of support are the employers given in the most awful example of where there is a tragedy? Is the employer then responsible to notify the police? Is the employer then taking a legal liability as being aware of domestic violence but not having reported that, or somehow being held accountable now in that terrible crime? This is a very, very serious matter that we are discussing, and nobody disputes that we should be doing everything we can to support these families in this awful situation of being trapped in their own homes in an unsafe environment. Nobody disputes that. But what we have to be certain of is that we're not creating a new set of burdens for the people who are now forced to carry that. So, as I've said, that the recommendations, to further to what Senator Cash was raising, is that the Fair Work Commission did consider all the issues proposed in the bill, some of which were put forward by the ACTU, not an employer, the representatives of the employees. And the question in the 2021 inquiry, the question of what workplace leave should be available to victims of family and domestic violence was considered in extensive detail. And in reaching its decision, the Fair Work Commission clearly did not support the breadth of the ACTU proposals and found against them. And the full bench said, compared to the ACTU claim, the provisional model term provides better alignment with existing NES entitlements and will have less impact on business in terms of employment costs and the regulatory burden. So the Fair Work Commission is supported at some times by the government, but when they make a very sound argument for not extending this to casual employees, they have been completely disregarded. Even the ACTU acknowledged that there are significant operational difficulties in extending paid family and domestic violence leave to casuals, as noted by the Fair Work Commission. Remember that there is no HR department in these businesses. There is no extensive network of administration and form fillers and so forth. These are the men and women who go home at night and do all of this in their own time. So this responsibility of holding people, of asking people to hold all the reins of running a business and paying their employees and potentially taking on additional legal liability is incredibly concerning. It is also most concerning to read in the explanatory memorandum that there will be no cost to government. Well, of course there's no cost to government because it's been passed on to somebody else who has not perpetuated the violence, who has not done this to the families, but the small business operator, they'll pay the price. So at the end of the day, if there are any small business operators left in this land, I will be surprised. because this government has no regard for them. No regard, with every single impost of cost, of regulatory burden, and it is incredibly distressing. And I wish that they would go and speak to small business operators. I wish those opposite would go and explain to them exactly what it is that this legislation will do, because perhaps then they will see the additional despair in those people's eyes, those people who are saying, I'm going to walk away from fishing, I'm going to walk away from my small business, I will no longer have apprentices in this business, I'm carving my business down to a size that I do not have to continue taking on the cost and the responsibility that is society's rightly. This is society's burden. We acknowledge that. Everybody understands that. We must do more. But this bill is not about addressing the perpetrators of domestic violence. It is not about additional housing. It is not about additional programs. It is not even about a very smart communications program. It is about saying to small business operators, you will bear the cost of these outrageous and egregious crimes. So I support the 12-month review following on from this legislation. I'm very keen to see the impact on small businesses, the cumulative impact on small businesses, and I want to urge the government to instead continue to build on the work of the former coalition government in implementing strategies to prevent domestic violence and to support victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of the Fair Work Amendment Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022. The rate of family and domestic violence in Australia is appalling. So far this year, 41 women and 31 children have been murdered. Countless more have been subjected to other forms of coercive control, injury, physical, emotional and financial abuse. I wish we didn't need this leave, but unfortunately for now we do. It's critical to support people who need time to actually deal with the effects of experiencing family and domestic violence. And whilst this needs to be part of a much bigger conversation in our communities, in our society, about family and domestic violence, the way that we are treating each other, the way that men are perpetrating violence against women, in the short term it's clear that we need this support to allow women to actually get the support that they need, be able to take time off work to deal with the huge number of challenges that come with going through something like this. I commend the government on bringing forward this bill. It is an important first step in wanting to hear from my community. In August, I convened a roundtable at the ANU of business, unions, experts in this field, community organisations and frontline service providers to go over the draft legislation. I'd like to thank them for their time and their expertise and their work in this space. The resounding message that came out of it could not have been clearer. They want this legislation passed as soon as possible. The roundtable was a great opportunity to canvass views on a range of suggested amendments to the legislation, as well as flagging areas for future work. I recognise and respect Senator Lambie and Senator Tyrrell's good intentions in moving their amendment around the naming of this leave. This was something that came up at the roundtable and was discussed at length, and while there are arguments for and against, the majority view, especially from frontline service providers, was that it is necessary to retain the family and domestic violence name. I've sought and been given assurances from government that they have engaged with payroll service providers to ensure that workers' privacy is protected when accessing this leave. It's absolutely crucial that we get this right and ensure that we are protecting women who actually come forward to access this leave. Another key piece of feedback coming out of the roundtable was the need to provide training and support for business, especially small business. I acknowledge just how hard it is to run a small business, particularly in the current climate with skills and workforce shortages. A lot of small business owners are putting in massive weeks to plug the shortages and make things work. It's absolutely critical that government is adequately funding frontline specialists and community organisations like Women's Legal Centre and here in the ACT, the Domestic Violence Crisis Service, who provide essential, in many cases, life-saving services to the most at-risk in our community. Many of them operate on short-term and inadequate funding cycles. It's, to me, absolutely wild that the DVCS CEO, Sue, is answering calls at 4:30 in the morning and then fronting up to run the show, undertake advocacy, deal with the complex and challenging casework and a myriad of other tasks that comes with actually running an organisation like that. It's great to read that community organisations such as Housing, Indigenous and Domestic Violence Services will receive an extra $560 million over 4 years in this budget. This is something we need to continue to look at, find ways to better fund these services and ensure that we're tying it into the broader conversation through our communities, across our society, about how we drive change, how we deal with these issues head-on. I also welcome the focus on housing in the recently released National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022 to 2032. The admirable sentiments set out in this document need to be backed up with urgent investment, and I hope we'll be hearing more about that in the budget. The Housing Australia Future Fund, alongside similar social and affordable housing supply measures from state and territory governments, is a good first step, but on its own it's clearly not able to keep up with demand. So let's ensure that this is the beginning of a new approach to actually realise the government's commendable aspiration of ending family and domestic violence in a generation. It's a very bold target, one that we can all agree we should be aiming for, and not only with things like family and domestic violence leave, which is helping people experiencing violence, but on the broader issue of how do we engage Australians, how do we drive societal change when it comes to attitudes towards family and domestic violence, and how do we ensure that we're actually providing cost of living relief to families, given we know that financial pressures exacerbate this sort of violence in homes across the country. It's a huge challenge, but something that we're elected to come and ensure that we're not just thinking about, but implementing plans, leading as parliamentarians, ensuring that the culture in our workplaces, in our families, we're leading by example and contributing positively to the national conversation about something that really is a blight on all of us. Australia is not unique. This challenge is shared by communities, societies across the world, but certainly something that we should be taking seriously. And I commend the government on this first step, but acknowledge that there is a huge amount more to do in this space.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Tijani.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I'm very proud to be here today in the Senate to debate this bill. It's one of the first acts by the Albanese Labor government, and great to see the progress that this government is taking in tackling the scourge in our society, that is domestic violence. This piece of legislation demonstrates the commitment that Labor is taking against family domestic violence. In Australia, sadly, 1 in 6 women have experienced physical or sexual violence, and this number is 1 in 16 for men. We must do everything we can in this place as elected representatives to reduce domestic violence in our community and make it easier for victims of domestic violence to escape to a safe environment. And it is quite concerning to hear the contribution by some in this place that somehow leave is a burden on businesses, and therefore the business should not suffer or feel the pain of the domestic violence that is inflicted on people who are trying to flee a violent environment, and usually at home. And it is quite disappointing that some senators have chosen to go down that path. It would be interesting to see if they also use the same line of argument with respect to sick leave. If someone gets sick, is that somehow not something that they should be entitled to? Paid maternity leave, is that another piece of legislation or leave that should also not be given to workers in this country? Long service leave, annual leave, all sorts of other leaves that the union movement and workers of this country have fought so hard for, but yet what we find is that many senators, particularly those on the other side, are making the argument why they should not be supporting this piece of legislation in supporting women, predominantly women, who are fleeing domestic violence back at home. But this piece of legislation before us today establishes universal paid leave for family and domestic violence. This would mean that 11 million Australian workers, 11 million, including casuals, because casuals are also entitled to leave in this country. The 25% loading just doesn't cut it when you're trying to flee a domestic situation at home. But somehow those opposite will put the argument to the contrary. 11 million Australian workers, most of them women, will be able to access this leave. But at the moment, they haven't got the choice. They haven't got the choice between escaping a violent situation and their financial security. But thankfully, Labor is putting this forward as an option for them. This is what this bill fundamentally is about. It's about acknowledging the lack of access to paid leave, the paid leave that will keep many women in dangerous situations longer, understand that we need to take action and we need to take every step that we can to remove this barrier. The Labor movement has been pushing for this for some time. In my time as a union official with the Shop Distributor and Allied Employees Association, we joined countless of other unions, Acting Deputy President, in the We Won't Wait campaign. This campaign was about recognising the urgent crisis facing Australian women. Every week a woman is killed by their partner, an ex-partner or a family member in Australia. In the face of this statistic, unions knew that we could not waste any single time, not waste any more time or a moment in taking action. Unions had various successes in campaigning for paid domestic violence leave with individual employers, or through our current award system. So what we are simply doing is affording that right to every single worker under the Fair Work Act. Every single worker, whether you're under an award, under an EBA, or your own contractual arrangements with your employer, every single worker in this country will receive this leave. But now, with a change of government, we have the opportunity to make this a universal entitlement. So I'm very pleased that no matter where every worker resides in terms of their workplace, no matter where they live, no matter how they perform their duties at work, whether they work full-time or casual, they have a choice. They have a choice, and they know that there is security there, that should they need safety, should they need security towards their employment, that they can put a request in for paid family and domestic violence leave. And I'm really glad to see that the Albanese Labor government is supporting casual workers. Casual workers are definitely not spared from family and domestic violence, as I mentioned earlier. In fact, women who are experiencing family and domestic violence are more likely to be employed in casual work. And I know that, having had experience in the retail sector. The retail sector, with the vast majority of people who work in retail, are women and people under the age of 25. But it's the women that are the ones that are more likely to be exposed to domestic violence. And I'm really pleased to say to the many members and workers that I dealt with over the years that finally that this government is putting forward the reforms that we have promised for many, many years. Now, if we accept the basic principle that we need to do everything we can to end domestic violence, then we should surely also accept that we must do everything we can for every single Australian. Not just for some, but every single Australian. And that is why this bill will enshrine paid family and domestic violence leave as part of the Fair Work Act, so that all Australian workers can access this entitlement regardless of where they work. Escaping a violent relationship does take time and money, with some estimates suggesting it can cost up to $20,000 and take more than 140 hours. And that is why, Acting Deputy President, the paid leave is so important. Without this leave, too many women can't leave. So I am proud, again, to place on the record that the Albanese Labor government is treating this issue with the urgency that it deserves and requires. And I congratulate everyone, particularly our Minister Tony Burke and all those on the front bench for doing an outstanding job, and for those in the union movement for advocating for this bill, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I do have great pride in standing here to speak on this bill, and I just want to, set out from the outset, though, that this, this is obviously a difficult subject, and any form of family and domestic violence is totally and utterly unacceptable. It's abhorrent, and it continues to be a blight on Australian society. And before I go on the substance of into this debate, I also want to acknowledge the good work of the committee that I'm on, the Education and Employment Committee. Often this committee can be a little partisan in its approach to issues, but we, through this inquiry and the hearings that we had, worked incredibly well together across the different parties, and it was a really good examination of the issues that surround this bill. And I really just acknowledge the chair and all the participants in that committee, because it was a good process that we went through, and I think a good example of what we should be doing more of. Now, to the substance of the bill, there's no doubt that there are few more serious issues than the issue of family domestic violence. There are too many horrific and distressing stories of domestic violence that we all read and hear about, and that all of us no doubt can share. Domestic violence is insidious. It sometimes begins with psychological, emotional and financial abuse by the perpetrator of the victim, and it can then escalate, of course, to actual physical violence, and all too often this harm tragically ends in death for the victim. And there is little doubt that there is a fundamental family domestic violence issue in Australia, and I would not dispute it being characterised as an epidemic in this country. There is no tolerance nor excuses for those that perpetrate family domestic violence. The long-term physical, emotional and psychological consequences for victim survivors and their families can take years to heal if they ever do. Early in my professional career, I worked for about 8 years as a youth worker. I saw firsthand the experiences of family domestic violence that it had on families, particularly the effects on young people. And family domestic violence disproportionately impacts women and, of course, children. A New South Wales government study reveals that 1 in 4 children are exposed to domestic violence. Witnessing family domestic violence can leave an indelible impression on children for the rest of their lives. On average, 1 woman in Australia is killed every 11 days by a partner, and 1 in 4 women have experienced violence by a current or former intimate partner since the age of 15. Family domestic violence is a significant and complex health, societal and indeed workplace issue in Australia. This is an issue that we are dealing with as a nation, and one that it impacts on everything, every part of our lives, every part of our society. The former government, the coalition government, recognised this. We passed legislation in 2018 which gave provision for 5 days of unpaid family domestic violence leave for full-time and part-time employees in the National Employment Standards. And this was in line with a decision earlier that made by the Fair Work Commission. That legislation in 2018 was a significant reform and acknowledged the impact that family domestic violence had on people's lives. It also recognised that family domestic violence was increasingly a workplace issue, and that many businesses, particularly larger organisations, had already introduced family domestic violence leave in their workplace agreements. Now, earlier this year, the Fair Work Commission made a ruling that recommended paid family domestic violence leave for full-time and part-time employees. It was a sensible decision by the Fair Work Commission, one that I support. Now, I agree that family domestic violence leave for full-time and part-time employees is an important part of that process to assist victims to transition out of violent relationships and begin the process of recovery from family domestic violence. However, the government's proposed legislation here seeks to go beyond the prudent recommendations made by the Fair Work Commission. This legislation now seeks to widen the ambit of paid family domestic violence to include casual employees. Many small businesses are genuinely concerned that the government is wanting to go beyond the Fair Work Commission provisional model and extending this new entitlement to casual employees. Now, undoubtedly, casual employment plays a vital role for many small businesses. They play a critical role in growing and maintaining the strong economy that we have, and the nature of a casual employment provides flexibility for small business operators and employers alike. However, casual employees are paid a leave loading in lieu of the paid entitlements given to full-time and part-time employees. Now, unlike large businesses who have a much broader capacity to absorb the new costs associated with the introduction of new entitlements like this, small businesses, let's face it, they don't always have that ability. They do not have large payroll systems or HR departments, administration, to be able to absorb this. These are often standard practices for large businesses, maybe even medium-sized businesses, but very rarely within a small business environment. And the introduction of a paid leave scheme will have potentially disruptive effect on particularly small businesses. Now, the Fair Work Commission knew this. It acknowledged in its provisional model that including family domestic violence leave into the modern award system will increase the utilisation of such a scheme, and therefore there would likely be some increase in unplanned employee absences. Now, I have concerns that the ambiguous nature that this legislation has around the inclusion of perpetrators of family domestic violence leave. The government needs to urgently clarify this. They need to urgently clarify. I, for one, do not support any provision for perpetrators of family domestic violence leave being able to access paid family domestic violence leave. And it's not clear in this bill that perpetrators are indeed not covered. So the government needs to make this clear. Aside from facing the full extent of the law, there are existing services offered, including counselling for perpetrators to access, and that's important. That's an important part of tackling this issue, and it's one that I fully support. But it shouldn't be on the employers of this country to have to do that for, or certainly pay for perpetrators. If anything, state and territory governments should be continuing to strengthen the criminal code for perpetrators of family and domestic violence. Now, as Deputy Chair of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee's inquiry into this bill, it was apparent during the hearing that the potential economic costs, particularly, as I've already discussed, for small and family businesses, for medium businesses, have not been adequately established by the government. The government wants the benefit of the doubt with this legislation without any economic modelling other than what's been provided by academic experts commissioned by the ACTU, and it's a bit dubious at that. So the government, the Department of Education or Employment and Workplace Relations, beg your pardon, they did not actually undertake any specific economic analysis regarding this legislation that came out through the inquiry. Presumably, nor did Treasury. And I welcome the undertaking, though, of the Department of Employment and Workplace that they made during the committee hearings to do that work, to have a look, to gather more data once the leave is implemented, and then to review this legislation, review the impact of this legislation in time. Now, going forward, this information is going to be critical for small and medium-sized businesses to ascertain some fiscal clarity around the cost impact. It's important to note that that merely just doing a cost aggregate impact for small businesses ignores the fact that the sector is comprised of individual businesses, each of a varying size with different challenges. And we heard that it was going to cost the economy, this leave, about $50-odd million. Now, that's fine across the economy. The economy can absorb, indeed, that sort of amount. But if you're the small business that has a survivor of domestic violence, of course, that's a big impact for you, particularly if you're a small business, you've only got a number of staff, you've got to hire someone else in. And we heard this time and again from witnesses who are concerned about the impact of this. There was a near agreement among stakeholders that small and medium businesses will be adversely impacted if the new entitlement is extended to casual employees. That's what this bill is enabling. The Fair Work Act provides no precedents nor a model for a workable scheme for the provision of paid leave of any type to casual employees. There is little doubt that this bill will be costly for small businesses, more than what was anticipated by the Fair Work Commission in its provisional model. This includes the concept that paid family domestic violence leave is provided up front, even to new employees, including casuals, rather than the usual accrual, which happens pro rata, indeed if they're only part-time. That pro rata method as familiar to businesses of all sizes. So in their submission to the Education and Employment Committee, the inquiry, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry highlighted the potential cost impact would be for small businesses and what it would effectively be asked to pay for each shift. They said the base rate for the originally rostered employee who did not end up working due to family domestic violence leave, a 25% casual loading for the originally rostered employee who did not end up working due to family domestic violence leave, any applicable penalty rate for the originally rostered employee who did not end up working due to family domestic violence, the base rate for the replaceable employee, a 25% casual loading for the replacement employee, any applicable penalty rate for the replacement employee. That is 6 separate pay components just for one shift. So, for example, a casual employee of a small business such as a country pub, a small cafe, consider a small pub operating under the Hospitality Industry General Award 2020, an employee who supplies liquor to patrons, the food and beverage attendant grade 2, is entitled to a minimum hourly rate of $21.72. And if they are a casual employee working on a Sunday, their hourly wage will be 175% of their ordinary rate, taking it to $38.01. This, if the employee uses family domestic violence leave for a 6-hour shift, the business will be out of pocket $228.06. This will then they'll then have to find another casual employee to fill that vacancy, costing a further $228.06. And for a small pub, that's $456.12. This is a significant effective wage bill for a single shift of a single employee. Now, the government should not just simply ignore these concerns raised by small business groups. Small business is one of the biggest economic drivers in this country, just as in my home state of Western Australia. According to the Small Business Development Corporation, small business represents 97% of all businesses in Western Australia. Now, other stakeholders mentioned that the lack of details in this legislation regarding the reporting obligations for an employer. So what happens to an employer if someone fronts up with some data or some evidence around or a disclosure of them being a victim survivor of family domestic violence? What obligations are there on that employee to go and report that, report that to the authorities? This bill doesn't provide that clarification. I call on the government to do that, to provide clarification so that employers know in the operation of this bill what obligations they will have. Will there be any financial penalty? Will there be any possible criminal penalty if they don't report it? What obligations are there on businesses? There's also an unease from small business about how they will determine when a casual would have been working when paid for domestic violence leave is taken. What days that person would have been rostered on, and therefore should they be paid at the full rate, and all while ensuring underpayment is avoided for a casual employee accessing family domestic violence leave. In the end, small businesses, operators, are just trying to run their business, and so the government should be able to explain to businesses, to give them the details so they understand what their obligations are and what they need to be doing. Now, look, I support the provisions that this legislation provides. I would like to see some clarification given to employers through possible amendments or acceptance of second reading amendments. This is consistent with the provisional model set out by the Fair Work Commission. It builds on the legacy of the former Morrison government, which first addressed domestic violence leave back in 2018. But I have outlined aspects of concern with the bill, but I hope that they can be addressed. It will impact small businesses in a way which the government has not adequately modelled, and I encourage the government to step up, provide that clarification so that employers are very clear, because I've got no doubt that employers want to support those that are victims of domestic violence.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what an honour it is to participate in this debate. When we gathered in July to mark the introduction of this bill over in the other place, there were a lot of tears. And it showed, I think, how much this bill means to so many people. And there are a lot of tears here earlier this morning as well, when my colleague and my friend, Senator Green, made her contribution. Powerful, moving, personal, speaking about the impact of violence on children who witness it and experience it, and speaking about the significance of the measures that we will put in place through passing this legislation to support people in exactly that situation. Over the past 3 years, I had the real honour of visiting many dozens of refuges and services as Shadow Minister for Families, Communities and the Prevention of Domestic Violence. And from Broome to Burnie, I was able to hear directly from survivors, from advocates and frontline workers. And what they told me was this. They said many working women resign or are terminated from their employment because they need to take time to deal with issues that arise as a consequence of domestic abuse. Finding housing, attending court, attending doctor's appointments, ensuring their children have the support that they need. The truth is that leaving violence takes time and it's expensive, and actually it's often very, very dangerous. Leaving is the time when a woman is most at risk, and the situation puts women fleeing violence in a precarious position. Many face the unacceptable choice, and it is unacceptable, between fleeing to safety or staying in a job, and no one should be forced to make that decision. It's why, from opposition, I introduced the Fair Work Amendment 10 Days Paid Domestic and Family Violence Leave Bill into this chamber, and those opposite opposed it then, and we await to see how they will handle this legislation. But I am honoured to speak this afternoon, in this debate. This bill will amend the Fair Work Act. It'll improve the existing entitlement in the National Employment Standards from 5 days of leave which are unpaid to 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. It's an entitlement that will be available to a person who is experiencing family and domestic violence. I note Senator O'Sullivan's question in this regard, and I want to make this very, very clear. The entitlement does not provide a benefit.
Senator McAllister, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it being 1:30, we're going to move to 2-minute statements. She'll be in continuation. And I'll call Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's a pleasure always to make a contribution to this debate. And today I want to reflect on a great experience I had down in Tasmania, noting a statistic I remember reading recently around the amount of Australians that would ordinarily have contact with their elected representative. It was something between 5 and 10% of people throughout their lifetime will have contact with a member of local government, state government or federal government. And it was a great pleasure on that basis, noting that statistic, as low as that, Senator Ayres. Maybe you see more, I don't know. But the point being, I went to Collinsvale Primary School, a great public primary school just outside of the Hobart City area. At the request of the Collinsvale Primary School middle class, who'd been doing a great job lobbying politicians, state, federal and local, and I'm sure that Senator McKim, who's nodding his head, has indicated he's had some interaction with them as well and no doubt supported their good works. But this class, this small class of students, took it upon themselves to lobby each level of government for support for playground equipment. And you know what? They've succeeded. They have really shown others what it takes to be able to get a good outcome for their community. And I want to pay tribute to their teacher, Ms Whitney Bowerman, and of course the students, Alex, Alan, Brooke, Dita, Emily, Ivy, Lockie, Lucas, Lucy, Mitchell, Mizuki, Nate, Rex, Ryan, Wyatt and Zach. And I want to say to other students across the country, take note of this team from Collinsvale Primary School. They've lived by that saying, if you don't ask, you don't get. They asked, they lobbied hard, they've contacted Liberal, Labor, Green, state, federal, local, and they've succeeded. And I commend their class, I commend their teacher for demonstrating to those students the value of contact with politicians, of being able to lobby effectively for what it is they want. And I hope we see more of this from our students right across Tasmania, but indeed across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Polley.
Australians have a unique sense of pride about their jobs. We are proud workers. Labor cares about jobs, and an Albanese Labor government will invest in the future of secure Tasmanian jobs and manufacturing by helping to kickstart Lion Hydrogen Georgetown project. Lion Hydrogen is working to deliver Australia's first operational commercial-scale hydrogen facility. This commitment will mean Lion Hydrogen will invest in green hydrogen production and co-locate with solar farms to replace diesel in Tasmanian trucks and buses. Not only will this project be great for the creation of jobs, but will also move Northern Tasmania in the right direction in terms of renewable energy and climate action. Labor's investment will support around $80 million in private investment in the first stage of the project. When fully operational, the project will be valued at $300 million once Stage 3 is complete. Labor will work with both the Tasmanian Government and Tas Networks to finalise and deliver this commitment, another big win for Northern Tasmania. Furthermore, Labor is committed to ensuring that Australian manufacturing is restarted. Labor will invest a further $5 million to create jobs and ensure Tasmania is a state that makes things now and into the future. This vision includes both the production of hydrogen as well as up to 30 hydrogen truck buses that will be leased to industrial partners. Over time, Lion could also build at least 5 hydrogen refuelling stations across Tasmania. The project will create 215 direct and downstream jobs. Labor is committed to securing well-paid jobs and delivering for Tasmania and delivering on Tasmania's commitment and Labor's commitment to renewable energy. Over the last 9 years of the Liberal government, what we saw was 85,000 manufacturing jobs lost in this country. They have no credible record at all when it comes to supporting manufacturing in this country. Lion Hydrogen is a fantastic project. It's fantastic for Tasmania, and I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government.
Thanks. Right now, thousands of people in my home state of Victoria are experiencing the devastating impacts of flooding. Major flooding is occurring along the Murray River at Echuca Moama, Turumbury and Barham, with other towns along the river bracing for the coming days. Local communities are banding together, with people volunteering around the clock, and I salute their efforts, working together, rescuing people and animals and protecting lives, homes and livelihoods. Just last week, my local community in the city of Maribyrnong was inundated with water, and areas near the Maribyrnong and the Werribee rivers were evacuated. Emergency services had to use boats to rescue people less than 10 kilometres from the Melbourne CBD. The Maribyrnong River flooding was undoubtedly made worse by the Flemington Racecourse flood wall, rammed through 15 years ago, despite the hard-fought campaigning of my local community. But the climate crisis is the big story here. Thousands of Victorians are experiencing its implications firsthand. This increase in the rate and the extent of disasters is occurring with only 1 degree of warming, and we are headed for 2 or even 3. Major storms and rain events are putting people's lives in danger, threatening homes, damaging our coastline and impacting our ability to grow food. And Labor and the Liberals are making the flooding worse by continuing to fund coal and gas expansion. They are risking our future for the sake of their donors. There are 114 new coal and gas mines being planned, for heaven's sake. Not one of these new coal and gas mines can go ahead. We have to phase out coal and gas by 2030. If we don't, more extreme weather events, more severe and devastating floods, more often will become the new reality for millions of people across the globe.
Senator Dean Smith, or D. Smith.
Thank you very much. I rise with some solemn, sad and disappointing news. Labor's first budget will make Australian families poorer. The National Australia Bank's Consumer Sentiment Survey found that the cost of living hit across essentials like groceries, fuel and bills will add a whopping $2,040 extra to family budgets before Christmas alone. And just this week, Treasurer Jim Chalmers has conceded we do have falling wages. Australian families will wake up tomorrow being poorer than they are today. Food bills are up, mortgage expenses are up, and petrol is more expensive than it was 3 months ago. In the last 3 months, dairy and eggs are up by 9%, bread is up by almost 5%, house and cleaning products are up by 16%, and beef products are up by 14%. And after almost 6 months, Labor has yet to show us a real plan about how to deal with power prices that are set to go up by at least 35% next year alone. There is a tsunami of cost-of-living pressures facing Australian families, and Labor's first budget will not provide any immediate relief. Tonight, Labor's test is to show how Australian families will not be poorer. Almost 6 months ago, the Labor Prime Minister said no one would be left behind because we should always look after the disadvantaged and the vulnerable. He went on to promise no one would be held back because we should always support aspiration and opportunity. Tonight we will discover how much poorer Australian families will be after Labor's first budget.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you. I rise to provide some free advice to the Liberal National Opposition. If you insist on opposing Labor's reforms to grow wages before you've even seen the bill, if you want to get the Australian people on your side, don't enlist the help of the most loathed corporate thugs in the country. Because I was surprised this morning to open the Financial Review and see the Qantas CEO, Alan Joyce, reading out of the Liberal Party messaging document. And it reads, I quote, Qantas CEO Alan Joyce has said that he fears multi-employer bargaining will, I quote, hamper innovation. It's messaging straight out of the Liberal Party HQ. But the only thing Alan Joyce has ever innovated in new ways is to illegally sack workers and rob them of their entitlements. And this is the sort of company that the Liberal and National parties keep. And we know it, isn't it? Because you gave Alan Joyce $2 billion during the pandemic, and now he's using that money to pay himself fat bonuses and share buybacks. So on one side, we've got the Albanese government introducing groundbreaking reforms to grow wages for Australian workers, and opposing it, we've got the deliberate low-wage agenda of the Liberal, Nationals and Alan Joyce. And it's never been clearer that the Liberals and Nationals are not on the side of Australian workers. The former government never, ever criticised Qantas for illegally sacking 2,000 workers and ripping off thousands more. And now in opposition, the Liberals and Nationals are working with Alan Joyce to rip off everyone else.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy, by the way. A lot of businesses are finding it hard to get workers. It's not a new thing. It's been an issue in rural areas for years. But we're Aussies, so we find crafty ways to get around the lack of boots on the ground. Australians have long been technical innovators because of worker shortages. We invented mechanical sheep shearing. We were the first nation to scale up mechanically milking cows, and we led the field in mechanical crop sowing and harvesting. And that continues today. Last month, I had the pleasure of visiting Western Tiers Distillery, where they showcased the technical innovation of two Aussie companies, Sage Automation and Colmark. Working together, they have perfected the art of automated distilling, a process that once would take 6 or more staff now takes 1. They can get on with the business of perfecting their product. But we aren't giving away all our jobs to robots. Tassie boilermakers and welders are making the stills by hand. Tassie engineers are putting together the automated switches, cooling systems, heating systems and pumps. Local farmers are finding a new market for their grains. Local tourists have a new venue to visit, with fabulous food and, of course, the main attraction, gin. The same number of staff are still hired, but they are now arranged more productively, more income for the same headcount. The distillery is highly impressive, shiny copper stills linked by steel pipes and vats, all controlled from a central cabinet. They can tailor this distillery for different drinks and distilling processes. It's world-class technology linking the old and the new, being sold all over the world, and it's made in little old Westbury. Aussie innovation in rural areas needs to be supported and celebrated. Innovation isn't just happening in the big mainland cities. It starts from small ideas in small towns, from big dreamers.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, we know tonight's budget is going to have a few surprises in it, and we know that it's going to specifically target the people who didn't vote for them. Those sitting opposite in the government now, we know they don't like people in rural and regional Australia, and we know that they're going to punish those people in the bush who didn't vote for them. What we didn't know, though, that their cruelty was going to extend to families in regional areas who have children with autism. I got an email last night from the CEO of AEIOU, a best practice autism early intervention centre that allows families to actually work while their children are in childcare and receiving intensive best practice autism therapy. The results that AEIOU has across its centres in Queensland, South Australia and here in the ACT are extraordinary, and particularly when you look at what happens to children that attend these centres and how many of them then go on to participate in mainstream education. Now, what those opposite might not understand, because they've made all these promises around the NDIS but clearly don't understand the fundamentals around that, is that early intervention is actually key to ensure that children can move off NDIS, that they can move into mainstream. But if you live in Townsville, that option is no longer available to you, because $2 million has been ripped from AEIOU, who were planning to invest that money in the establishment of a Townsville centre. That is now not going ahead. So families in Townsville with autistic children, under this government, tough luck. You will not get support, you will not get access to breast practice therapy because those opposite are going to punish the people in the regions who did not vote for them. They do not care about children with autism or their families or best practice early intervention. It is heartless, it is disgraceful, and if you are serious about families, you will review this decision immediately.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. I recently attended a women's environmental breakfast in Adelaide, which was hosted by Bush Heritage Australia. And I was joined by my parliamentary colleagues, Senator Barbara Pocock and also Deputy Premier Susan Close, who is a keen warrior for all things to protect the South Australian environment. She also fights desperately hard for the Murray River and to ensure that all of the communities across the river, from the agriculture to the communities who live on the river, can actually survive and thrive by having a healthy river. But at this breakfast, I felt a great sense of hope. Around the room, there were a range of women from corporate sustainability environments, from change makers, innovators, businesswomen, farmers, you name it, they were all in the room. And they were inspiring. They were totally inspiring. And I had the great pleasure of talking to them and getting their feedback on the recently announced plan to reserve 30% of the country's land and oceans for conservation by 2030, which is intended to improve and protect our biodiversity. And I was delighted at the response we got. People were very keen. They had excellent ideas on how this kind of measure was going to genuinely make a difference. And these are the women who are out on the land across South Australia, and they are the best people to determine how to protect the land because they know it and they live it. And they were delighted that after 9 long years of neglect and funding cuts and rorts in the environment sector, that finally there was a government that was going to make a difference.
Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We've seen recently in Iran the most inspiring and courageous resistance by so many Iranian people. They are protesting and speaking out for justice, for their rights and for freedom. And they're doing it in the face of the most horrific and brutal violence perpetrated on them by the Iranian government. So far, there have been over 250 people killed by Iranian security forces. This includes 35 children. Over 13,000 people have been arrested. This violence and this killing has to stop, and it has to stop now. The arrests have to end. The international community must hear the voices of the Iranian people and do much more to support them. We must condemn the violence and condemn the killings in the strongest possible terms. We must collectively make it clear to the Iranian regime that it will face serious consequences if it continues to kill and wound and imprison its own people. We've seen large rallies in support of the Iranian people around Australia, and I hope we see more around the world. And the Australian government has got to do more to lead international efforts to sanction the Iranian government. I condemn the violence against the Iranian people in the strongest possible terms and express my utmost solidarity with them as they fight so courageously for their rights and for their freedoms. I'll end with this. Woman, life, freedom. That's a Kurdish slogan, so I'll say it in Kurdish. Jin, Jian, Azad.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. In our jobs as senators, we often encounter the most extraordinary Australians quietly delivering amazing things for their communities. And today I'd like to acknowledge the work of Claire Hunt, the Defence School Mentor at the Comet Bay College in Secret Harbour, just south of Perth. She is a true local hero. For the past 13 years, Claire has coordinated the Defence School Mentor program to support the many students there at the school who have parents or guardians serving in the Australian Defence Force. And under her leadership, the Haas School at Comet Bay has created an extraordinary service museum in the corridors of their school. I've never seen anything quite like it. Recently, I also had the opportunity to sit down with Claire for an interview for Comet Bay College's new mobile augmented reality application, ANZAC Heroes, for which they received $118,000 from the Morrison government saluting their service grant. This groundbreaking initiative is bringing to life the stories of some of our nation's ANZAC heroes, those well-known and those not so well-known and those local. Their use of augmented reality technology will take students, parents and the public back in time to some iconic moments in Australia's military history. And I was so honoured to have shared my own story of 35 years' service in the Australian Army Reserve. This commemorative war museum has been lovingly brought to life with the stories of individual servicemen, but also, pleasingly, so many service women. And it is so important for the next generation to appreciate those who have and also those who continue to serve, but also to understand the lessons of war. Congratulations, Claire. You are a true local hero. And you're an
inspiration. Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Senator Pocock, D.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Today on Budget Day, it's important to remember that the budget is about priorities, and I believe it's time to rethink some of those priorities. Last financial year, the federal government spent more on fossil fuel subsidies than we did on our public schools. This year, fossil fuel companies are enjoying record profits as a result of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Tonight, we will see more fossil fuel subsidies in the budget, subsidies that grow the profits of multinational companies while those Australians on low incomes are left behind. We can no longer be subsidising companies making record profits when Australians are facing such huge cost of living pressures. Low-income earners, young people and job seekers who are being left to live on $48 a day by the government. The research is now so clear. Telling people to live on $48 a day is telling them to live in poverty, is forcing them into poverty. In the ACT alone, 38,000 people are living in poverty, including 9,000 children. Across the country, 1 in 6 children are now growing up in poverty. This is something we should be talking about when we talk about the budget and priorities. It's time to start putting the lives of people, of children, ahead of the interests of fossil fuel companies. It's time to stop underwriting profits. It's time to tax them their fair share so that we can pay for the services that Australians really need.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, tonight's budget is a test for the new government. They've spent the last 4.5 months blaming the previous government, even though they inherited a growing economy, record low unemployment that was declining, and they've spent a lot of time blaming the previous government, but not a lot of time actually outlining to the Australian people what they're going to do. So tonight's budget is a huge test, and it's particularly a test in rural and regional Australia, because rural and regional Australia is such an important part of our social fabric and our economy. But there's a great concern as I travel in rural and regional Australia that the incoming government, the new government, is going to forget them, is going to ignore them. In fact, is going to see them as an easy target. And we've already seen a taste of that. We've already seen a taste of that with the axing of the Building Better Regions Fund. This fund, for anyone who has travelled in rural and regional Australia would know, funded so many positive projects, so many positive projects that smaller councils, smaller regional towns could not afford to do themselves.
Senators,
the towns
are
could
disorderly.
not afford to do themselves. These are projects that made a real fundamental difference to people's lives, and particularly in the bush, when you've got cost of living pressures that those in the city, and I'll acknowledge that those in the city are facing high petrol prices as well, but I was recently up in Tom Price and Onslow. The cost of diesel, which is still the principal transport fuel in the north of Western Australia, just like it is in regional and rural Australia as a whole, is north of $2.40, north of $2.50. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised in the 10 days since I have left those centres that the price has gone up again. So it's a big test for this government.
Your time has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. Conservative values, including freedom, mean we embrace diverse opinions within our wider embrace of the rich tapestry of God's creation. From free debate of different opinions comes strong policy, fair policy. Yet our opponents on the control side of politics play the person, not the argument. This is second nature to the left, the control side of politics, with hubris and intolerance covering for ignorance and driving their personal attacks. In discussing Senator Thorpe's behaviour, we see that, unlike the control side of politics, Conservatives embrace difference of opinion. Could it be that the left's own attack on Senator Thorpe is political payback for her opposition to The Voice? Remember, an old social media message from Lydia Thorpe was dredged up, asking for Senator Hanson's support in fighting The Voice. That dredging up was the warning shot Senator Thorpe did not heed. Now we have the bikie boss scandal. Adam Bandt reacted quickly with an immediate sacking, as if it was orchestrated. One Nation asked what Adam Bandt knew, and when he knew it. A head may roll, yet not the one intended. Listening to confidential briefings on bikie gang criminality while in a secret relationship with the recent boss of a bikie gang deserves strong censure. Cheating on one's significant other deserves censure in another place, not here. One Nation hopes in future to see less petulance and better judgment from Senator Thorpe.
Senator Roberts, can you... Sorry, Senator McKim, sorry, I haven't... Sorry, Senator McKim, you've got the call, sorry.
I am reluctant to take a point of order during 2-minute statements, but I do draw your attention to the requirement that members not reflect personally on other senators.
Senator Roberts, I will draw that to your attention.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Australia needs the control side of politics, the left, to demonstrate decency and tolerance towards competing viewpoints. We must work hard with everyday Australians across our nation to stop the left's lynch mob mentality. Made worse in this case because the lynch mob was Senator Thorpe's own party. The left do not debate. The control side fears debate. Instead, they abuse and ridicule, silence and divide, and then seek to destroy. We have one flag, we are one community, we are one nation, and Conservatives celebrate difference of opinion.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to make a contribution for this short 2-minute session about the democracy that we actually get to function in. And I want to acknowledge the people of the Ukraine and how fragile democracy is, and how set upon they have been by an attack of a hostile nation, with Russia coming over the border. And the freedoms that we experience, I experienced as the new duty senator for the Labor Party out the seat of Calare, where I was able to go out last week and see what 9 years of those opposite had actually delivered to the community. And I met with quite a number of community leaders who were very dissatisfied with what they'd experienced and hoping for a much better outcome that will be delivered by a Labor government. So I want to acknowledge Marie Statham, the Mayor, and Cass Coleman, the Deputy Mayor of the great city of Lithgow. I followed that up with a free media interview, another thing we take for granted in our great democracy, with BS Rock. Jack interviewed me. We talked about the Work and Care report that was just tabled in the Senate recently, and the important work of that to deliver safe and sustainable workplaces and family life for Australians. Then I met with the Bathurst Refugee Support, Nick from Vivability and the Viva Cafe, a disability service in Bathurst. I followed that up with a meeting with Robert Stumpy, the Mayor of Bathurst, and followed that with Bishop McKenna and the visit to the Cathedral of St Michael and St John. the freedom that we have to move around in our democracy, to have champions in the community who stand up for what's right, is something that we all take far too much for granted. It's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to serve. And the people of the Ukraine, I want to say to you, we value our democracy. We know you value yours, and you are not far from our minds, from our hearts, and from our strategic response to you in your hour of need.
Your time has expired. Senator Faruqi. Since 1947, the year the British carved up and departed the Indian subcontinent after centuries of lives taken, of looting and extracting wealth and resources, Kashmir has been a disputed territory. The 27th of October has been marked by the Kashmiris as Black Day, and many around the globe show solidarity with them and their fight for self-determination. For decades, India has tried to hide what is happening in Kashmir by silencing Kashmiri voices. The oppression and violence has dramatically escalated under the regime of current Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In 2019, the Indian government revoked the special status of Kashmir, which allowed it some autonomy and imposed a brutal crackdown on dissent. Kashmir was cut off from the world, with internet and mobile communications suspended. Compliant multinational tech companies removed
Senator
posts.
Faruqi, the time for this debate has expired. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Wong.
I advise changes to ministerial arrangements due to the budget. Senator Gallagher will be absent from question time today on account of ministerial business relating to budget arrangements. In Senator Gallagher's absence, I will represent the Minister for Finance, Minister for the Public Service, Minister for Women, Vice President of the Executive Council, Minister for Indigenous Affairs, Cabinet Secretary, Treasurer, Minister for Small Business, Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services. Yes, correct. Senator Farrell will represent the Minister for Health and Aged Care, the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Birmingham. Oh, you ready for your question? We'll move to questions. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. And not to disappoint Senator Wong, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I refer to the Foreign Minister's announcement last Tuesday reversing Australia's recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, which was announced with initial denials by the Minister's office on the Jewish holy day of Simchat Torah and just 2 weeks out from polling day in Israeli elections. The Prime Minister has described as, and I quote, deeply regrettable, the government's handling of the announcement. He also said that it could have been done better and that it caused distress. Given these acknowledgements of failure, has the Prime Minister spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Lapid to apologise for the ham-fisted handling of this matter?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I'm taking the question I think is representing the Prime Minister, but I could equally take it as obviously as Foreign Minister. I want to start by saying there are few issues that are more central for members of the Jewish community than the status of Jerusalem. It is more than a political issue. It's about history, it's about faith, and it's about identity. It's at the heart of Israel's origins and its future, and importantly, there can be no lasting peace that does not address its status. Its sensitivity, and the status of Jerusalem is so sensitive that for the overwhelming majority of the international community it has remained a final status issue, to be resolved as part of any peace negotiations between Israel and Palestinian peoples. Now, what the government has done is to reaffirm Australia's previous long-standing and bipartisan position of that fact, that Jerusalem is a final status issue that should be resolved as part of any peace negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian people. And I would remind the chamber that, notwithstanding some of the commentary, this has been Australia's position for decades. This was not changed by the Gorton government following the Six-Day War. It was not changed by Malcolm Fraser, Bob Hawke, John Howard or Malcolm Turnbull. Regrettably, there was one exception which occurred during the period of the Morrison government, a period in which the Shadow Minister was a member of the Cabinet. And we know why that was, because he thought he could gain political advantage by announcing recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel and relocating our embassy.
Senator Birmingham.
President, a point of order. The minister has provided 1 minute and 52 seconds of context for her answer. The sole question was whether the Prime Minister of Australia, Mr Albanese, has spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Lapid to apologise for the handling of the matter.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. There was also a preamble to that question that mentioned holy days and so on, and it mentioned the capital of West Jerusalem. So I'll listen carefully to the remainder of the minister's questions, and I will draw her attention to the question if necessary. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The Shadow Minister also talked about the phrase "deeply regrettable." I think those are my words, and I've said that publicly.
Thank you, Senator Wong. The time has expired. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Before the election, the then Shadow Attorney-General Mr Dreyfus assured the Australian Jewish community there was no difference between the government, the Labor Party, and the opposition, and now the Liberal and National Party's positions on Israel. As late as last Monday, the Foreign Minister's office denied any change of position to media, to Jewish community representatives and to Israel's embassy. Why did the government mislead the government Israel and the Australian Jewish community groups on this decision?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr President. Well, first, if I can just finish this point, I think the Shadow Minister does know, and the chamber does know, that Mr Morrison changed decades of bipartisan position in relation to this matter for the Wentworth by-election. That's the context of it. And I want to make this clear. You know, we made very clear, in fact, if you look at what I said in 2018, we not only opposed what Mr Morrison had done, I made clear that we would be reversing it. This is, in the 2018 context of the 2018 decision, Mr Shorten, as leader, we agreed that we would reverse this position should Labor form government. I would hope that we made clear prior to the last election that Jerusalem is a final status issue. And the reality is there can be no lasting peace that does not address the status of Jerusalem, and we ought not be supporting an approach
Senator
that
Wong.
undermines
Your
this
time has
prospect.
expired. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Will the government join with Labor MP Josh Burns in apologising to Australia's Jewish community, and will efforts be made to apologise to the government of Israel? Further, will the government guarantee, consistent with the pre-election statements of Mr Burns and Mr Dreyfus, that it will make no further unilateral changes to Australia's position on matters relating to Israel and the Palestinian people?
Minister.
Thank you. I have said publicly that the timing of the announcement, falling as it did on Simchat Torah, was deeply regrettable. I've said so publicly and I've said so in private. And we remain, that is my view. In relation to Israel, I will be clear, and I have made sure that the ambassador is aware that I indicate this in the chamber. I have met with the ambassador, and we had a very constructive engagement. What I would say is that we both agree that Australia and Israel have a long and enduring friendship, which we will both seek to strengthen.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Can the Minister update the Senate on Labor's responsible approach to budgeting and how tonight's budget will start the job of budget repair?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Wong.
Well, I thank Senator Grogan for her question. Tonight we will see a Labor Treasurer hand down a Labor budget, putting down the foundations of what this government looks to achieve for the Australian people, over this term. It will be a responsible budget. It will be a budget that is right for the times, and it will be a budget which seeks to ready the country for the future. Now, those opposite were the most wasteful government since Federation. Overseeing successive budgets riddled with rots and slush funds and weighed down with waste. They left us with $1 trillion in debt. but with nothing to show for it. It hurts them, doesn't it? It hurts them, doesn't it? You know, they like to pretend they're the party of sound economic management. They left Australians with $1 trillion in debt, and
Senator
so
Wong.
little to show for
Senator
it.
Wong.
They spent.
Thank you. Order on both sides of the chamber. Calling out across the chamber is disorderly, and Senator Wong has the right to be heard in silence. Minister.
Oh, sorry. She called me again?
Yeah.
Sorry. They spent $5.5 billion on submarines we will never see, $19.7 billion in JobKeeper payments to companies with rising revenues, and they spent billions buying votes from slush funds, targeting coalition or marginal seats. I see the Minister for the colour-coded spreadsheets is interjecting. The Minister for Colour-Coded Spreadsheets is interjecting. Why don't you tell us about it?
Senator Wong. Senator Wong. Resume your seat, Senator McKenzie. I asked you to resume your seat. When I call the chamber to order and then ask the minister to continue with her answer, I do not expect everyone in the chamber to start shouting and yelling out across the chamber. It is disorderly. And the minister needs respect, and I certainly need respect when I call you to order. Minister. Minister, do you wish— Senator McKenzie— resume your seat, Senator McKenzie, please. Senator McGrath, I have just finished asking for respect. I beg your pardon. Seriously, Senator McKenzie.
Madam President, I draw your attention to the standing orders. Ministers need to, instead of screaming at shadow ministers across the chamber, in answering questions, need to go through the chair.
Senator McKenzie, you would be well aware that I have called the chamber, both sides, to order twice. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. The Albanese government's first budget will begin the difficult task of budget repair after inheriting a budget in structural deficit and weighed down with record levels of debt, which is becoming even more expensive to service. The interest payments on the coalition's debt, one of the fastest-growing pressures on the budget. Now, we have spent our first months in office delivering on our promise to undertake an audit of spending going through the budget to identify where money could be returned or redirected to more quality spending, and you will see the results of that tonight.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Can the minister update the Senate on the state of the budget that this government inherited?
Minister.
As we know, those opposite doubled the debt before the pandemic. That's right. Before the pandemic, and have left the Australian people with debt, with $1 trillion in debt, with so little to show for it. But most importantly, and Australians came to understand this, they treated taxpayers' money like it was Liberal or National Party money, trying to buy votes instead of building value for the country. Now, since coming into government, what we know is that the global economic environment is significantly more volatile than it was just a few months ago. Whether it's global challenges are weighing on household budgets and the economy, as are cost of living pressures which have resulted as a consequence. We have also seen, as I said before, the cost of servicing government debt increase. In fact, revisions in the cost of interest payments on your debt, as well as the NDIS, are also placing pressure on the budget, unrelated to any policy decision of the government.
Your time has expired. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Can the minister outline to the Senate how Labor's approach of responsible budgeting contrasts with the Liberal and Nationals' budget mismanagement?
Minister.
Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Grogan. Well, the fact is, in a time of extreme global volatility and uncertainty, in a time of rising inflation, one of the best defences the nation can deploy is a responsible budget, and that is what you will see tonight from Treasurer Chalmers and Finance Minister Gallagher. Our response to revenue upgrades will mean the budget bottom line will be that debt will be lower than previously forecast. There will be less debt than the Liberals, but more to show for it. And despite what those opposite might say, they did not leave the budget in a, quote, strong or improving position. They did not. So tonight's budget, the government has had to work to find room for billions of dollars of pressures left in the budget and legacy spending that you failed to provision for. We have engaged in responsible decision-making required to make room for the things that
Thank you,
matter.
Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Wong, and follows revelations reported yesterday by Sky News that the Australian Energy Regulator has warned the Albanese government that power prices will rise by up to 50% next year. Even Labor's own budget tonight reportedly concedes that there will be a price rise of between 30% and 40%. Minister, will you now admit that Labor's election promise made 97 times during the campaign to Australians that their power bills will be cut by $275 annually will never be delivered?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Watt. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, I think there is no doubt, we all know, that Australians are grappling with the impact of rising energy costs. Australian households, Australian business, Australian industry. And those opposite might like to push this aside, but the world is dealing with the most significant shock to energy markets in 50 years due to Russia's prolonged attack on Ukraine. And Russia's willingness to weaponise energy has caused havoc in global markets, and it has sent coal and gas prices through the roof. Domestically, what else are we dealing with? Well, a decade of denial and chaos in energy policy, which saw 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy exit the system. And guess how much came in under you? One. So not only have we got a global economic shock, a global shock to energy markets, we are dealing with a decade in which you ensured supply exited the market.
Minister Wong,
that's the reality.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Henderson.
President, thank you. I just ask you to remind Senator Wong to direct her comments through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I will remind the minister to direct her comments to the chair. Thank
Enjoy
you.
looking at Senator Duniam so much. You know, we have a nice exchange across the chamber. He's, you know.
Order.
No, he's one of the people on that side I have some regard for, and he's always happy to have a chat across the chamber. But if it offends people, I will turn this way. If they prefer me to talk to you, it's fine. As I said, we are dealing with energy prices which are rising much faster than were ever anticipated because of the significant shock to energy markets, the weaponisation of energy by Russia, which has caused havoc in the global markets, and also a decade of chaos, which has seen so much dispatchable capacity leave the system and only 1 gigawatt enter to replace losses.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Didn't mention $275 once. On October the 10th, Alinta Energy CEO Jeff Dimery said, "What cost me $1 billion to acquire is going to cost me $8 billion to replace." So let's talk about that and explain to me how energy prices still come down. Yet a Labor Party source claimed yesterday the Russia-Ukraine conflict was responsible for these massive power price increases. Who's correct, the Labor source blaming the conflict from well before the election, or Mr Dimery, one of our foremost energy experts?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, I think I've actually answered that substantively in my first question, which pointed to the various factors which are driving energy costs. And you might like to pretend that the government and the country are not trying to grapple with, just as every country in the world is. If you talk to Germany about what is occurring for energy in relation to energy prices, you will see we are not the only government or the only people who are having to grapple with rising energy costs. But the one fact that those opposite just cannot accept, and it is this: renewables are cheaper. Renewables are cheaper. Renewables are cheaper, and the fact that you're allergic to that fact, the fact that you were allergic to that fact and you spent so many years fighting each other because you didn't want to accept the facts, is in part why Australia is in the position that it is in.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, in view of these huge increases in energy prices, alongside all the other cost of living increases Australians are experiencing, and in the face of a refusal to back in the promise to cut power bills by $275 annually, what does your modelling show about how many Australians will suffer energy poverty under your government's policies?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, what I can say to you is this government will deal responsibly with the mess in energy markets that we inherited from you. And unlike you, our response is not going to be to try and hide price increases. Let's remember your great response, those opposite the coalition's great response to rising energy costs on their watch was Mr Taylor making sure it was hidden from the electorate before the election. So I can tell you this, we will go about trying to deal with the cost increases that the result in great part from the shock to global energy markets and the mess in the energy markets responsibly and sensibly. And we are going to do it in a way that actually tries to reform energy markets. You have already seen that. You've already seen that with the Marinus link that was announced just last weekend.
Senator Cox.
I rise to ask the question to the Minister representing the Minister for Environment and Water, Minister Wong. CSIRO recently provided a fracking fact sheet in English, and it was then translated in language into audio files and provided to First Nations communities. Providing this fact sheet was one of the recommendations of the Northern Territory Fracking Inquiry. This misleading fact sheet was produced by a division that is partially funded by the gas industry, which includes Origin and Santos. And it stated that methane may play a role in climate change when we know that it definitely plays a role. In fact, methane is 80 times more potent than CO2, and at least 25% of the global warming is driven by methane from human actions. My question is, why are fossil fuel companies allowed to fund, in any proportion, divisions of a government agency, our scientific peak body that is expected to provide independent advice, especially regarding a controversial topic these companies have a direct interest in?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Senator Cox for the question. I'm sure she's unsurprised to know this is not necessarily something of which I have direct first-hand knowledge. So I haven't seen the fracking fact sheet to which she has referred. But if she is referring in relation to the partial funding that she described to CSIRO and industry partnerships, which I think has been in the media for some time, I would make the point that the CSIRO, which of course is an essential pillar of Australia's national science infrastructure, a great institution responsible for some enormous advances in research and very good liaison and engagement with the members of the Australian community. Now, it is part of CSIRO's mission to work with industry. It's part of CSIRO's mission to work with industry. So I don't know if what the senator is complaining about, or I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to minimise it, referencing is one of the industry partnerships. If she wants to give me more information about that, I'd be very, very happy to provide that. But if this is a reaction to the CSIRO working with industry, we've taken the view in government, and I did as Climate Minister many years ago, that it is a good thing for those at the forefront of research both into climate science and into the response to climate change, how we deal with it, to work closely with industry. Industry has to be part of the solution. They're not just yelled at. And in fact, industry, where we have done well as a country on energy, when we've done well as a country on renewable energy, it has been where governments and industry have worked together, and the regulatory structure has incentivised industry to do the right thing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, first supplementary.
First Nations communities have long stated their opposition to fracking on their land. Presenting them with this misleading information is outright offensive to their intelligence as traditional owners. Will CSIRO redo the fact sheet with accurate information about the risks of fracking for gas, including the impacts of methane on climate change, to ensure that First Nations communities are not misled and so they are able to adequately be informed of the activities that are proposed on their country?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Can I also just perhaps add to some of the answer, which was I understand that the member for Lingiari has raised issues in relation to, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this acronym. Is it JASERA? Thank you. Program with Minister Husic, and I think and has indicated publicly that this matter has been rectified. I will go and I will ask my office to liaise with Minister Husic's office about this issue and see if I can provide a little more information about how that was resolved. But it's just been brought to my attention that Ms Scrimgeour did raise this with Minister Husic.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
When will the Labor government listen to the climate science and commit to no new coal and gas projects and stop allowing these companies to buy a social licence and continue their ventures of state capture, all the while without the free, prior and informed consent of First Nations communities?
Before I call Minister Wong, I'm really struggling to see how that is a supplementary. But it's really up to Senator Wong whether she answers it or not. Senator Wong.
Look, I'm happy to answer as best I can.
Order.
Did
Please
you want to say
Minister
something?
Wong.
I'm happy to answer as best I can. In relation to, I think, the long-standing assertion from the Greens about energy, coal and gas projects, I'd make the point again that I have on multiple occasions in this place that any such approvals would be subject to existing environmental and regulatory frameworks. I would also make the point. I know you want to get some political differentiation on this, but I would also make the point. This is not how the world. This is not how the world deals with a global agreement to deal with climate change. The way the world deals with it is by ensuring over time the use of fossil fuels and the use of technologies which are highly carbon polluting is reduced. And we have signed up to an ambitious platform and we intend to deliver.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator David Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, President. And my question is to the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Watt. Minister, I note with concern the devastating impact that floods are having on so many Victorians throughout my state. Could you please update the Senate on the current flood and severe weather situation affecting not just Victoria, but also New South Wales, Tasmania and Queensland?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Madam President, and thanks, Senator Ciccone. I know you speak for many people on both sides of this chamber with your level of concern about these floods. As senators will be aware, Australia is now seeing the impact of a third consecutive La Niña, with flooding impacting many communities across the country. Over the last few weeks, we've seen flooding across Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania and now South Australia. And the sad reality is that this dangerous weather is far from over. Of immediate concern is the heavy rainfall that has impacted north-east New South Wales in the past 24 hours, with the front now moving down the coast towards eastern Victoria. There are multiple emergency warnings current across both Victoria and New South Wales right now, and my message to people in those states is please listen to the authorities and heed their warnings and advice. We've already tragically seen 6 fatalities as a result of these recent floods, and we don't want to see more. Last week, the Prime Minister and I visited the communities of Bendigo, Deloraine, Latrobe, Launceston and Forbes, where we met with a range of first responders and impacted farmers and communities. I also visited Seymour in central Victoria with Victorian Minister Jacqueline Symes and the local federal MP Sam Burrell, and held an online community forum with leaders from across Shepparton to hear from these communities directly. I've also been in regular contact with many other affected MPs from across all sides of the political divide. While these floods have been devastating for many, There has been some positive news along the way. During our time in Tasmania, the Prime Minister and I visited Michael Perkins' dairy farm along with Senator Urquhart. During the 2016 floods, the Perkins family lost 48 heifers from their Latrobe dairy farm. I was heartened to hear that through improvements to warning systems, Michael was able to prepare earlier, ultimately keeping all of his animals safe, and that was something I heard throughout Tasmania. We're thinking of all the communities impacted by these events. We know this repeated, relentless flooding is tough, and we'll be there to support people now and as they recover.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thank you again, President. Minister, since the beginning of these natural hazard events, what assistance has the federal government provided to these communities impacted by the floods?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Ciccone. As a government, we are standing with our state and territory counterparts, along with local governments and communities, supporting all of those governments to respond to the particular needs of local communities. As of 5 p.m. yesterday, our government has activated the 13-week disaster recovery allowance payment for this event across 17 council areas in Tasmania, 46 council areas in Victoria and 43 council areas in New South Wales. This provides some income relief for those eligible people who've lost income due to the floods. We've also activated the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment in 30 council areas across Tasmania and Victoria, providing one-off payments to eligible adults and children. On top of this, we're also working with the states to deliver joint support to help with clean-up, as well as specialised grants for impacted small businesses and primary producers. I'm certainly aware of the significant impact these floods have had on farmers and the infrastructure they rely on to get product to market. We'll continue to work with all levels of government across Australia to ensure people get the help they need.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Minister, what other support is being provided by the federal government to help communities with their response and recovery efforts?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, Madam President. When I spoke to people in Seymour 9 days ago, the biggest message they had was the need to get recovery support in quickly. They told me very clearly that any delay in starting their clean-up would lead to longer-term issues. The SES in every state do an excellent job, but this is a big event over a long period of time. So after consultation with the Defence Minister, I've approved requests for up to 600 ADF personnel across Victoria and New South Wales at the request of those state governments. Our fantastic Defence Forces have been doing an outstanding job, helping with sandbagging, evacuations and now supporting clean-up operations, damage assessments and the provision and resupply of essential food and supplies to isolated communities. We've also approved the use of ADF helicopters in both New South Wales and Victoria for everything from mass evacuations, if needed, to lifting heavy equipment. I want to thank the ADF for making these personnel and resources available and, of course, thank those boots on the ground for their efforts in helping these communities recover. I know very well the morale booster it provides to communities.
Your time has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher, represented by Minister Wong. The government has said that today's budget is all about delivering on your election commitments. One of those commitments was a commitment to, and I quote, protecting the rights for small business, including ensuring security of payment in the building and construction industry. This is something of concern here in the ACT and across the country. Subcontractors miss out time and again on payments for work done. So my question to the government is, when will you act to implement the recommendations of the Murray Review from 2017?
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you to Senator Pocock for the question. And I again, oh, that's good, isn't it? Isn't that nice?
Cooperation.
It's called cooperation.
How about that?
Order.
How about that?
Order. Order. Senator Watt.
I am. Thank you.
Order. Order. Please continue, Minister.
I thank Senator Pocock for the question. We all know that the enormous economic contribution small businesses make to the Australian economy, and as importantly, they're the heart of local communities across the country. They employ millions of Australians, and they contribute more than $400 billion to the nation, or $430 billion to the nation's economy every year. In addition, we know firsthand the extent to which the COVID-19 pandemic and associated lockdowns and what occurred through many cities and towns, how hard that hit many small businesses. I will see if we can get more information in relation to the 2017 report to which you refer, but I will say that there are a number of measures that the government has already put in place, $18.6 million to help support small businesses adapt and build resilience through digital technology. Small businesses will also have access to new tax incentives to train and upskill employees and improve their digital and tech capacity under reforms to be legislated by the government. The technology investment boost and skills and training boost would be backdated to 29th March so that small business owners can receive
Thank you, Minister. Your time has
full
expired.
benefits.
Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. And thank you, Minister. The Electrical Trade Union has said, and again I quote, "Too many workers and subbies are being left in limbo through no fault of their own. Delivering security of payments will simply create a better, fairer industry where subbies can rely on the commitments made to them and the employees can have certainty that their job will be there tomorrow." Does the Minister agree with this?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister.
Well, I think we would all agree that if people are owed money, those contracts, unless it is impossible for obviously issues of solvency, those contracts should be honoured. I think that would be a fairly logical approach to how you might address looking at contractual requirements. I would say that I have a brief that tells me about unfair contract terms. I am unsure, and I'm afraid I haven't been able to ascertain the extent to which that applies to the particular factual circumstance the Senator outlines. But I would say we've introduced legislation to make unfair contract terms illegal so that small businesses can negotiate fairer agreements with larger partners. This is an issue which has been raised over many years, the disparity in negotiating power between big business and small business.
Your time has expired. Senator Canavan. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Senator Pocock. Second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. On Thursday, the government will move to introduce legislation abolishing the already defunded ABCC. Don't you think ensuring subbies are paid is a more urgent legislative reform?
It's building trade. Minister.
I'll answer what I'm able to. I'm not sure the extent to which it's supplementary. I know that Senator Pocock has taken a different view, a view closer to the coalition on this, but I think the abolition of the ABCC was very clear to Australians when they voted for the Albanese Labor government, and we have been clear why. We don't think there should be two sets of laws for workers in this country, and it is wrong to say that the ABCC was able to deal with a whole range of criminal matters. We know those matters are dealt with by the criminal law. So our position in relation to that has been clear, and it has been articulated publicly ahead of the election.
Thank you, Minister. That's it for you, Senator Pocock. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, on the 22nd of January 2019, Anthony Albanese put out a press release titled "Rockhampton Ring Road, a certainty under Labor." The Rockhampton Ring Road is the biggest infrastructure project in regional Queensland and it is already out to tender. Yesterday, the ABC reported that the $800 million earmarked by the Coalition for the Ring Road project has been put off for a few years. Local businesses have contacted me and the member for Capricornia, Michelle Landry, furious with this broken promise from the Prime Minister. Mr Albanese's comment that it was a certainty had encouraged many local businesses to spend thousands of dollars on their tender applications. Minister, is the only certainty that Australians can bank on from this government is that it will break its promises?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and I've seen some of the social media by Senator Canavan on this, and I would make, well, yes, you know, avidly. I particularly liked you and your high-vis vest in your backyard, mate. I thought that was great.
Fake minor.
Yeah, it was like very dangerous backyard you've got. Clearly, I should have put that on when we were doing the kids' trampoline.
Order.
But anyway,
Order. Senator McAllister.
Very risky backyard there. Anyway, I understand. I'll make this point. First, the government is committing.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Bant. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon. Sorry, my bad. Obviously, my bad. Yes. Sorry. Obviously, my glasses need renewing. My apologies. I thought you were someone from the other place, and I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Minister. Please continue.
I will make the point, and obviously the minister is actually being, Minister for Infrastructure is being represented by Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just
Order.
I'm answering the
Senator
question.
Canavan,
I'm just
you've
trying
put
to be
your question.
helpful, Senator Canavan. That obviously Senator Watt is more across this than I would be. I understand in that relation to that particular project, it is incorrect to assert that it is being cut. It is the case that those opposite, as was the habit of the Morrison government, did a lot of announcements without making sure that those announcements could actually be delivered. And, you know, it is an extraordinary thing, isn't it, to have a government that actually wants to make sure when you announce projects you are funding them in a way that can make sure—
Minister Wong, thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a point of order on relevance. The question is about a statement that the Prime Minister made. It is about the article about the government's agenda, but all I have heard from Senator Wong is to blame the previous government here. She is insulting the businesses of Central Queen.
Please resume. Senator Canavan, please resume your seat. I remind senators, if you are rising on a point of order, the point of order is short and sharp and does not have commentary. Minister Wong is being relevant. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I was trying to explain what was occurring in relation to the project in question. We have reviewed projects in the infrastructure program to better align investment with market capacity, consulting with states and the territories through this process. This is what responsible governments do. I would be very clear. I understand that the $823 million for Rockhampton Ring Road remains in the budget. But unlike the former government, we're actually being upfront about project delivery timelines. That's the responsible thing to do. Senator McKenzie, you can yell all you like, but an announcement is not delivery.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. I remind you, Senator McKenzie, calling out across the chamber is— Senator McKenzie, it does not require commentary. I am drawing you to order. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. This next question is on behalf of those businesses, so it might be useful if the senator did not yell at them from here in Canberra. As I mentioned, those people, those mum and dad businesses, have spent thousands of dollars on the words of the now Prime Minister that this was a certainty. What do you propose they do now, Minister Wong, given they haven't been able to rely on the words of the Prime Minister?
Minister.
I'm asked about local businesses, and I understand that the local business organisation Capricorn Enterprise, in fact, warned the former government there weren't enough construction tradies to fill the infrastructure pipeline. But you ignored it. I mean, this is the problem with a government.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan, I haven't called you. I am calling the chamber to order. When the minister is trying to answer the question, there needs to be silence. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, on relevance again, as I mentioned, this question was about the businesses in the local area and what they've spent. Again, the Prime Minister is talking about the former government. That is clearly not relevant.
Senator Canavan, you've called the point of order. The last time you stood and called a point of order— order on my right. The first point of order you called. I asked you for no commentary and you've completely ignored me, and there was commentary again. I do believe that Minister Wong is being relevant. I will listen carefully. Minister.
Well, I think Senator Canavan seems to be asserting that Capricorn Enterprise, the business chamber, is irrelevant to a question about business. Well, maybe you should explain that to them, Senator Canavan. That the reality is the money remains in the budget for that project. There are over 700 regional budget commitments tonight, no matter the scare campaign from those opposite. Right. The reality is, as with so much in the modern Liberal Party and modern National Party, they think when they announce something they've delivered it. You think when you've announced something, you delivered it. The reality is you couldn't deliver and you weren't actually interested in doing what you had to do to deliver it.
Order. I have a senator on his feet waiting for silence to be called. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the Prime Minister has broken his promise to reduce power bills by $275 a year. He's broken his promise on methane emissions from cattle, and now he is breaking his promise to fund infrastructure. Why is the Prime Minister so gutless that he could not be up front with the Australian people about his plans before they voted for him?
I ask you to withdraw that comment. What? Senator Canavan.
Parliamentary.
You made a slur against the Prime Minister. I asked Senator Canavan. It's not a debating point.
Can I ask you to reflect on that ruling, Madam President, because I have heard much worse in
Senator
this chamber.
Canavan,
I did not reflect on the Prime Minister's.
Senator Canavan, I've asked you to withdraw. I expect you to withdraw.
I will withdraw and reword the question. Can I have that opportunity? And could I ask that you do reflect on that decision?
I'm happy to reflect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for withdrawing.
Because it seems a little inconsistent. So, have I got a full clock?
Senator Canavan, just resume your seat for a moment, please. Order. I would ask all senators in this place to be respectful. Senator Canavan, I will give you the opportunity to rephrase that question. I'm happy to reset the clock, but I would ask you, when I give my directions, to stop responding. You're not in a debate with me, so please continue.
Minister, the Prime Minister has broken his promise to reduce power bills by $275 a year. He's broken his promise on methane emissions from cattle, and now he is breaking his promise to fund infrastructure. Why has the Prime Minister not had the courage to be up front with the Australian people about his plans before they voted for him?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well,
Order on my right.
Actually, the Prime Minister is a man of courage and a man of authenticity, and those opposite might not like that fact. You might not like that fact, but that's what he is. That's what he is. And no amount of coming in here and asking, such. I mean, really, Senator Canavan, if you want to give a speech, why don't you just give a speech? I mean, that's not even a question here in question time, is it? It's just a little bit of diatribe, trying to get a little bit of, invective up in the chamber. It's not actually seeking any information, which is what question time should be. I've made clear 700 regional budget commitments tonight that relate to the regions. Which includes $9.6 billion of election commitments for infrastructure. The project to which Senator Canavan refers remains in the budget.
Thank you. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister for Emergency Management, Minister Watt. Minister, you said this week that you're talking to the Defence Minister about the need for a standby emergency response workforce to clean up after the fires and floods across the country. I am with you on that, but I can assure you we are flying by the seat of our pants when it comes to a national emergency response in this country when dealing with national disasters. So I'm just wondering exactly what you've been speaking to the Defence Minister about.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Madam President, and thanks, Senator Lambie, for your interest in this issue. Obviously, northwest Tasmania, an area you're very familiar with, has experienced floods over the last couple of weeks, so these issues are very topical in that part of the world. It has been reported, actually now a number of times, that our government is giving consideration to how we as a country should properly resource disaster management, both in terms of the immediate response and the longer-term recovery. I think the reality that we're all seeing unfold before our eyes is that climate change is here. We are seeing more regular, more frequent, more intense natural disasters, and we haven't been well enough prepared as a country, and frankly the federal government hasn't been well enough prepared in the past either, and this is one example of that. So I have begun some discussions with the Defence Minister, along with other colleagues and a range of non-profit groups, about how we can make sure that as a country we do have effectively the workforce, whether it be paid or volunteer, to cope with the size of the task that we are now facing. Even what we're facing at the moment, and this is just in October, I've already updated the chamber about the number of ADF personnel we've activated across Victoria and New South Wales, and they of course supplement the many hundreds and even thousands of SES personnel, paid emergency services workers, volunteers and other groups as well, which again shows the size of the task. This work that we're undertaking is at a very early stage. We are open to a range of options about how we meet the future workforce needs. The point about the ADF, and I mentioned this in my earlier answer, is that quite apart from the incredible practical difference they make on the ground, helping people clean up and recover from disasters, they do provide an enormous morale boost to communities when the trucks roll in. But the reality is we do need to make sure that we don't stretch them too far when they do have a core job being protecting the nation as well.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the ADF has said that disaster clean-up is becoming a distraction from their main job, which is to protect the country. We're not going to set up this new workforce overnight, and we know that our third La Nina period is going to happen over summer. So what provisions, if any, are in today's budget that will set up an emergency response for workforce, or are we not there yet?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Madam President and Senator Lambie. Of course, Senator Lambie, this being my first budget participating as a minister, I'm not about to give away details of the Treasurer's budget. But what I can say is there are going to be some very strong commitments in the disaster management space tonight. You may be aware that we made an election commitment to provide a grant to Disaster Relief Australia, a veteran-led volunteer organisation that you're no doubt familiar with. And we're fighting hard to make sure that we deliver that commitment. Of course, any work that the federal government does in this space is to supplement the leadership role that states and territories play. We don't want to come in over the top of states and territories. We want to supplement them with ADF resources, volunteer organisations and a range of NGOs as well. Unfortunately, the former government had 10 years to get these things right. They didn't. We're now here, and now we're trying to fix their mess in this space, as we are in so many others. Actually, we are taking responsibility. It's a foreign
Minister,
concept,
your
I
time
understand.
has expired. Order. Order on my left. Order. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Right now that we do know that we don't have near enough boots on the ground. That's not going to change. Unemployment is crazy low right now. Have you asked your department to look at how we recruit people to do these things? And if so, what models are they considering?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Madam President. I can understand yet again why the opposition is so sensitive about this, because they had 10 years to do something about these issues and did nothing. But here we are, fixing their mess, making sure that we are properly prepared as a country for natural disasters, making sure that we have a workforce to deal with these events, rather than running around and pretending that climate change isn't real. We're actually taking a responsible approach to this. I might answer your question in two ways, Senator Lambie. The first answer is that I have seen myself publicity about the fact that our government intends to launch a recruitment campaign for ADF personnel more generally, but separate to that in the disaster space. As I say, we have made an election commitment to fund one particular organisation to add to the ADF work. which adds itself to the SES and other state-based organisations. We're in discussions with a range of other not-for-profit groups about what can be done, and I'd be more than happy to take any views that you have, Senator Lambie, about how we can do this better as a country, because I know that you, unlike a number of other people, are serious about these issues.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Bilyk.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Last weekend, Australia and Japan signed a joint security declaration. Can the minister advise the Senate on how the agreement will strengthen our relationship with Japan?
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Minister.
Thank you, President. And can I thank Senator Bilyk for her question and acknowledge her ongoing interest in foreign policy. And I know she and others share a desire, the desire which is mine and many others in this chamber, which is to strengthen Australia's relationship in our region. Japan, of course, is a special friend of Australia's. They are our special strategic partner, and we are natural partners. And there are many aspects to our partnership. It's obviously trade, investment, defence and security ties bind us. But we also have a deep affinity between our peoples and, importantly, shared values which go to democracy, the defence of human rights, free trade and a rules-based international order. There is already a very strong relationship with Japan, and I would, in a moment of bipartisanship, recognise that both sides of politics, parties, governments of both political persuasion over years have invested in the Australia-Japan relationship, and I acknowledge the work of Senator Payne in the period that she was Foreign Minister in that regard. The government is working to make that relationship stronger. It was my privilege in my first overseas trip as Foreign Minister to attend the Quad Leaders Summit. In the first 5 months of the government, the Prime Minister has met Prime Minister Kishida 4 times, and I have met Foreign Minister Hayashi 4 times, as well as many other ministerial engagements. And importantly, over the weekend, at the annual Australia-Japan Leaders Meeting in Perth, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, signed a renewed joint declaration on security cooperation, a declaration to chart a path for defence and security cooperation between Australia and Japan for the next decade. Our strategic environment is changing and our partnership has to evolve.
Senator Bilyk, first supplementary.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. Can you also inform the Senate of how the declaration has been updated since 2007?
Minister.
Thank you, President. As I said, we all know our strategic environment is changing rapidly. The circumstances the nation faces are more challenging than at any time since World War II. And in light of that, we have to work together, and our partnership with Japan must evolve to meet the growing risks, and we have to work together to pursue our shared values and strategic interests. So the renewed declaration sets out how Australia and Japan will work together to deepen our strategic partnership as we pursue and help realise a common vision for a free, open and resilient Indo-Pacific, a region that is inclusive, a region that is resilient. The declaration includes collaboration in areas such as climate change, health security, humanitarian assistance, energy transition and disaster response and maritime security. And importantly, leaders also announced that Japan's self-defence forces will train and exercise in northern Australia.
Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Bilyk, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Can the minister advise why it matters to the region and to the world for Australia to deepen cooperation with Japan?
Minister.
Thank you, President. Japan and Australia share a common goal of a region that is stable, that is prosperous and that is respectful of sovereignty, and a world in which differences and disputes are resolved by international law and norms, not simply by power and size. We also have an interest in nuclear non-proliferation. Prime Minister Kishida hails from Hiroshima, and he has made clear his aim for pursuing denuclearisation. We share his ambition. And I particularly in this chamber want to underline a very important part of the statement between the very important part of the statement between Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Albanese, which was the condemnation of Russia's threat to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine. It is serious, it is unacceptable, an unacceptable menace to the peace and security of the international community, and it is important today that I repeat that condemnation here in the Senate chamber. Any use of nuclear weapons will be met with a resolute and unequivocal
Wong. Your
response.
time has expired. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. On 13 October, Medibank released a statement confirming it had been subject to a cyber attack and that it was taking offline some data and policy systems to mitigate the impact on customers. On 19 October, a week after Medibank informed its customers, the Minister for Cybersecurity issued a press release. Why did it take the Minister a week to publicly respond to yet another significant cyber incident?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Patterson, for your question. Look, I don't monitor the Minister for Home Affairs' diary as closely as Senator Patterson seems to, but what I can tell you is that from the moment this breach was reported, the Minister for Home Affairs and the government as a whole has taken action, just like we did in relation to the Optus breach as well. This matter is under investigation by the relevant authorities, including the Australian Signals Directorate and the Australian Federal Police. It's exactly the same approach that we took in relation to the Optus breach, because we do take these issues seriously. Unlike the former government, who spent 10 years doing very little about this, did nothing to address the issue of penalties against corporations who fail to meet consumer expectations around data protection. So now I know that the Minister for Home Affairs and the government as a whole is working closely with Medibank Private to provide all the support possible to help resolve this situation and protect those customers who've been affected. Medibank Private is receiving ongoing technical advice and assistance from the relevant Australian government agencies, including, as I say, the Australian Signals Directorate and the AFP. And the AFP has launched Operation Pallidus to investigate the Medibank Private data breach. Medibank Private advises that it has begun to make direct contact with affected customers, and can I encourage anyone who thinks they may be affected by this recent Medibank Private cyber incident should contact 134246, and for Medibank Private customers the number is 132331.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. When was the Minister first informed of the attack?
Senator Watt.
Well, I don't think Senator Patterson would expect me to know that level of detail about another minister's operations, but I'm happy to take the question on notice. But again, what I do know is that the minister has been highly attentive to these issues, as she was in relation to the Optus data breach as well. And unlike the former government, we are taking serious action about privacy matters and data breaches by large corporations. We're introducing legislation just this week, in only probably, what are we up to, the 6th sitting of Parliament?
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
Madam President, I only asked on relevance. I asked the Minister when the Minister was informed of this attack. He said he didn't know that he would take it on notice. Everything he's added since then is not relevant to the question.
He's entitled to continue, but thank you, Senator Patterson. He has taken it on notice. Minister Watt.
It's interesting that Senator Patterson jumps the minute his own former government's record is called into question, and that's because that record was so bad. Unlike the government that was led by those opposite, our government is working closely with businesses, the community and our international partners to progress initiatives that enhance Australia's response to cyber incidents and support a whole-of-nation uplift in cyber resilience. We take these issues seriously. We're introducing legislation this week to strengthen penalties.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Your time has expired. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the Minister for taking the previous question on notice, and I look forward to the answer to that question. My second supplementary question is, when did the Minister first speak to the CEO of Medibank to discuss this attack?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister.
Happy to take that question on notice as well.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Minister Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice. Thank you.
Senator Watt.
Do you have something to say? Okay. Thanks, Madam President. I'm not sure if I need to seek leave, but I just wanted to table a response to questions that I took on notice on the 28th of September. They were questions asked by Senator Roberts. I have written to him and provided the answer to those questions in relation to the Optus data breach, but I thought I should table the answer to those questions as well.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of the answers given to questions from Liberal and National Senators. Israel has been a close and dear friend of Australia for decades. The Australian-Israel bilateral relationship has been one of the more important pillars in Australia's international relations since the end of the Second World War. It should be remembered that Australia was one of 37 countries that voted in favour of admitting Israel into the United Nations. Even before 1949, Australia's connection to the Jewish homeland dated back to the Great War, which saw Australia's involvement in pushing back the Ottoman Empire as part of the Sinai-Palestine campaign. So therefore, it is very disappointing, indeed concerning, that the Albanese Labor government has made the decision to reverse the previous government's decision to no longer continue to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. The decision was rushed, not considered properly, and was reckless. Even after reassurances to stakeholders from senior Labor government ministers that there will be no difference in the party's policies, they have still taken this decision and misled the Australian people and indeed the Jewish community. Mr Dreyfus claimed on the 6th of March 2022, that ahead of the May election, that across domestic politics, Australia spoke with one voice. Mr Burns, the member for Macnamara, on the 18th of March 2022, also ahead of the May election, said that irrespective of who forms government, the Jewish community should feel proud that their interests would be safeguarded. And despite these pre-election assurances, on the 17th of October, media reported the Department of Foreign Affairs website had removed references to the recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital and the commitment to move the embassy from Tel Aviv. Then, later that day, a spokesperson from Foreign Minister Senator Wong told media that the former government had made the decision to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Now, stakeholders, including in the Australian Jewish community and Israel's ambassador to Australia, were also assured that same day by the minister's office that there was no change. But less than 24 hours later, on the 18th of October, the Foreign Minister announced at a press conference that Australia would reverse the recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Labor's announcement occurred on the Jewish holiday, the day of Shimchat Torah, and just 2 weeks before a heavily contested Israeli election. The Australian government failed to consult with the Australian Jewish community. Indeed, the Israeli ambassador to Australia and Israel's government found out about the announcement from media. Israel's Prime Minister Lapid said, "In light of the way in which this decision was made, we can only hope that the Australian government manages other matters more seriously and professionally." And the member for Macnamara apologised to the Jewish community for the timing and handling of this appalling announcement. Will the Prime Minister do the same? The Middle East is and remains one of the most strategically important places on the planet. The Coalition remains committed to our long-standing position that Australia remains a strong supporter of the two-state solution, in which Israel and a future Palestine state coexist in peace and security within internationally recognised borders. So I urge the Albanese government to apologise to the Israeli Prime Minister Lapid and undo this unwise decision. Lasting peace between Israel and its neighbours is in the interests of every peace-loving member of the international community. After all, we are all God's children. The fact that Jerusalem is the capital is not just an opinion, it's a fact.
Senator Pratt.
Well, the opposition has risen to take note of all of the questions they asked of all our ministers today, and it's little wonder, given how they've struggled to find any political or tangible ground on which to mount a political case on any issue today. Whether it's the recognition of West Jerusalem, whether it's the Rockhampton Ring Road, whether it's Medibank and cybersecurity, or whether it is power prices. So I'm going to start today with power prices because it is quite probably the issue of most significant importance to most Australians. The government has been working to grapple with rising energy costs, unlike those opposite, from whom we saw some 22 energy policies in half a dozen years and as many ministers. Those opposite might like to push aside the fact that they didn't deal with any of these underlying issues when it came to household energy costs and simply say, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, the simple fact is we have outlined a very clear platform and a very clear set of energy policies which will create certainty for energy producers, which will create certainty for energy producers who are producing renewable energy, will create certainty for industry and, most importantly, stabilise the system for households. In stabilising the system for households, we are able to look to starting to manage rising energy costs. Many Australians have actually seen their energy costs go down if they've been fortunate enough to have been able to directly invest in renewable energy, such as rooftop solar, in their own household. It's this kind of individual household vision that we know we need to embrace as a whole nation. It is, of course, not without its complexity, which is why we need a suite of policies, such as Rewiring the Nation and our electric vehicle policies and a whole range of policies with which we will get more detail in tonight's budget, which are playing a key role and will continue to play a key role into the future in managing household energy costs. There is, of course, a massive tension right across Australian households who are struggling with the rising cost of living. In this budget, I know we will be very mindful of this, but it's very apparent when the opposition seeks to ask questions about power prices and the Australian Energy Regulator that they have little regard for their own record and the lack of attention that they have given this incredibly important issue. We are part of a government on this side that will deal responsibly with the mess that we have before us in energy markets. Our response is not to try and hide price increases as those opposite did. What we saw from those opposite on their watch was, in fact, Mr Taylor hiding those costs from the electorate right before the election. He didn't dare show Australians the data about their very real household energy costs rising. So is it little wonder that those opposite would now like to take the legacy of those price increases that happened on their watch, that households still feel the pain of today, and try and cast the blame and legacy for that on our shoulders? Well, we are here for transparency and to address those underlying issues in our energy markets and energy production.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answers given by the Foreign Minister in relation to the appalling decision to insult one of our international partners and allies by refusing to recognise its capital. It speaks volumes that the decision of the Labor government to refuse to recognise the capital of Israel, that their announcement was warmly welcomed by not one but two proscribed terrorist organisations. Palestinian Islamic Jihad called it a courageous step and a victory. Hamas welcomed Labor's announcement, calling it a step in the right direction. To make things worse, the Israeli government was given no advance warning whatsoever that the Labor government would refuse to recognise their capital. The decision was effectively announced via the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's website. Then the government spent a day denying that anything had actually changed. Now, Senator Wong, in her answer today, says that she had made clear that Labor would take this action. But the fact is, less than 24 hours before making this decision, her office was telling the Israeli ambassador and Jewish stakeholders that no such decision had been made. Yet the very next day, on an important Jewish holiday, the government revealed that it had indeed decided to refuse to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. The handling of this announcement was nothing short of atrocious. But it is the substance of the decision which is wrong, unhelpful and insulting. And that is why it has been welcomed by two terrorist groups and met with shock by a friend and an ally. The capital of Israel, according to Israel, is Jerusalem. The idea that Australia should reject Israel's acknowledgement of its own capital is wrong. It does not assist or help the peace process. And it diminishes Australia for our government to refuse to recognise the capital of a friend and ally. The Coalition opposes the decision made by the government and supports Australia's continued recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Australia is, of course, a strong supporter of a peaceful two-state solution. As has been pointed out by many in recent days, there is no prospect whatsoever that a two-state solution would require the State of Israel to abandon West Jerusalem. The Labor government is wrong to suggest that Australia should deny recognition of Israel's capital until there is a two-state solution, because doing so does not in any way advance that peaceful solution. To the contrary, it can only serve to embolden terror organisations like Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. There are a long list of serious questions to be asked and answered about the making and the announcement of this decision. Aside from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, whose interest was served by the making of this decision? Who altered the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's website to remove recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital? And on what basis did they do so, given media reports that a cabinet decision on this matter was made after the website had already been altered? This is a Labor government that is yet to find time to apply sanctions in relation to human rights abuses in Xinjiang. It is yet to find the time to take any diplomatic action in response to the mass murder of women and children in Iran. It has not announced any action to have the Iranian regime removed from the UN Commission on the Status of Women, but it does have time to sit around the cabinet table and decide to refuse to recognise the capital city of an ally and our partner. Like I said at the start of my remarks, Mr Deputy President, it is an incredibly disappointing decision by the Labor government. The process was wrong, the decision was wrong, and I know myself and many of my colleagues look forward to holding the government to account for this atrocious decision.
Senator Billick.
Thank you. I too rise to speak on taking note today, and I'm also going to speak, as did my colleague, in regard to the question that Senator Duniam asked Senator Wong in regard to electricity prices. And we know that there's been a decade of denial and chaos in energy policy. We know that there's been 22 energy policies with the previous government in the 9 years of the previous government. And we know that none of those were really acted on. And I was a bit surprised that this question actually came from Senator Duniam, because Senator Duniam, as a Tasmanian senator, must be aware of the great announcement that Mr Bowen made last week in regard to Marinus Link, which involves a cooperation between the Tasmanian Liberal government and the Tasmanian Liberal Premier and the federal government. So, which is really, it's going to be great for Tasmania, and that's a really important issue. I'll come back to this in a minute. But just to get back to the 9 years of the previous government, we've taken the stand that we will deal responsibly with the mess that was left to us in the energy market, the mess we inherited from the other side. So we won't be doing things like the previous minister did, the former energy minister did, who I think is now the current Shadow Treasurer. He not only knew that electricity prices were skyrocketing, he also ordered that that information be hidden from the Australian people before the election. And I think that speaks volumes about not being honest, about the other side having not been honest with the Australian people. So I just want to clarify that the member for Hume actually amended the industry code, the electricity for electricity retailers, on the 6th of April, which was 4 days before the election was called. And so to delay the release of the information of the increases in the default market offered for New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia till after the election, he hid that. It's well known, it's really well known everywhere, that the previous government left Australia overexposed and underdone. Overexposed to international fossil fuel markets, underdone on the cheapest form of new energy, firmed renewables. And our plan, as I said, is to take a steady approach. We've already started working on that. Only last week, Minister Bowen, in regard to us trying to get more renewables into the system, made some announcements, and I'll just talk about a couple of those. Marinus Link. So more than $2.5 billion will go into Marinus Link. There'll be access to a concessional loan from Rewiring the Nation through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation for approximately 80% of the project cost of Marinus Link, with the additional 20% to be an equity investment shared equally, as I said, between the Commonwealth and Tasmanian, and because Victoria is linked in, the Victorian parliaments. And that will get this critical project off the ground. And this project will build 2 undersea transmission cables connecting Tasmania and Victoria. It will mean an estimated 1,400 jobs in my home state of Tasmania, 1,400 jobs in Victoria, and up to $4.5 billion in positive net market benefits. Marinus Link is expected to cut at least 140 million tonnes of CO2 to 2050, the equivalent of taking approximately 1 million cars off the road. And yet we get that side because there is a lot of sore losers on that side. We certainly see that in question time, every question time. The interjections, the sniping from the— not all of them, I'll admit, but certainly from where I sit here in the second row, I can hear a lot of them, particularly in the front row and over in that sort of area, sniping. I still don't think they've come to accept that they are now the opposition. A number of them, I think they just like to snipe away at anything, and this was another way of doing it.
Thank you, Senator Billig. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Mr Acting President. I rise to take note of answers.
Are you taking the motion's already been moved to take note of all the responses of the government, so you don't need to move anything if you're— wishing to make a contribution.
Just wishing to make a contribution
Yes,
with
thank you.
regard to answers from the Minister representing the Prime Minister
Yep.
with regard to the Rockhampton Ring Road.
Yeah, please proceed.
Mr President, we are beginning to see a pattern emerge here of this government's continual backflipping on commitments that are vital to projects in the regions. For Senator Wong to attempt to belittle the former coalition government's $1 billion+ commitment to the Rockhampton Ring Road as a non-budgeted, undefined commitment when it had already gone to tender is a huge insult. And it's an insult to the businesses of Rockhampton and to the families. Labor's delaying of federal funding for the Rockhampton Ring Road is very distressing for the community and driving uncertainty for businesses. The community is crying out for this critical infrastructure project. Businesses in the area now have to hope to win work in the short to medium term for the Ring Road. And Labor members across all levels of government, including local government and state government, must demand that Anthony Albanese deliver this much-needed funding for the Rockhampton region, because the project would have delivered 14.7 kilometres of ring road with a total of 17.4 of new roadway, incorporating 18 bridges totalling 6 kilometres in length. The new ring road would have reduced congestion and improved safety to Rockhampton by providing an alternative route, especially for heavy vehicles. But this insult to local businesses and to their families demonstrate that this government has no qualms with abandoning the regions when the regions need them the most. And it is deeply concerning for me, as a representative of the Northern Territory. It is deeply concerning because of the commitments that certainly have been made to the Northern Territory. But it is regional Australia that supports the entire nation in energy production, in agriculture and food, yet this government continues to break promises and instead is making life harder for those in the regions. So I'm now concerned, what else is this government prepared to slash for the regions in this up-and-coming budget? The Outback Way, linking industries and tourism from Queensland through the Northern Territory over to Western Australia, is a vital piece of infrastructure going forward to 3 regions. The transport logistics hubs that support our resources sector in the Northern Territory, not only our resources sector for the Northern Territory, but for the entire nation. The transport logistics hubs, do they now hang in the balance? They would support jobs for Alice Springs, Tennant Creek, Katherine, and certainly the communities in between, where, of course, some of our most marginalised Australians live, where some of our most marginalised Australians require opportunities to benefit their lives as well as those in the regions who are, of course, like all other Australians, facing increased prices to their electricity bills. And we've heard another promise again. We heard it over and over again in the lead-up to the election, $275 being slashed from everyday Australians' electricity bills. Another promise down the gurgler. So I'm deeply concerned going forward for the regions, for the Northern Territory, some of the places that are out of sight and out of mind to the rest of Australia. But make no mistake, this budget will be propping up the cities, propping up those who already have availability of services and opportunities, and will be propping them up at the expense of those in the regions. This is not a happy time going forward for regional Australia And I'm sure that that'll be evidenced later on tonight when we bear witness to how the regions are going to miss out.
I'll put the question up to the motion moved by Senator O'Sullivan. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Cox.
I rise to take note of answers provided by Minister Wong in relation to CSIRO fact sheet. This fact sheet is just another example of the fossil fuel industries trying to buy their social licence and coercing communities in order to prop up what is a dying industry. We know that the fossil fuel industries are well and truly infiltrated the major parties, and that's no secret. What is the most disappointing is seeing this extend to our national peak scientific body. And Minister Wong referred to them as an essential piece of infrastructure, a pillar, in fact. So if that is so, then maybe it's time this government committed to giving adequate funding to CSIRO and restoring what has been cut under the previous government, and would actually take us to a space where CSIRO would not have to take a page out of the major parties' playbook and accept money from fossil fuel companies. Currently, Australia have the lowest investment in research and development in comparison to other OECD countries, and I hope to see in tonight's budget that that investment increases and that the new government take this seriously. And the Greens actually have a policy to increase that to 4% of the GDP under our science portfolio. The fact of the matter is that this fact sheet was created to fulfil a recommendation about a fracking inquiry, and the intention was to ensure that First Nations communities were made aware of the risk associated with fracking, to basically show well, the extension of respect, to make sure that the voices of First Nations people and their ability to uphold their sovereignty, their rights and responsibilities of caring for country were able to be done, making sure that they had all the information that was available to them. And First Nations communities deserve better, and we actually need and demand that accurate information that's not funded by companies who want to take and come onto their land and destroy it. We have to talk about free, prior and informed consent, because that shapes what is happening in this country when we talk about manufacturing consent. And this is why the lack of respect that is being shown in relation to the way and the passage that's been provided through CSIRO in providing fact sheets that do provide misleading and, in fact, false information to First Nations communities. And this is why we need to pass Senator Thorpe's private senator's bill in relation to UNDRIPs, and it needs to be a priority. This fact sheet that we speak of says that natural gas development from shale can have some impacts on the environment. So fracking in the Beetaloo Basin alone is allowed to continue. One field could cause up to 117 million tonnes of CO2. And this, in fact, just alone, will blow Labor's target of 43% emissions reduction absolutely out of the water. Not to mention the massive amounts of water that fracking actually does use. The fact sheet states that fracking uses 99 litres of water for every 1 litre of chemicals, and that each well can use about 8 community swimming pools of water. I mean, that's phenomenal alone. But the Senate inquiry submission to the oil and gas exploration and production in the Beetaloo Basin, Rallin Australia Proprietary Limited stated that Sweet Pea actually proposes to drill 10 vertical and 10 horizontal wells into each well pad. And they proposed to frack each of these horizontal wells 40 times. So each fracking requires an average of 28 megalitres of water, which is equivalent to 10 Olympic swimming pools. So Sweet Pea intends to use 28 megalitres times 40 wells, times 40 fracks, times 10 wells, which equals about 11.2 billion litres of fresh water into each well pad. This is almost the quarter of the entire surface water use in the Northern Territory in 1 year. And that's just for one Sweet Pea well pad. There are 27 of these pads planned on this property alone. The issue with water use and fracking cannot be understated, particularly when we are talking about the Northern Territory and the impact in Northern Australia on climate change. This government has a long way to go in terms of taking substantial climate action that is required and committing to no new coal and gas, adequately funding the science industry so our peak National Science Agency doesn't have to take money from the gas companies, which could compromise their independence, and listen to the voices of First Nations people in relation to free, prior and informed consent for activities that are occurring on their country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I'll put the question to the motion moved by Senator Cox. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day?
Oh, Senator White.
President, pursuant to notice given on the 28th of September 2022, on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw Business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 4 for 9 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment Home Affairs Measures number 4 Regulations 2021, and Business of the Senate Notices of Motion number 2 and 3 for 12 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment Prime Minister and Cabinet's Portfolio Measures number 2 Regulations 2022, and the Telecommunications Fibre Ready Facilities in Real Estate Development Projects and Other Matters Instrument 2022.
Thank you, Senator White. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator. Senator Chisholm, sorry.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of private senators' bills this week.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
I move that the following bills be considered this week at the time for private senators' bills. Wednesday, 26 October 2022, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Save the Koala Bill 2021, second reading speeches only before the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee reports, and B, Thursday, 27 October 2022, Social Services Legislation Amendment, Enhancing Pensioner and Veteran Workforce Participation Bill 2022.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister to be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew, sorry.
Yeah, I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to the following senators: Senators Antic and Molan for the 25th to the 27th of October for personal reasons, and Senator Van for the 25th to the 27th of October for parliamentary delegation.
Thank you, Senator Askew. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Hanson for today for personal reasons. She's trapped behind a flood.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I've got Senator Urquhart on her feet. Senator Urquhart.
The motion of leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave be given to Senator Walsh for this week from the date is the 25th of October through until the 28th of October.
So the question is that motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, no postponement notifications have been lodged, but committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 10 of today's order of business.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Yeah, so we'll go to 2. So we'll start with business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2, proposing a reference to the Economics References Committee relating to savings vehicles, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Back for a minute. Senator Chisholm.
It is less than 2 years since the previous government's retirement income review, which canvassed in great detail all the matters in Senator Bragg's motion. Senator Bragg should read that review, his own sort of politics commission, instead of constantly looking for ways to reignite his ideological war on superannuation. The Albanese government has already moved on from this. Senator Bragg's real agenda is the destruction of universal super. He's been upfront about that and made that very clear from his first speech. Our focus is on delivering the strongest possible retirement outcomes for working Australians into the future.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew on behalf of Senator Bragg. Be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Thank you. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators there may be further divisions. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 49, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 49 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
The government has been upfront with Australians that with the budget heaving with $1 trillion of debt, we couldn't afford to extend this expensive temporary measure. The Treasurer wrote to the chair of the ACCC and instructing the Commission to step up its surveillance of fuel markets ahead of and following the reintroduction of the full excise rate from 29 September 2022. As the independent regulator enforcing Australia's competition and consumer laws, the ACCC will continue to investigate concerns arising about misrepresentations regarding petrol prices and false and misleading conduct or anti-competitive conduct in fuel markets and take appropriate action.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 49, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is General Business Notice of Motion number 49, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Okay. We'll now move to general business. Notice of motion number 52, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 52 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 52, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 52, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 43 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We now move to general business. Notice of motion number 51, standing in the name of Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 51 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Senator Dunning. Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Dunning.
Look, thank you, President. While we appreciate Senator Roberts' position on this matter, integrity in our electoral system is imperative to trust in our democracy. We won't be supporting the motion at this time. We'll pursue this matter with the Commissioner through the appropriate committee inquiry and, of course, also at Senate estimates.
Thank you. So the question is, general business notice of motion number 51, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. It's only one voice, Senator Roberts. Okay, so the noes have it. Division required. Are you seeking a division, Senator Roberts? Ring the bells for 1 minute. So the question is, lock the doors. The question is that general business notice of motion number 51, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. order. There being 4 ayes and 53 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now move to general business. Notice of motion number 50, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 50 relating to an order for the production of documents before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Askew.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is the amended motion taken as formal? Thank you, Senator Askew.
I move the motion as amended.
So the question is general business notice of motion number 50 as amended. Moved by Senator Mackenzie, in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Chisholm.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to the reference of time-critical bills to committees be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this bill being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher and moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Minister.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 2 relating to the hours of meeting and routine of business this week be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher and moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I believe that concludes business. Senator Birmingham has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is the proposal supported? I'll just give people a few minutes to get back to their seats. Thank you. It has support. I understand that informal arrangements have been made to allocate specific times for speakers. With the concurrence of the Senate, I shall ask the clerks to set the clock accordingly. I haven't got a sheet. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. President, at question time today, Senator Wong described the Prime Minister as, and I quote, "a man of courage and a man of integrity." Well, courage entails
Senator Birmingham, sorry, could you move the motion first, please?
Oh, I moved the motion.
Thank you.
As printed. Thank you. Courage, President, entails telling people when you're going to do things that they might disagree with, that might be unpopular with them, that might have consequences for you in terms of people actually choosing in an electoral contest to vote against you. That would be courage. Integrity, of course, would be being honest, upfront, direct with them. Well, Madam Acting Deputy President, in the context of the government's decision to reverse the recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, Mr Albanese and the Labor Party showed neither courage nor integrity. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Labor's completely unnecessary decision that Australia will cease to recognise West Jerusalem as the Israeli capital has been a shambolic process. It's been contemptuous of so many stakeholders and was executed with shocking timing. Firstly, though, the Labor Party and Mr Albanese were deceptive and misleading in this decision-making. Senior Labor members of parliament went to the last election assuring concerned stakeholders, including members of the Australian Jewish community, that on the question of Israel, it didn't matter which way they voted at the last election. The now Attorney-General, Mr Dreyfus, wrote in Australian Jewish News on 6 March this year to attack Scott Morrison for the suggestion there was any difference in policies between the two sides. They just said it didn't matter. Mr Dreyfus claimed
that across domestic politics, Australia, and I quote, spoke with one voice. He was echoed by Josh Burns, who did likewise, saying that Australia's Jewish community should feel proud that its interests would be safeguarded, irrespective of who forms government. Well, Mr Dreyfus, Mr Burns, other Labor members and senators who provided those reassurances to Australia's Jewish community should feel shame, not pride, for misleading the community ahead of the last election. Because contrary to their reassurances, the Albanese government has taken not one, but indeed multiple steps so far of difference, of change of policy. They did so, in fact, within weeks of their election, when they refused to join 22 other nations, including Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, the UK, the United States, in voting in favour of a key motion put to the UN Human Rights Council. It was a motion simply expressing deep concern at the disproportionate scrutiny placed on Israel from an open-ended commission of inquiry into alleged human rights abuses. This, I note, is the same council that recently declined to even debate a one-off report on serious abuses in the Xinjiang region of China. So, Madam Deputy President, the government made the decision to step away from working with like-mindeds and for standing for the principle around fairness and equity in scrutiny. They then have made this decision to overturn the recognition of West Jerusalem, but they've done so in the most cack-handed and shambolic of ways possible, having misled voters, misled the community, said it wasn't going to happen. Then, when it leaked out onto a departmental website, the minister's office rushed to reassure the community, the media and the Israeli government that it wasn't happening, that it hadn't happened. And then within hours she came out and announced that it was happening, and they were doing it, and they were reversing the decision. Happened to do so on a Jewish holy day. Really? Who on earth was providing the advice? Where was the due diligence? How chaotic was the process behind the scenes to be so inconsiderate? So inconsiderate that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister themselves have had to acknowledge the failure of the timing there. It was also 2 weeks before the Israeli election. Even if the government hadn't checked the Jewish calendar for holy days, surely they were aware an Israeli election is coming and that this would feed into domestic politics there. Did they speak with the Israeli government? No. Not to consult, not in advance of providing this announcement and decision. The Israeli Prime Minister condemned the government, and Mr Albanese should be picking the phone up to apologise. This is a mess of the government's making. It's been misleading of the community, and an apology is clearly owed to those who have been affected by this decision.
Senator, your time's expired. Senator Ayres.
Well, this motion from Senator Birmingham seeks to, and I quote, reaffirm the importance of consultation and careful consideration when dealing with complex and sensitive foreign affairs matters. I mean, it's like Attila the Hun complaining about human rights abuses. My question is, where was Senator Birmingham's motion when the Morrison government announced an inquiry into the origins of COVID-19 in a Sunday morning television interview without having done the diplomatic legwork to lock in support? Where was Senator Birmingham's motion when Mr Dutton, with Mr Abbott and Mr Morrison, stood around on live television joking about waters lapping around the feet of Pacific Islanders? Where was Senator Birmingham's motion last year when the former Prime Minister blindsided our friends the French with his AUKUS announcement? And indeed, where was Senator Birmingham's motion in 2018 when the Morrison government broke with the vast majority of the international community to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel? The decision by the Morrison government to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel broke with a position that had been held by every Australian government since 1948. If ever there was a moment for careful consideration, it was then. There's been nothing hasty or careless, nothing surprising about Senator Wong's announcement last week. When the Morrison government announced its position in 2018, Senator Wong made our position very clear. The position hasn't changed. The Australian government remains committed to a two-state solution in which Israel and a future Palestinian state can coexist in peace and security within internationally recognised borders. This is a position that hasn't changed since the Gorton government established that position following the Six-Day War in 1967, maintained by Prime Ministers Fraser, Hawke, Howard, Gillard and Turnbull. There's only been one Prime Minister who's departed from that bipartisan and correct foreign policy approach, and that's Mr Morrison. And why did he do it? For base political reasons. It was a cynical political ploy, a desperate and failed attempt. But it's one thing to go through a sort of sordid announcement about a position that is only designed for domestic political purposes. It's one thing to do that, I suppose, and win. It's an entirely separate thing to do it and have it blow up in your face and lose, which is what Mr Morrison did. Abject failure. Even cynics would be embarrassed by Mr Morrison's cynicism on this question. This is a challenging foreign policy question. It should be dealt with by adults. There are competing interests and rights, issues of social justice, series of historical wrongs, violence, the prospects of peace and justice don't seem to be getting stronger, they seem to be getting more remote every year. It requires consistency, responsibility, carefully evaluating the merits and acting carefully in the national interest and the interests of peace with our allies and partners in a way that is consistent and consistent with our national interest. What's the LNP approach been? Mr Morrison's approach? Try and position for domestic political advantage. Seek political advantage rather than do the right thing. It's been a political tactic to play with the hopes and aspirations of the State of Israel, of the Palestinians and their various supporters and people who are interested in the issue in Australia. Well, the adults are in charge again now. The position, the traditional bipartisan position, has been reasserted. Now, Senator Wong has expressed her regret. She said the timing of the announcement on Simchat Torah was deeply regrettable. That'll be another feature of this government. When something goes wrong, we will take responsibility, not run away from it, pretend it was our plan all the way along. We'll just take responsibility. That's what Senator Wong's done. That's what we will continue to do. The adults are back in charge, and we will not use this issue for base political advantage.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Labor's decision to no longer recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel is a welcome move. After all, the Morrison government's original announcement was nothing more than a craven attempt to employ an action straight out of the Donald Trump playbook. The Australian Greens' foreign policy is grounded in lived experience and in the needs of the community. Peace and non-violent approaches to the resolution of conflict will always drive our response. We in the Greens recognise the ongoing injustices that have been done and are being done to Palestinian people and express our deep solidarity. We acknowledge and note that the Amnesty International organisation, alongside Human Rights Watch, amongst other groups, have concluded that the Israeli government is committing the act and is guilty of the crime of apartheid. Following the decision to not recognise West Jerusalem as the capital, we are calling on the federal government to do the following: to recognise the self-determination and statehood of Palestinians and push to ensure an end to the Israeli occupation, halt military cooperation and military trade with the State of Israel and work towards rectifying the injustices in a way that will allow both Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace. We must work to find a way to support the people of Israel and the people of Palestine to be able to live their lives in peace.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I also rise to speak on this matter of public importance. It's important to note that whilst two sides here can trade barbs over the domestic politics of it, that there are substantial issues that go to our foreign affairs, and having worked in the foreign affairs and defence and trade area of this parliament for most of my time here, I'm acutely aware of how our statements and actions can influence the attitudes and the trust of parties that we seek to treat as friends and allies, and can also give succour and encouragement to those who we disagree with fundamentally in terms of their worldview. Those opposite have made comments that this is an exercise in crass domestic politics, but I would just like to quote some of the comments, for example, from Israel's Prime Minister, Prime Minister Lapid, who said, and I quote, "In the light of the way in which this decision was made, as a hasty response to an incorrect report in the media, we can only hope that the Australian government manages other matters more seriously and more professionally." End quote. It has been some time since Australia's ambassador in Israel has been summoned for a dressing down in that country. And Israel's Foreign Ministry registered, and I quote, "its deep disappointment in the face of the Australian government's decision resulting from a short-sighted political consideration." End quote. And I'll just finish on this point by noting that both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister have conceded that the announcement was mishandled. So I'd like to go more to the substance of the issue, because I think it's really important that we see what is happening in the world, particularly in the Middle East, and we seize the opportunities that are before us. If we go right back to the creation of Israel, and at the end of the war that was launched upon the fledgling state, there was an armistice agreed between Jordan and Israel, which recognised that the city of Jerusalem was in two parts, the west, controlled by Israel, and the east by Jordan. When again the Arab states attacked Israel in 1967, at the end of that war, Israel had taken over East Jerusalem as well as the West Bank and the Golan Heights, and so there was a period, and that has continued in terms of international disquiet over the status of those lands. But West Jerusalem itself was never in contention, even back then, and even for the people who now say that we should be going back to the pre-1967 boundaries, West Jerusalem is very much the territory that Israel has always controlled and will continue to control. Nations have for some time repeated the lines which we hear frequently and have heard today, that until there is a final settlement, peace cannot exist. But the reality on the ground in the Middle East is different, and it's changing. We see between Morocco, the UAE and Bahrain an ongoing acceptance and relationship with Israel from Morocco, and a new recognition of sovereignty and of the establishment of diplomatic norms between an increasing number of Arab nations, either overtly, such as in the Abraham Accords, or through implied or tacit cooperation from states that are now allowing overflight to the Israeli airline El Al, which were never allowed in the past. And so what we see is that despite comments made by many, some nations, some people, Senator Wong in fact made the comment that lasting peace is not possible until there is a final settlement, what we're seeing is that nations in the Middle East are increasingly saying we want to look forward to how we can collaborate with Israel for the opportunities for all our people, and lasting agreements and recognition of Israel's sovereignty and right to exist are being established. Cooperative relationships in the area of security and commerce and sport and other things are being established. And to provide comfort to the recalcitrance within the Palestinian movement that said, both in 2000 and 2008, when under the Clinton and when President Olmert and Abbas met, and the Palestinians just rejected out of hand the offers of peace and haven't in a meaningful way returned to negotiations. Anything that supports that view of non-engagement with Israel will only actually seek to extend the conflict.
Senator, your time's expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I rise today on the MPI put forward by the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. I first want to acknowledge those frustrated and those hurt by the suddenness of the change in a statement on the website. I particularly want to say, as Chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Israel, that I know how deeply the attachment to Jerusalem is felt by Jewish people who, in the immortal words of Chaim Weizmann, lived in Jerusalem while London was still a marsh. As Senator Wong has said, it's more than a political issue. It's definitional. It's about history, faith, identity. It was the site of the two temples, the seat of King David and Solomon, and the scene of the highest triumphs and some of the darkest moments of Jewish history for the last 3 millennia. Thus, it was a shame, a lasting shame, that those opposite, when in government last, chose to politicise the issue in the first place, and guided only by the impending Wentworth by-election, broke the decades of consensus regarding Australian recognition of West Jerusalem. Those opposite were only too happy to vote against recognising Jerusalem as the capital of Israel in this very chamber only 4 months prior to making that change. On the motion of Senator Fraser Anning, his proposal in the Senate on June of 2018 received this response from Senator McGrath. This is what the government thought 4 months before they went out and unilaterally changed the position. Senator James McGrath said, "The government considers Jerusalem to be a final status issue for negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians. Australia will continue to maintain its embassy in Tel Aviv. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister have restated foreign policy on several recent occasions." And I continue to quote Senator McGrath, speaking for the then government, led at that time by Mr Morrison. He went on to say the government has no plans to relocate the embassy to Jerusalem. Australia considers that in the view of the highly sensitive status of Jerusalem and its consideration as a final status issue is not conducive to the peace progress to move the embassy there. And he was in good company. We have comments on the record about efforts to build long-term peace that go back as far as Sir Paul Hasluck in 1967, Prime Minister Keating, Prime Minister Howard. The status of Jerusalem is something that will be resolved by the parties in discussion. Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard, Liberal Foreign Minister Julie Bishop. Matters relating to Jerusalem are subject to final status negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. For decades, that was the consensus. Sensitive foreign policy matters like the recognition of Jerusalem should never be politicised in a cynical manner to win a by-election. And I note as well that the decision to move the embassy was scrapped shortly after the Liberal candidate lost the by-election. The decision was only ever about politics for many of those opposite, and I won't include everyone because there are conviction politicians on that side of the chamber. But I note Senator Birmingham continues to refuse to announce his party's current position, whether he would seek to reverse the decision. I want to acknowledge the deep frustration and the consternation from the Jewish community, particularly the timing on one of the Jewish community's holiest days, Simchat Torah, when many observant members of the community were in fact unable to receive news or check their phones, and that this decision must have come as a tremendous shock to them when they did turn on their phones. There's no running from the reality that we face. Minister Wong has reiterated on many occasions, and again in question time today, that the website was updated ahead of the processes of government. But unlike those before us, our government took responsibility for the decision and acknowledged that these events are in fact deeply regrettable. Last Monday's announcement has returned Australia to the international mainstream on the Israel-Palestine conflict. And I look forward to that day when that conflict is resolved and that both parties, both peoples, are able to reach a just and fair resolution as soon as possible.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation considers it the responsibility of the Israeli government to decide the location of Israel's capital city, not the Australian government. Israel selected Jerusalem. One Nation approved the former government's recognition of this fact and the decision to relocate Australia's embassy there. The Albanese government decision is like Germany declaring Brisbane or Perth the capital of Australia instead of Canberra. It's confusing and clumsy. We're critical of the government's decision to switch Australia's embassy in Israel back to Tel Aviv. Is this an entirely political decision to pacify Labor's radical left and gain Muslim votes in the coming Victorian election? Prescribed terrorist organisations like Hamas have already praised the government for this decision to change recognition of the Israeli capital. That the Israeli government was not even informed ahead of time is further indictment of the Albanese government's decision. One Nation considers the decision to be the Prime Minister's clumsy mistake and calls on him to reverse it and again recognise Jerusalem as Israel's capital.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government's decision to no longer recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel is a welcome move, but it is only a start. It is a simple reversal of an atrocious Liberal decision to align our country with the far-right Trump administration's position. This was indefensible in 2018 and it remains indefensible. So we are back to the status quo. We need now to move forward with an approach that recognises the brutality and horror of the occupation and makes Australia an effective and impassioned supporter of Palestinian rights. Australia must act to ensure an end to the Israeli occupation and violence. Australia must uphold international law and Palestinian human rights. Australia must acknowledge and call out what has been investigated and now reported by Amnesty International, amongst others, that Israel imposes a system that amounts to apartheid. Outrage over the importance of consultation and careful consideration with respect to this is quite misleading. The Labour Party clearly opposed the recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital publicly when it was announced in 2018. So now they are in government. This change in Australia's position should not have been a huge revelation to anyone. Backlash to the decision really has the purpose of sending a signal to the government that any change when it comes to Australia pursuing a policy that is more accommodating to Palestinian rights will not be tolerated. The new Labour government should push back and pursue foreign policy based on the principles of human rights and justice, not at the whim of those who have come to expect nothing but appeasement and pandering to the brutal and oppressive Israeli regime.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. There is no question that these are very sensitive issues, and they are the sort of issues where Australia's multicultural tenor makes it a very complicated matter, because we have very large parts of our community that feel strongly about these matters, people who are Australians, and people who have an interest in our domestic affairs, but they see this issue as almost an extension of a domestic issue. And I think it is important to place on record that it is a complex and sophisticated issue that requires real care and diligence if any government wants to wade into this matter in any form. Now, the first fact to put on the table is that Israel has been a great friend of Australia since its inception, and Australia has stood with the State of Israel since its inception after the Second World War. Now, certainly this is not how we would treat a friend. The shambolic approach taken here really has, I think, let our friend down greatly. And the second fact here is that it isn't our role to choose a capital of another nation. I can't think of any other example where Australia would seek to impose our selection of a capital city on another country or another jurisdiction. And so I think it's important that we stay in our lane on this issue. Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. It may also be the future capital of a Palestinian state. But the reality is, the historical reality is, and the contemporary reality is that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. And for anyone who has visited the State of Israel, that would be an obvious fact to them. Now, clearly before the election, the Labor Party was quite clear in, quote unquote, wanting to speak with one voice on these matters, as said to the Australian Jewish News. Now, it's been alleged that at various fundraising dinners, the now Prime Minister went around and gave assurances that that would be the case, that there would be no change on these matters. Certainly no change without consultation. Now, certainly we can be, we're all very aware that there was no consultation here because this was a complete shambles. There was some sort of a change on the website by a DFAT official, which was authorised, unauthorised, we don't know. Maybe we'll find out in coming weeks and months. And that led to some media reporting which was denied, and then assurances were given to various community members and groups. And then, of course, there was apparently a meeting of the Cabinet where it was formalised that we would be reversing our position of allowing another state who is a friend of ours to select their own capital city. That is their capital city. And we're now saying, no, we don't believe that your selection of your capital city is valid. That is the position that we are now in. Now, Mr Burns, Josh Burns, who's the member for Macnamara, has said that it's insensitive, and I note that the comments made by the Foreign Minister are a concession that the process was a shambles. But it is very disappointing that the government has decided to treat a great friend of Australia in this way. It is unusual to hear a Prime Minister of another country, let alone a friendly nation, speak of such great disappointment in the actions Australia has taken. So this has been a very sorry chapter in our foreign relations. I note at the start of these remarks that it is a complicated matter, it is a delicate matter, but we have to be realistic that this is the capital of Israel. They have selected that city, and we should respect that choice as we maintain our commitment to a future Palestinian state. I don't think that being realistic about our foreign relations in any way diminishes the future opportunity of there being a Palestinian state. But I conclude by agreeing with Senator Birmingham's statement that the Albanese government now needs to make amends for this completely embarrassing shambles and needs to fix the fence with Israel. They will always be a great friend of Australia.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Birmingham be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Birmingham be agreed. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan teller for the ayes and Senator Pratt teller for the noes. Senators, report on progress. We are going to go to the manual method because of some difficulties with the technical system. So your forbearance. Thank you. Senators, there being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Thank you very much. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is also shown at item 12 on today's order of business. I'll ask senators to remain in their seats or to move out of the chamber quickly so I can identify a group of senators. Is the proposal supported? Excellent. Thank you very much. I understand that informal arrangements have been made to allocate specific times to each of the speakers for this debate. With the concurrence of the Senate, I should ask the clerks to set the clock accordingly. I call Senator Steele-John to move the motion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion, and I do so wanting to begin with a simple statement that makes me extraordinarily proud. The Australian Greens, from the moment of our inception as a political party, from the moment communities came together to combine our efforts in a common purpose called the Australian Greens, have wholeheartedly and without reservation supported the goal of ridding the world of nuclear weapons and prohibiting forever their use. As a Western Australian senator, I'm particularly proud in speaking today to say that I come from a political party, the Greens WA, which has to our name the honour of being that party under which Josephine Valentine served in the Senate, the very first senator to be elected anywhere in the world on an explicit platform of nuclear disarmament. And for those 30+ years, the Greens have worked with the anti-nuclear campaign movement, with the anti-proliferation movement in Australia and across the world to advance the cause of forever eliminating the potential of a nuclear exchange, ending all life on this planet. Now, the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is the best international tool we currently have for achieving that urgently needed goal. And it is thanks to the tireless work of campaigners since its creation that many MPs in this Parliament and many MPs across the world have proudly put their name to supporting that treaty's ratification and their nations signing up to that treaty. And I am extraordinarily proud to say that every single one of my 16 Greens colleagues are open about their support and championing of the treaty. Now, this campaign work was so effective that the Prime Minister, then opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, championed the ALP's election platform, including an explicit commitment to Australia signing and ratifying the treaty. And he said in 2018, I quote, that nuclear weapons are the most destructive, inhumane, indiscriminate weapons ever created. Today we have an opportunity to take a step towards their elimination. Labour in government will sign and ratify the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. That position has been re-endorsed at each and every subsequent Labour conference. Now, on the 28th of October, as part of the World Disarmament Week, the Australian government will have the opportunity to instruct our representatives at the United Nations to vote yes in a General Assembly vote on the question of support for the treaty. And this motion before the chamber urges the government to take that position, consistent with its party policy, consistent with the views of its leader, and consistent with the views of the Foreign Minister, who has expressed in New York recently, and I quote, in speaking of the situation in Ukraine, the Foreign Minister said, Mr Putin's weak and desperate nuclear threats underline the danger of nuclear weapons that they pose to us all and the urgent need to progress nuclear disarmament. Well, the opportunity is about to come before this government for them to vote yes at the General Assembly on the 28th of October. Since coming into office, they have taken only one step towards the ratification of the treaty, the sending of an observer to the first meeting of the parties in Vienna. Now, that was a useful step, but more action is needed in light of the urgency of the issue. Australia must vote yes at the United Nations, and this government must, in line with its policy and platform, sign and ratify the treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Chicane.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I think we can all appreciate the ambition for a world that is free of nuclear weapons. All of us in this place have been unanimous in our condemnation of Russia's brutal, illegal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And it is incredibly concerning that Russia has threatened to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine. Indeed, the escalation of Russia's invasion is what has in many ways restarted the conversation about nuclear weapons and efforts to disarm. And recently, Russia deliberately obstructed progress at the 10th Review Conference of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Assistant Minister for Trade, Senator Tim Ayres, led Australia's delegation to the conference in New York and affirmed Australia's strong commitment to the treaty. After 4 weeks of negotiations, all parties were ready to agree to a meaningful and balanced outcome across the treaty's 3 pillars, which are disarmament, the non-proliferation and peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Russia's obstruction made an already difficult job unachievable and hindered progress towards a safer world, free of nuclear weapons. But of course, concern about the proliferation of nuclear weapons is not isolated just to Russia. Just a few days ago, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and his Japanese counterpart condemned North Korea's ongoing development of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons in the hands of states who show no regard for international rules-based order is of particular concern to Australia and our allies. And this brings me to why the government cannot support the motion that is before the Senate today, but shares the ambition of the treaty on the prohibition of weapons. But we must acknowledge the practical barriers that do stand in the way. In order to sign the treaty, we must ensure an effective verification and enforcement architecture. Without this, any treaty isn't worth the paper that it is written on. But perhaps most importantly, for any nuclear prohibition treaty to be successful and practical, it must achieve universal support. Surely everyone in this place can acknowledge that if Australia's allies prohibited their own nuclear weapons while other states refused, this would be disastrous for our own national security and indeed international peace. To make any practical progress on disarmament, all nuclear weapon states must be involved. Given Russia's deliberate obstruction of efforts towards prohibition and North Korea's disregard for the security of the international community as it developed its own nuclear weapons, it is currently impossible to meet the criteria that would make any treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons practical. Of course, this highlights the difficulty at the heart of this debate. Nuclear weapons pose a threat to all of us. The world would be a safer place if they were all disarmed. But this threat is precisely why any treaty that does not include all nuclear weapon states cannot be supported. This will greatly empower those states who maintain their nuclear capabilities and present a grave threat to the international order. I, of course, understand the motivation for this motion, and I admire its ambition and hope it is one day realised. But the practicalities of achieving a nuclear weapon-free world mean that we cannot support this motion.
Senator Payne.
Mr Acting Deputy President, and I would also note for the chamber that this motion proposes a significant change to Australia's long-standing position in relation to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The Coalition notes that Australia has consistently made clear that the treaty as it stands does not offer a practical path to effective disarmament, nor does it enhance security. Not a single nuclear-possessing state has participated in its negotiation, nor have they signed or ratified the treaty. The treaty will not rid the world of a single nuclear weapon. Australia has always considered the NPT, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, which includes nuclear-possessing states as signatories, as the foundation of global non-proliferation and disarmament efforts. What the government would need to explain if it went down the path of changing Australia's consistent position in relation to this treaty is how it will address its limitations for the TPNW, including lack of effective verification and enforcement processes. The government also needs to explain what any change to Australia's position would mean for our alliance with the United States. as a nuclear-possessing state, for example. The TPNW is notably different from other treaties which Australia has supported. For example, in relation to the NPT, the International Committee of the Red Cross notes that it can be seen as an agreement between non-nuclear armed states which surrender the option to develop nuclear weapons and nuclear-armed states which are obliged to work towards disarming and eliminating nuclear weapons. Secondly, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty bans all nuclear test explosions as a practical step towards nuclear disarmament and an effective non-proliferation measure which limits the technological development of nuclear weapons. Australia was not a participant in the TPNW negotiations. Indeed, in October of 2017, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade gave evidence to the then Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee in supplementary estimates, which said that Australia is committed to a world without nuclear weapons through implementation of the NPT, including Article 6, in a step-by-step and verifiable manner. But we will not sign or ratify the ban or the Prohibition Treaty because we don't regard it as an effective measure to eliminate nuclear weapons. We also take the view that the treaty is fundamentally flawed and risks undermining the NPT. That may reflect the fact that it was negotiated very, very rapidly. It does not involve any of the states that possess nuclear weapons. No such states are likely to join, and it will not eliminate a single nuclear weapon. It does not include viable mechanisms for the elimination or reduction of nuclear weapons or for maintaining a world free of nuclear weapons. I note Senator Cicconi's words in here this afternoon. In January of last year, the opposition, the then Labor opposition, welcomed the ratification of the treaty, but I do note the conditionality of that statement, which said, "We've committed to signing and ratifying the treaty after taking account of the need to ensure an effective verification and enforcement architecture, interaction of the treaty with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and achieving universal support." So, given the government apparently shares the concerns of the opposition regarding the absence of effective verification and enforcement mechanisms, we would call upon the government to justify any change to the long-standing position Australia has taken on this treaty. Given the complete absence of nuclear-possessing states as parties to the treaty, the opposition would call on the government to explain how it would meet that benchmark of universal support before Australia agreed to sign and ratify the agreement. Given those stated concerns of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade that the treaty does risk undermining the very important NPT, we'd also call upon a government to guarantee any decision to sign and ratify the TPNW would not have a negative impact on either Australia's or the global commitment to both the NPT and the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. We have a strong record on nuclear non-proliferation. We've always welcomed further progress towards the universalisation of the NPT. I'd also note what a great pleasure it was to see eminent Australian Dr Robert Floyd elected to lead the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organisation as its Executive Secretary in 2021. To note from the media release of the time, as the first Executive Secretary elected from the Indo-Pacific, this demonstrated Australia's active commitment to nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament and our practical contribution to multilateral cooperation. With its 185 state signatories, the CTBT aims to end nuclear weapons testing worldwide, and I know that Dr Floyd, whom I regard very highly, will play a critical role in supporting the treaty's objectives. There are outstanding questions for any government who would examine the TPNW for ratification, and I've laid those on the table today on behalf of the Coalition.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's an incredibly timely point in history to reflect on the importance of nuclear disarmament as we look to Putin's war on Ukraine and his threats of nuclear action. As recently as last month, Putin confronted the world with the grim prospect of nuclear war. His threat was intended for the West and was as plain as it was ugly. Move out of his way or risk nuclear retaliation. This is the power of weapons of mass destruction. They allow the world to be held at ransom while innocent people are murdered. In the wrong hands or in the right hands, in anyone's hands, they are an unwanted blight upon our planet and our shared life together, serving no other purpose than to inspire fear and destroy life. We have only to look at the tragedies of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to understand the consequences of their use. An estimated 80,000 innocent people murdered in mere seconds with many more to die from radiation in the decades thereafter. This event alone should have led to disarmament. Yet, sadly, there are still almost 13,000 warheads in existence, with some 90% of them concentrated in the hands of just 2 countries. Nuclear disarmament is needed now more than ever, which is why I wrote to Minister Wong a month ago urging her to sign and ratify the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This weekend, Australia has the opportunity to vote in support of the treaty at the UN General Assembly, consistent with commitments made in Labor's national platform. The importance of this treaty cannot be underestimated. It is a comprehensive set of prohibitions on participating in any form of nuclear weaponisation. And it's not every day Australians win Nobel Peace Prizes, but the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, won the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize for their work to draw attention to the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of any use of nuclear weapons and their groundbreaking efforts to achieve a treaty-based prohibition of such weapons. This award was largely unheralded, and it's no surprise given the excuses we're hearing today from the major parties about why this can't be done. Developing, testing, producing, acquiring, possessing, stockpiling, using or even threatening to use nuclear weapons would become prohibited, and it should become prohibited. There is no downside to signing and ratifying this agreement. Doing so is in our nation's interest. It is in everyone's interest.
Senator Green.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be speaking on this motion today. And I want to begin by also joining with other senators in acknowledging the work of ICAN and the advocates who have worked tirelessly for many years and stomped the halls of this Parliament many times, and I've had the chance to meet with them and to talk about this important work and acknowledge the work that they did receive a Nobel Prize, and I know that it is work that the Labor Party sees as incredibly important, and that's why we are participating in this conversation and we are taking steps towards moving to nuclear disarmament. We know that it is the most important struggle that we are dealing with today. There's no question about the consequences of the use of nuclear weapons and the effects that it has on not only peace and stability, but also the devastating impacts that we have seen in Japan. And just this weekend, Prime Minister Albanese and his Japanese counterpart condemned Russia's threat to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine as a serious and unacceptable menace to the peace and security of the international community. And they stressed that any use of nuclear weapons would be met with unequivocal international arboreum and resolute responses. They also condemned North Korea's ongoing development of nuclear weapons, reiterating their commitment to achieving the complete, verifiable and irreversible dismantlement of all nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles of all ranges of North Korea. We understand very acutely that the existence of these weapons makes our region less safe, and in the past months, Russia's weak and desperate nuclear threats over its unprovoked immoral war on Ukraine have underlined the danger of nuclear weapons that still pose to all of us around the world. A lot of work has been done by this government, and particularly by Minister Wong, and I commend her for her work in this area, and also Assistant Minister for Trade, Senator Tim Ayres. Senator Ayres led an Australian delegation to work with other NPT states parties in his capacity as a minister in this portfolio. He was able to deliver Australia's national statement, which affirmed our strong commitment to the NPT and underscored the need to preserve and strengthen the tangible benefits the treaty delivers for all of us. Our government is deeply committed to strengthening the non-proliferation regime, which is why we were deeply disappointed that the 10th Review Conference of the NPT did not reach a consensus outcome despite the urgency of the international security environment. After 4 weeks of negotiations in New York, all state parties were ready to agree to a meaningful and balanced outcome across the treaty's 3 pillars: disarmament, non-proliferation and peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Russia deliberately obstructed progress by refusing to compromise on the proposed text. Its actions directly challenge the core tenets of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Russia's obstruction made an already difficult job unachievable and hindered progress towards a safer world free of nuclear weapons. Despite Russia's opposition and the challenges we face, Australia is committed to fulfilling all of our obligations as non-nuclear weapons state under the NPT, including with the International Atomic Energy Agency. The government shares the ambition of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and is committed to engaging constructively to identify possible pathways towards nuclear disarmament. In our 2021 national platform, one that's been a national platform that has evolved, can I say, over many years of activism within the Labor Party from people who are very deeply, care deeply about this issue and have worked incredibly hard to reach consensus, Labor has committed to signing and ratifying the treaty after taking into account the need to ensure effective verification and enforcement architecture. I will say it is incredibly important that Australia is part of this conversation and we
Senator
continue
Green.
to lead.
Your time has expired. Senator Shoebridge.
Acting Deputy President, we need to ban the bomb. One thing is certain, the longer we permit nuclear weapons stockpiling by governments, the risk of catastrophic nuclear strike grows ever more imminent. Amid growing global instability, we need no reminders of the catastrophic consequences of nuclear weapons. These weapons ignore borders, they ignore humanity, they inflict lasting suffering on people and the planet, which it is impossible to mitigate. They are war crimes. Australia itself has an appalling part, an immoral part, in the nuclear weapons industry. And we need to remember in this debate the complicity of the Australian government in the testing of nuclear weapons on the lands of the Pitjantjatjara people in Maralinga. The ongoing damage and pain, the poisoning of land and water, the destruction of First Nations culture that Australia was a part of in the nuclear weapons industry. And as Russian bombs hit Ukrainian cities and Saudi bombs destroy Yemen, peace has never been so urgent. And one important step that Australia could take right now to signal that we are true advocates for peace would be to sign and ratify this treaty. There are no safe levels of nuclear weapons, and that is why the Australian government needs to ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Complete elimination of nuclear weapons is the only way to guarantee they are never used again. And the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons brings nuclear weapons into the ranks of chemical and biological weapons, as they should be, as weapons of indiscriminate mass destruction prescribed by international law. And the fact that the Australian government is still refusing to sign and ratify this treaty, despite the change of government, despite the promises in opposition, puts us all at increasing risk. And I note Prime Minister Albanese has been a vocal supporter of the treaty, and Labor made pre-election pledges, and in fact the Prime Minister, I recall, being photographed holding and endorsing the treaty alongside ICANN. Well, good on him in opposition. But what's happening now? In this debate, the position of Labor is that they will not sign this until there's universal endorsement. Well, that's the St Augustine line, isn't it? Oh Lord, give me chastity and continence, but not yet. Not ever is that test for Labor, because no international treaty has universal endorsement. So Labor needs to stand up and make good on the promise it took to the election, the promise it made to future generations, the promise it made to peace, to make Australia a global leader. And that would make Australia the first country under the United States' so-called nuclear umbrella to become a state party of the treaty. And as Greens and as my colleague Senator Steele-Joyne pointed out, We are part of a proud history of people-powered resistance to the nuclear industry and peace activism. And together we fought there is a powerful and growing global anti-nuclear movement. And I want to recognise the advocacy and the activism of those staunch campaigners who fought for decades to bring this treaty into action and who continue to stand up for peace and against the nuclear industry. And that includes the amazing work of ICAN, the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. People said it couldn't be done and then they did it. And that's the lesson the Australian government needs to understand. People said to ICAN, you cannot do this, and they did it. But now we need Australia to do its part and to join with Wage Peace, to join with the Australian Nuclear Free Alliance. And I also, at this point, want to recognise the courage and the strength and the advocacy of the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, who have come to Australia on countless times to tell us about the violence, the indiscriminate violence of nuclear weapons. And the Australian public has listened. Why won't the Australian government? So now we all need to join together to build the most powerful anti-war movement in history. And we need to stand together against the warmongers and the profiteers who want to endorse a nuclear industry. Because we know this. In any given year, there is a small but tragically growing risk that nuclear weapons will be used. The stockpile will be fired and our planet, our civilisation, will be destroyed. And if we hold nuclear weapons for an indefinite amount of time, that small statistical risk in any given year is a certainty over the arc of history. It's a certainty that they will be used. We need to ban the bomb. We need to keep fighting for peace like our lives depend on it, because, in fact, they do.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Ridding the world of nuclear weapons is a laudable goal, and for this reason One Nation will be supporting this matter of urgency. To be consistent, though, I point out that the United Nations has failed at every peace initiative it attempted in the last 77 years. I doubt this initiative will be any different. How will the United Nations achieve compliance from rogue states like North Korea and Iran? Will China be given a free pass on their nuclear weapons in the same manner the UN gives China a free pass on complying with 2050 carbon dioxide targets? I would love Australia to be treated the same as China is being treated on net zero. Imagine the lights that would be kept on in Australia, the jobs and prosperity that could be saved. The UN has given China a free pass on labour camps, yet had the hide to turn up in Queanbeyan just down the road last week to inspect our prisons for human rights abuse. Humanity has not seen a world war since 1945. The United Nations did not do that. Nuclear weapons as a deterrent to war did that. Yet nuclear weapons have served their purpose. Future wars will be served with robots and drones, not nuclear weapons. Uranium is better used as a powerful source, a wonderful source of electrical power, not military power. While passing this treaty is one thing, implementing it is quite another. If this treaty does pass, then the United Nations must implement the treaty fairly and having in mind to the need to not change the balance of power amongst nuclear nations. Removing nuclear weapons unevenly from some nations and not others would increase the potential of plunging the world into a nuclear war, the opposite of this treaty's intentions. I wish the UN the wisdom and courage necessary to achieve this objective. Having demonstrated over the last 77 years the complete absence of these qualities, I'm not hopeful. Yet we must try because it's the right thing to do. The world will be better without nuclear weapons, completely without nuclear weapons. We have one flag, we are one community, we are one nation, and the time for nuclear weapons is over.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chairs and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim. Appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. Senators, there being 14 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Thanks very much. Okay. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on pages 4 to 10 of today's order of business. So what I might do is just begin firstly with those documents that are listed at page 4. Senator Askew, do you have any? None? We might just ask for your microphone to be turned on. That'd be great. Thank you. Oh, there we go.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Chair. I move that the Senate take note of document numbers 10, 13, 16, 19, 21 and 24 on page 5.
Senator Allman-Payne, what we might do is just proceed page by page.
Yep.
I'll begin with page 4. I think you'll find your documents subsequent to that.
Yep.
So we'll come back to you shortly. So beginning on page 4, I might move to Senator Askew if there are any matters to be. There being no matters on page 4, I'll move to page 5, and I might ask. There we are.
I move that the Senate take note of documents number 10, 13, 16, 19, 21 and 24 on page 5, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much. Senator Askew, on page 5.
On page 5, I request that the Senate take note of items 5, 6, 7, and also all the ones that Senator Allman-Payne had, as well as 23. and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Chacon, there being no further on page 5, I'll turn now to page 6, and I'll begin again with Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Chair. I move that the Senate take note of documents number 34, 38 and 47 on page 6 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Askew.
I move that the Senate take note of items 30, 33, 36, 39, 52, 54 and 55 on page 6 and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Chacon, there being none. We turn now to page 7. Senator Allman-Payne, there being none. Senator Askew.
I move that the Senate take note of items 57, 61, 62, 63, 64, 73, 82 and 84 on page 7 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Chacon, there being done, we'll move to page 8. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Chair. I move that the Senate take note of documents number 87, 88 and 90 on page 8, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much. Senator Askew.
I move that the Senate take note of items 86, 98, 99 and 107 on page 8 and seek leave to continue remarks.
Thank you very much. We now turn to page 9. Senator Askew.
I move that the Senate take note of items 108 and 109 on page 9 and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Thank you, Senator Askew. And finally, to page 10. Senator Askew.
I move that the Senate take note of item 110 on page 10 and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Thank you very, very much. I do note that there is one item on page 11. There being none. Great, thank you very much for that. We'll now move to item 14, the tabling and consideration of committee reports. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Reynolds and on behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present a report on the committee's activities for 2021-22 and executive minutes relating to several reports of the committee. I also present a report by way of a statement on the draft estimates for the Australian National Audit Office and the Parliamentary Budget Office for 2022-23.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Is leave granted? It is granted. There being no other... Senator Allman-Payne.
I move that the Senate take note of report numbers 114 and 115 on page 11, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. There being no other matters, we'll move to item 15. Are there any ministerial statements? Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I table a document relating to the order for the production of documents concerning the effigy of the Sovereign on Australian legal tender.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. There being no other ministerial statements, we'll move to committee memberships. There being no committee memberships, we'll move... Oh, sorry, Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Senator McAllister, I'll just precede you if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. The President has received letters nominating senators to be members of committees. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that senators be appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you very much, Senator McAllister. We'll move to messages from the House of Representatives, of which there are a number. The President of the Senate has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Financial Accountability Regime Bill of 2022 and 3 related bills. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I move that those bills be read a first time. The question is that those motions be agreed. Against? That is carried. Clerk.
Financial Accountability Regime Bill 2022, Financial Sector Reform Bill 2022, Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Bill 2022 and Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Bill Collection Bill 2022.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The motion is agreed. We'll then move to The President of the Senate has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill of 2022 and the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Incentivising Pensioners to Downsize Bill of 2022. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that these bills proceed without formalities, to be taken together and now read a first time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022, Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Incentivising Pensioners to Downsize Bill 2022.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills listed as separate orders of the day.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned and bills be listed as separate orders of the day. All those in favour say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of the appointment of members to the Joint Select Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation. The President has received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 4 laws, details of which will be incorporated in the Hansard. Clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 1 in the name of Senator David Pocock, relating to disallowance of a superannuation industry amendment regulation.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I bring to your attention the state of the chamber.
Quorum required. quorum. Thank you very much, senators. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, relating to a disallowance.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. My apologies to the Senate. Still learning. Apologies for that.
Senator Pocock, sorry, you just need to move your motion.
Yep, I move the motion standing in my name.
Right. Senator Pocock, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Yes. Senator Pocock.
Australians have more than $3.3 trillion invested in superannuation. According to the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority, APRA, we pay some $9.1 billion per annum in fees. But the Grattan Institute point out that many superannuation funds don't report the fees that they pay to companies who help to manage their members' investments. And when you add that all up, it puts the true costs significantly higher at around $30 billion per annum. That's $30 billion of Australians' money going to superannuation companies just in fees alone. I'm moving this motion to disallow because I believe we should know how that money, our money, superannuation members' money, is being spent. I'm moving this disallowance because I believe in more transparency, not less. I've listened to the arguments from both sides of this debate. I've heard the arguments from the government, unions and industry super funds that the regulation introduced by the former government are poorly drafted, create an unduly onerous compliance burden, and were ultimately created for use as a political weapon. I've heard the opposition's argument that some super funds are used as a vehicle for donations, but in less obvious ways than just via political donations, which the new regulations still require to be disclosed. Unions argue their presence and associated director fees on boards help ensure good outcomes for super fund members. Consumer bodies express concerns that the current government's wind-back of the previous government's measures go too far. They've said we need a greater level of transparency over how funds are spending their members' money. I think they're right, and the truth likely lies somewhere in between the two major parties' views on this issue. But it's certainly something that I've received a lot of correspondence from people in the ACT. People want to know where their super fund is spending their money. The government's public reasoning is that a requirement for a fully itemised list across all categories, marketing, sponsorships, directors' fees, would impose high compliance costs, ultimately borne by members. But funds are required to disclose this to APRA anyway, so I don't see how there's compliance costs if it's simply including the disclosure that you send to APRA to your members, who you're in charge, you're sort of looking after their money, investing on their behalf. They should actually know who those fees are going to. We also know after the government put through this regulation, allowing superannuation funds to put out their annual statements with aggregated amounts, that greater disclosure is possible. In fact, Prime Super and Commonwealth Super Corporation are two recent examples. They've both released detailed lists of their expenditure on marketing, sponsorship and directors' fees. It didn't seem too hard for them. It's important we find a balance that puts transparency first. My sense from the recent election and talking to people across the ACT and elsewhere is that Australians want more transparency. They want more transparency across the board, from the way that government is operating, to be able to see where their superannuation fees are actually going. I respect Senator McKim and what he's seeking to do in negotiating a solution with the government on this issue, but would point out that in the time that he has taken, superannuation funds have sent out their annual statements, most with an aggregated amount for these various categories, and we're none the wiser where that money is actually going. They've taken advantage of a watered-down transparency measure, which was the first regulation issued by the new Assistant Treasurer. According to the Grattan Institute, a 2018 study showed that Australians paid more than $30 billion a year in super fees, and almost 2% of Australia's and that equates to almost 2% of Australia's annual gross domestic product. That's much more than the $23 billion we spent on energy in that same year. And a household nearing retirement pays average superannuation fees of $3,700 a year. So these are not trivial amounts. These are things that we should actually be looking at. We should be ensuring that there is transparency, that super fund members can see where their money is going and then can make an informed opinion as to whether that sits well with them. Superannuation is clearly a massive industry with huge power. It's really important we keep that power accountable because people's retirements rely on a well-regulated, high-performing sector. There are so many reform priorities needing attention in this space, from chasing down the hundreds of millions of dollars in unpaid superannuation entitlements to reforms that will stop super being used by wealthy individuals to pay less tax. These reforms should be a priority, not reducing transparency in super fund spending, and I'll be encouraging the government to take it on at the earliest opportunity. As I said earlier, it's been disappointing to see Senator McKim pushing for more transparency, but at the same time putting off actually dealing with this and potentially disallowing a regulation which is reducing transparency after an election that you could say was about integrity and transparency. It's a poor move. Senator McKim asked for 2 weeks to be able to negotiate with Minister Jones and get a good outcome for superannuation members. That 2 weeks has come and gone, and I'm moving this disallowance motion because I believe this is important to Australians. This does matter, and I don't see the downside on having more transparency. The argument about regulatory burden is an absolute furphy. We know that there's already been funds that have used the old regulations. They didn't see it as too burdensome. And so I move this and ask the Senate to debate it and ultimately vote on whether or not we think that less transparency is a good thing.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Now, sorry, Senator Rennick, I don't have a speakers list in front of me, and I don't want to start World War III on this, but I did see Senator Roberts move, but I'll be led by the Senate. You're just swapping chairs? Senator Rennick, with your indulgence, Minister. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, Senator Roberts. I will give you the call, but the minister is on her feet. But I will give you the call. You wanted to raise something with me first?
I just wanted to clarify. Senator Rennick was standing to speak before I was. I was just moving seats, but I do want to speak later.
Absolutely no dramas. Thank you very much. With the indulgence of the Senate, Minister.
I thank all of the senators for their courtesy in navigating the arrangements about which order we may speak in. I listened carefully to Senator Pocock's contribution, and in particular his commitment to seeking more transparency and not less. And I listened to many of his other observations about the questions that need to be balanced in thinking about the financial service system in this way. There is not much between us, in fact, Senator Pocock, in listening to your remarks, because Labor is committed to delivering accountability, transparency and good governance in every part of our financial system, every part. It's why we're committed to the recommendations in the Hayne Royal Commission that expand accountability on banks, on super funds and other financial services providers. The Albanese government believes that Australians deserve a dignified retirement supported by a strong superannuation system. And let's be honest, the super system, $3.4 trillion, is world-class. It is the 4th largest in the world, even though our economy is the 13th largest. And this is a big success story. It's an Australian success story, and unfortunately those opposite, and you can hear it now from the interjections from Senator Rennick, have been waging a tireless ideological battle against the sector. The government, by contrast, is working in the national interest, not a narrow partisan interest, and we're committed to strengthening the system in the interests of working families. There is a difference, though, between us, Senator Pocock, through you, Chair, in approach and in the implementation arrangements, because the regulations that the previous government introduced regarding the notice of annual member meetings was clunky, and it was, like so many things in relation to superannuation, ideologically motivated. Producing mountains of paper riddled with double counting doesn't help. We expect significant disclosure on the categories of expenditure undertaken by superannuation firms on behalf of their members, but a line-by-line accounting of every item serves no useful purpose. And so the regulations proposed introduce simplicity and clarity to this process while maintaining that transparency, that accountability that I believe we have a shared commitment to implementing, Senator Pocock. Annual member meetings themselves are unchanged, Deputy President, allowing members to examine in great detail the expenditures of their funds. And we're not going to take lectures in accountability and transparency from the people on the other side, because the previous government presided over a decade of cover-ups and rorts. Their leader swore himself into multiple ministries and hid that from the Australian community. It's hardly time to be lecturing other people about transparency. Our government is committed to cleaning up the mess. We're committed to improving the outcomes of super members so they can retire with dignity and comfort. We are committed to ensuring members receive information from their funds that is clear and simple with annual member meeting notices. We are committed to streamlining disclosure requirements with the national accounting standards so that funds are aligned with the financial services industry. The approach we are advocating for will improve transparency and accountability. It will clean up the unnecessary and burdensome red tape to ensure that members can access the information they need in a clear and simple manner. It will assist members in preparing questions ahead of meetings and ensure they can keep their funds accountable. Funds will continue to be required to disclose an itemised list of political donations. AMMs are an opportunity for fund members to genuinely engage with their fund. They are an opportunity to hear from the Trustees' Board of Directors and Executives and ask questions about important topics such as fund performance and operation. These reforms are critical to ensuring members can genuinely participate by providing them useful information, assisting them to participate by giving them the information in a straightforward way.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hughes.
Madam Acting Deputy President.
Well, it hasn't got that
far
quite
sorry.
yet, but,
I've done it again.
Thanks for the heads up.
Sorry, Senator Sterle. My apologies.
I've been called a lot of things, so that's a new one.
I'll ring Senator Heffernan later and let him know. He'll enjoy that.
I bet he would.
If I could just make a short statement. The Albanese Labor government has reversed the requirement for super funds to disclose how they spend super funds on sponsorships and payments. No line items, no transparency and no accountability. These payments from super are for things such as $1 million footy sponsorships, corporate boxes, union kickbacks and lobbying. Australians deserve to know how their retirement savings are being spent. The changes go against recommendations from the Productivity Commission and APRA. If we want to have a serious conversation about transparency for a $3 trillion industry, it shouldn't start with supporting the winding back of measures designed to let the sunlight in. All senators elected on a platform of integrity must support this disallowance.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And what would you call the offspring of communism, Marxism and fascism? And of course the answer to that is superannuation. First of all, it's communism, because in 1992 Paul Keating introduced superannuation that takes the workers' wages, didn't give them a choice, started it off at 2% and said, we're going to give it to someone you've never met and there's no guarantee you're going to get it back when you're 60. Now, just like the vaccine mandates, that money was taken from them. And do you think if Paul Keating had taken that question to an election, it would have got up? Absolutely not. Do you think if Paul Keating had said in 1992 that by 2025 you're going to have 12% of your wages taken out of the workers' wages, the workers, mind you, who built this country was built by the battlers, it wasn't built by the blowhards who were sucking the $30 billion of fees out of superannuation every year. It was built by the battlers, Acting Deputy Chair. I was just about to throw the madam in there, but I apologise for that. Okay. And I will still argue that it is a breach of the Constitution. You are taking away their property rights without any guarantee that they will get that capital returned to them when they are 60, discounted for present value. Right? Communism. Marxism. What have we got now is we've got industry super funds and we've got BlackRock and Vanguard on the private sector. And I'm not doing this from some ideological left versus right platform here. I'm doing this from the big guy versus the little guy. Okay, the little guys who get up every day, get out of bed, put their nose to the grindstone, they get the lowest wages in this country and you're ripping off 12% of their income to give it to someone they've never met so they can gouge $30 billion in fees every year. And then what you've done is you've taken that money, it's unelected money, there's no control over how it's spent, the superannuation boards are not elected by the members, so that just undermines all the powers of the individual and how their money is spent. And then the superannuation funds appoint their own directors to appoint their own ideological agendas. So when Senator McAllister says it's an ideological battle, you're straight. Can you say D-A-N-N or not? Better not say it. I won't say it. You're straight that it is. You're very correct it is, because the superannuation boards are using this for an ideological, to push their ideological boards. And last of all, and this is, this is also fascism, because we've now got corporations that are that large and these superannuation funds have hundreds of billions of dollars under management. They are now telling governments what to do. They are that rich and powerful. Some of the money in these superannuation funds across the world are bigger than countries' economies. The power of this centralised wealth is becoming a threat to democracy, because the people running these things, like Larry Fink from BlackRock, who holds that bloke accountable? Who holds the superannuation funds accountable when they decide they want to spend money on something? No one. You do not even get to appoint the board members. And can I say, and I'm glad Senator Pocock raised this, the Productivity Commission found that $30 billion in fees are ripped out of superannuation every year. And for what? Nothing but paper shuffling. You want to know why we've got a shortage of workers in this country? Because we've got too many blowhards in this country pushing pens and shuffling paper when they should be out there actually building infrastructure, producing goods and services, rather than buying and selling shares on the stock market all day that produces nothing. It produces nothing. Okay? This superannuation and the guys that rip off $30 billion each year, that is like they make Al Capone look like Mother Teresa. This is the biggest racket going on since the Prohibition in the 1930s, mate. I mean, you want to get upset about bikie gangs. I tell you what, this superannuation funds, mate, they're extorting more money out of the workers' pockets every year, right, than bikies ever do. And I'll tell you something else. $50 billion. You read the budget papers tonight. It'll be in the tax expenditure statement. There will be $50 billion in tax concessions that mainly for superannuation that mainly go to the upper 20% of income earners. Okay, it goes to the same people in those wealthy suburbs that Labor are now mates with, the Teals, right? These guys, you know, if you want to talk about rorts and all the rest of it, what about the tax concessions that go to superannuation? And you know what? What's the pension for? The people who get the pension are the bottom 70% of earners. So the bottom 50% of earners, they get a full pension, and the next 20% get a partial pension, right? They get very little of those tax concessions. The tax concessions for the wealthy now cost more, or just about, they're 1 or 2 billion short, now cost more than the cost of the pension. Now, I would rather have a universal pension that was. I would rather have. No, don't interject. Don't interject. This was introduced by Paul Keating. And it was pumped up all the time. And look, we shouldn't have pumped it up. And I should acknowledge Senator Richard Alston, who fought very hard against superannuation when it first came in, and we should never oppose it. The Liberal Party coalition should have opposed this from the get-go. And I'll say that to my colleague Senator Cadell, who's listening on here, because it rips out 12% of income from the regions, goes down to the and Western Australia and those great magnificent towns in regional Western Australia, Senator Sterle, and it goes to the ivory palaces in Sydney and Melbourne, where they shuffle their paper and they might come in and turn on their screen in the morning and then, you know, go and get a coffee and then go and buy a zoot suit for this weekend's triathlon, come back, get a physio. You know, these guys are not the people producing goods and services in this country, and there is way too much money wasted on unproductive activity. And that is why I totally reject superannuation. But I haven't finished there. Of that $3.3 trillion, there's over $1 trillion invested offshore in offshore infrastructure. This country is crying out to be building more infrastructure. But you know what superannuation funds do? They don't build infrastructure, right, because they haven't got the patient capital. The only entity that can build long-term infrastructure is actually the government, right? But these guys, what they won't do, but they'll buy infrastructure. And you'll notice how Australian Super went in and bought Sydney Airport last year, and you had the Auditor-General running around running a protection racket for Sydney Airport. They didn't want the Western Sydney Airport built, so they came up with this bogus argument that somehow we'd paid too much for the land around Sydney Airport, which wasn't true. It was anyone that knows accounting standard AASB 29, AASB 13 knows that paragraph 29 and 30 says you pay the highest market price regardless of valuation, even though it was actually valued, zoned in the airport as an airport zoning. Now, I should also add this superannuation robs Peter to pay Paul. Since superannuation has been introduced, the number of people who retire with a mortgage has increased from 10% to 40%. Right? So you've now got people who get to 60 or 65, they retire, they pull their superannuation out as a lump sum, they pay off their home loan, and then they go on the pension. Now, I've got someone that I knew that I used to work with in Sydney at Westfield who had bought a $3 million house in Seaforth, had a $1 million deposit. He was 55. He was waiting to get to 65. He was going to pull out his pension, pay off his mortgage at Seaforth, the other $2 million, and then go on the pension. Right? So there are ways around this where wealthy people milk the system. But let me say this. If you've got a $500,000 mortgage and $100,000 in superannuation, you're getting clipped the ticket twice. You're getting fees on your actual superannuation fund and you're getting fees on your mortgage. It is much better to net off your investments rather than get clipped, get shafted twice by financial institutions. But ultimately, this comes down to transparency, and I commend Senator Pocock for actually raising this and trying to bring this disallowance into the House. And I have to say I'm going to watch what the Greens do here very, very carefully, because they always go on about transparency and accountability. So we better make sure that they support. I'll be very disappointed if they do not support Senator Pocock in this motion, because it will highlight their hypocrisy if they don't, and it will show that they too are subservient to the union elites, not the members. Love the members. The members are the battlers of this country, and I want to be very clear here. I'm not going to attack unions per se. They have a role in this country to protect the battlers, but superannuation is not protecting the battlers. It is milking them dry. So I'd just like to finish on that note and just You know, as I said, the Greens, this is your chance to stand up to Labor and show that you can think for yourself, and I'm never going to let you guys forget this if you don't support this, but we need to stop the rorts, and there's no bigger rort in this country than superannuation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. There's nothing more important in a democracy than people's confidence in the result of an election. There's nothing more important than people having confidence that the government is there to represent them, that the election results from a fair and honest process. It's vital for trust, it's vital for investment, it's vital for the future, it's vital for the future of our governance and our sovereignty. There is nothing more important. Now today, before turning to Senator Pocock's disallowance motion, I moved motion number 51. Very simple, that to be laid on the table by the Special Minister of State by no later than 9:30 a.m. on 27th of October 2022, any reports, briefing notes, file notes and emails of 13th December 2021 or later held by the Australian Electoral Commission that relate to compliance with sections 273AA and 273AC of the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, which relate to the security of computer systems and ballot paper sampling for Senate elections. That was opposed by the Liberal Party. That was opposed by the Labor Party. That was opposed by the Nationals. That was opposed by the Greens. And I'll continue more about that in a minute. The Minister, Senator McAllister, talks about mountains of paper. Really? Let me tell you about a mountain of paper in a motel in Port Macquarie after the last election, the most recent federal election. Someone from out of town came and stayed in that motel, and they found in the waste paper basket ballot papers from the seat of Patterson, next electorate. Mountains of paper. We cannot trust our election process. We have holes in our election process everywhere, electronically, paper-wise, scrutineering, everywhere. In the last parliament, I introduced legislation requiring an election audit. Our federal elections have never, ever been audited. Never been audited. How can people have faith in that? Go onto any social media site. People are crying out. They don't trust the election results. When I introduced that legislation, Liberals opposed it, Labor opposed it, the Greens opposed it, the Nationals opposed it. Fortunately, Ben Morton was the minister assisting the Prime Minister, and he approached us and said now that he knows where we are, he wanted to introduce similar legislation. He reintroduced it with 2 or 3 minor changes. We helped him do it, and it passed the Senate. It came into being. The Australian Electoral Commission was then required to do an audit of the last federal election in the weeks leading up to the election and in the weeks after the election, being the process for the election, being the results and whether or not the processes were complied with. But the Australian Electoral Commission, despite that clear instruction in the legislation from the people, did not properly audit that election, yet they claim they have. Now we have Liberal, Labor, Nationals, Greens wanting to hide their donations. Labor in the last federal election got less than 1/3 of the votes. Less than 1/3 of the votes. But they're forming government. The Liberal National Party got 34%. 1/3 of the people in the last election did not vote for Labor, Liberal or Nationals. Plus the media, the mouthpiece media, is on the side of Liberal, Labor, Nationals. They're hiding the truth. People need to see the truth. We will continue chasing to get an audit that's done properly. And we need to shine a light on the truth. That's why I'm supporting Senator Pocock's disallowance motion, to give the people the details. We are servants to the people who are the citizens of this country. We serve them. They deserve to know the details of the spending. As Senator Rennick pointed out, it's their money. It is their money. And I want to make sure that they get those details. We will be supporting Senator Pocock's motion.
Senator Waters taking the call. I'll go to Senator Waters, then I'll go to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Senator McKim, as our Greens Treasury spokesperson, would normally be delivering the speech, but he's in lockup this afternoon, so I get the gig. Won't come as a surprise to anyone that the Greens won't be supporting this disallowance motion, but this should not be interpreted as the Greens endorsing the new government's new regulations. Our view is that the previous government's regulations were no good, but the new government's regulations are not much better. We may well move or support a disallowance of these regulations before the statutory time period to do so has expired. But as with all disallowance motions, we have a binary choice whether to accept or reject a new set of rules for what information is provided by super funds in their annual member meeting notices. The requirement of super funds to hold annual member meetings was legislated only 3 years ago, and the explanatory memorandum for that legislation spoke of, and I quote, the importance of increased accountability through higher levels of engagement and effective communication between trustees and their members. This betrays the logical fallacy sitting at the heart of this debate. It's the fallacy of free market capitalism, where all individuals need to do to optimise their financial position is fully inform themselves so that they can act rationally in the market and maximise their returns. Except people don't spend the evening on the first Tuesday of each month poring over financial statements. And also, on average, you're likely to get a lower return out of your super fund. In 2019, the Productivity Commission reviewed super and found that not-for-profit industry funds performed better than for-profit retail funds, and they found, secondly, that keeping your super in a default product was likely to yield a better return than if you chose to put your money elsewhere. So that's the quintessential economic rationalist saying that most people were better off not playing the market because their default super fund, usually a not-for-profit fund, was likely to do a better job of managing their money. But even if we lived in a free market nirvana, neither the previous government's regulations nor the new government's regulations would provide anything close to useful information for people to make a rational decision. Senator Pocock was tweeting about the lack of details on $140 million in expenses listed on Australian Super's AMM notice. Do we know what the $140 million means under the new government's regulations? Not really. Would we know what it means under the previous government regulations? We'd have had an itemised breakdown of the $140 million, but we still wouldn't have any context. Under both the previous government regulations and the new government regulations, the annual member meeting notices only give member details on their fund. Now, $240 million is a big number, but it's always going to be a big number for Australian Super because they're the biggest super fund in the country. They've got 2.3 million members. So would that information be provided under the old or new regulations? No. What about a benchmark of Australian Super's expenditure compared to other funds? Again, no. The outgoing chair of APRA, Wayne Burns, who's been regulating super for the last 8 years, provided a very useful perspective in a speech that he gave last week. And he says, and I quote, "Transparency has been key to increasing the discipline on trustees to ensure that they're always managing members' money in their best interests. In saying that, I'm not suggesting every single thing about a fund's operation must become public. Pumping out reams of raw data is not going to be helpful. Information must be disclosed in a manner that is digestible and informative if it is to be useful." End quote. And that's exactly what the Greens would like to do in this situation, have meaningful transparency. Now, we are in discussions with the government about developing a scheme to provide this, as the chamber, I believe, already knows. In our minds, this would be an annual super transparency report published by the regulator, APRA, that tables all of the relevant expenditure, including for political purposes and for profit, for all super funds, all in the one place. This would enable members to understand how their super fund rates. It would also enable institutional scrutiny from the media, NGOs and parliamentarians on expenditure by super funds and on profit-making by super funds, which is far more likely to bring about meaningful change than either of the regulations that we're choosing between today.
Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy President. The point here is that the super scheme has been running for almost 30 years, and in only 2021 was the Parliament able to enact the sort of changes that should have been features of the original scheme's design. And that goes to having a performance test, it goes to reducing multiple accounts, it goes to putting beyond doubt the legal obligation of the trustees to work only in the interest of the members and not to waste the members' money. And it also goes to the transparency arrangements which the Labor Party has now stripped from the legislation. Now, those four things are all designed to ensure that the system is being run for the members, because this is one of the biggest things that we do here in this parliament, where we pass a law that takes away 10.5% of the workers' money and puts it into a mandatory scheme. Now, there may be good arguments for this if it was to be well run and if it was to reduce the call on the taxpayer over the longer term. And there are strong arguments that we have not achieved that. But the idea that the concept of a performance test and the idea of reducing multiple accounts and the idea of putting beyond doubt the legal obligations of the trustees to the members, not to the vested interests at the banks or the unions, or the idea that member statements which transparently provide the information about where their money is going would be a bad thing, is insane. But that is the position of the Labor Party when they voted against the legislation here in this place in the last parliament, and that is the position today that the Labor Party is going through. And since the election, I call this the government for vested interests, and the king of vested interests is Mr Stephen Jones, who's the minister. And you go through his first priorities since being in this portfolio, and his first priority is to strip out transparency. Now, while he's stripping out transparency through the regulation that he's made, he's also reviewing the best financial interest test. Now, why would you review the best financial interest test? The only reason you would review the best financial interest test would be to admit payments from funds which are banned today. Now, the reason the best financial interest test was put in place was because at Senate estimates it was very clear that the prudential regulator APRA was not enforcing the prior law, which was the sole purpose test. And there were funds that were making political donations. Now, political donations are not payments from super funds to unions. They are explicit payments that have been paid from a super fund into the coffers of a political party. And there was a fund called Sun Super which had made direct political payments into the Queensland branch of the Labor Party. And at Senate estimates, APRA said that was okay. It was okay for super funds to do that. And that led the then government to legislate to ensure that that point was beyond doubt, that that could not happen. So why would you be reviewing the best financial interest duty unless you wanted to admit some sort of murky payment? Now, that is going on in the background. That is something that Mr Jones and Minister Jones is pursuing through the Treasury. The other thing he's doing concurrently is he has legislation before this parliament to change the performance test. He wants to create a special class of funds, religious-based funds, which he wants to allow to perform less strongly than all the other funds, which is an extraordinary precedent when you think about it. You could have a faith-based fund be given a licence to perform less strongly than any other fund, which is a shocking precedent. And I say to the people who love superannuation, this is a very bad idea, because there are a lot of kooky ideas in this place, and if you break the damn wall and break down that key test, that the money is only there for the members and the workers, then you will have all sorts of crazy ideas being used as justification. But the matter before the Senate today, and I commend Senator Pocock for moving this disallowance, is about transparency of the expenditure of the funds. That's what it's about. Now, Mr Jones, he put out an exposure draft of the regulation. He put it out at 5:30 on a Friday night a few months ago. He must have been very proud of it. And that regulation, he talked to the industry about, he took a few submissions in, and then he put out another. He made the final regulation. And the only difference between the regulation that was an exposure and the final was that he explicitly said that he wasn't going to let political donations be made. But the real money here is not political donations. As I said before, that would only be a very small number of instances where a fund has made a direct payment into a political party. The big money here are the transfers to the unions. In this year, or the most recent data we have from the AEC, $12.9 million in 2020 and 2021, $15 million this year most likely, and getting up to $30 million by the end of the decade, $30 million. Now, some funds are gifting the unions $2 and $3 million in a financial year. And that information is only available because of the AEC records. And that information is only available because the unions, which are registered organisations, have to lodge returns with the Electoral Commission. And on those returns, they have to say, here is where my income has come from. And because of that, we were able to work out where the money is going. So as a result of this regulation having now been made to cover up the itemised expenditure, a member of a super fund can now get more information about their fund's activities by trawling through the paper-based returns that are stuck on the AEC's website than they can in their own member statement that they're supposed to receive once a year. So that is an extraordinary turn of events. But of course, it is a lot of money. It is a lot of money, and these organisations have a lot of influence over the government. So $30 million by the end of the decade would be some of the largest contributions to any organisation in Australia that wanted to run any kind of campaign. So I understand why they want to cover it up. But the purpose of the change is clear. The outworking of the change through the initial disclosures, as Senator Pocock referred to, in the case of a fund like Australian Super, where, because of this regulation, they are now able to cover up $109 million in related party transactions, which were required to be released under the old regulations. Now, in addition to that, there is a bit over $1 million in payments made to unions or industrial body payments. Now, previously, we would have been able to see which unions these funds were going to. And people want to talk about the whole superannuation industry. I mean, why would you not have a situation where all of the funds had to disclose all of their related party transactions? It doesn't make any sense to cover this up for any purpose. The fact that it's being done so brazenly, and the fact that this chamber is going to give cover to this, I think really is the most disappointing feature. Because people who have argued for transparency and people who have argued that it's important to have integrity in government are now going to permit this huge covering up. The good news is, the longer this regulation that Mr Jones has made remains in force, the stronger the case will be for there to be another regulation made to go back to the future, because ultimately it can't be sustained that it's in the country's interests to run a disclosure regime where you can hide literally hundreds of millions of dollars in related party transactions to God knows who, and in addition hide millions of dollars in payments to unions and other bodies. And that is the key point. That this is an unsustainable position that the chamber has taken today on this disallowance. There is no question that we will have to come back and revisit this. The only key point that's left to say is that the longer the regulation is in place, the stronger the case for reverting will be, because the members are able to see less and less information on their member statements as they will be able to access from the AEC. And the last time I looked, most Australians didn't go to the AEC website to see what their super fund was doing.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak in favour of this disallowance, and I do congratulate Senator Pocock for this motion, which I think is terribly important. In this place, during the last sitting, I got up and gave a speech in relation to the performance of a listed public company called Cleanaway, its environmental performance and remuneration outcomes. I could do that because they were an ASX-listed public company and there was granular disclosure in their annual report released on the Australian Securities Exchange, and I could go through that report and hold them accountable for concerns I had with respect to their environmental performance on the people of Ipswich. And that's what transparency delivers. That's what transparency delivers. And that's all we're seeking, is transparency in relation to reporting to the members of the superannuation fund. And it's their money. It's their money. It's the members' money. It isn't the money of the super fund, it's the members' money. And as Senator Pocock has said and has written about previously, people are concerned about this issue. People are concerned about this issue. So given the concern, why not disclose? Why not disclose? What is the issue? What are they scared of? Given the interest, why not disclose? I haven't heard any cogent argument against disclosure. I used to be a company secretary of a listed public company. This argument about compliance costs and reams of paper is just an absolute nonsense. An absolute nonsense. These superannuation funds would have accounting systems which means they'll be able to access the relevant information quickly and easily. The cost of a compliance is absolutely immaterial in the scheme of things. There is a legitimate public interest in favour of disclosure and transparency. And given that legitimate public interest, and indeed it's more focused than that, the interest of members of the industry super funds want to know this information. And given their interest, why? Why not disclose? Why not be transparent and disclose? I listened very closely to Senator Waters' arguments, and I couldn't tell at times whether or not her argument was in favour of transparency or not. I don't think her heart, I don't know about the other members of the Greens, but through you, Deputy President, I don't think her heart is in this debate in terms of arguing against this disallowance. I think there's something going on behind the scenes here. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure what the Greens and Labor are negotiating about. But on the face of it, I can't see any reason why the members of the superannuation fund should be denied the opportunity to make their own assessment of this relevant information. Because that's what you're doing. You're denying the members of the super fund to make their own assessment of that information. Why deny them that right? It makes absolutely no sense unless you consider particular vested interests that those opposite in government are seeking to protect from the position of the government benches. That is the only reason why. That is the only reason why you would be against transparency in this situation. The costs argument is just ridiculous. It's immaterial. And these industry super funds have obligations to keep accounts and to keep track of all this information. So the cost argument is just it's absurd. It's embarrassing you even raise it in this context, given the billions and billions of money we're talking about under management. So the only reason you would disagree with Senator Pocock in this regard is if you're trying to protect vested interests and they're scared about releasing this information. That is the only reason. And ask yourselves why? Why don't they want this information to be released? Why not? Why? And that's the very reason why it should be disclosed. That is the very reason why it should be disclosed. Because of that very reason, it should be disclosed. So I commend those who have argued in favour of this motion. I think you're absolutely correct, and I congratulate Senator Pocock in this regard. I think his radar is right on track in this regard, and I'm happy to support him in this respect.
Are there any other senators who would like to make a contribution? Otherwise, I'll put the question. No senator has indicated they wish to speak. I intend to put the question. I put the question that the motion moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against? No? Aye. No. I think the ayes have it. No. A division required? Division is required. Ring the bells. we a norm? Lock the doors. The motion before the Senate is the motion moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those for the question pass to my right, against to my left. I appoint as teller for the ayes Senator Scarr and teller for the noes Senator Pratt. Honourable Senators, there being 27 ayes and 29 noes, it's passed in the negative. The sitting of the Senate is suspended until 8:30 p.m.
I call the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher.
President, I table the budget statement for 2022-23 and other documents as listed on the dynamic red, and I seek leave to move a motion relating to the documents.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that the Senate take note of the budget statement and documents and move that the debate be now adjourned.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I table particulars of proposed and certain proposed expenditure for 22-23 and seek leave to move a motion to refer the documents to legislation committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you. I move that the documents be referred to legislation committees for the consideration of estimates.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I table the portfolio budget statements for 2022-23 for the Department of the Senate and the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Department of Parliamentary Services. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I table portfolio budget statements for 22-23 for portfolios and executive departments as listed in the dynamic red.
I propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again. Oh, sorry. Senator Billick. Oh.
Deputy President. We know that families throughout Australia have been doing it tough, facing a housing and homelessness crisis and rising cost of living. Shamefully, the previous government dropped the ball on escalating housing waiting lists, on cost of living pressures and on addressing the needs of women escaping family and domestic violence. While tonight's budget makes a strong start towards addressing these pressures, there is no doubt that charities are also doing an incredible job in difficult times. I visited the headquarters of one of these charities last week, a wonderful Tasmanian charity called Tassie Mums. I came across this charity when I met their founder Claire Harris at the Hobart Building Community Forum and again at a Country Women's Association high tea fundraiser for the charity. Claire volunteered for a similar charity called St Kilda Mums before she moved to Tasmania. On arriving in Tasmania, Claire saw a service gap that needed filling and that motivated her to start Tassie Mums 7 years ago. In fact, it's their birthday this week. Tassie Mum collects donations of new and pre-loved items for babies and children up to 12 years of age, such as clothing, shoes, toys, nappies, cots, prams, bassinets, anything a young person up to about the age of 12 might need. The collected items are then donated to the children of families in need, such as those experiencing financial stress, homelessness, family and domestic violence and mental health issues. Tassie's mums identify and connect with their clients by partnering with around 60 government and community service organisations that work with vulnerable families. To give you an idea of the scale of Tassie Mums' operation, in the last financial year they assisted 1,352 children throughout Tasmania, roughly double the number they supported the previous year. Their operation got so big that they had to move out of their old 99 square metre premises into the much larger space they now have. And I've got to say, when I went round to see them, when Claire and Tassie Mums' operation manager Madeline Glover showed me round, there was rows of shelving, all neatly stacked with donated items. And they manage all of this with less than 2 full-time equivalent staff, thanks to their team of more than 30 dedicated volunteers working throughout the state. They have volunteers helping with collections, sorting, bundling, washing and mending donated items, delivering and picking up donations and orders, administration tasks and fundraising. If they run low on an essential item like they did recently with a particular size of nappy, they'll put a call out on their more than 9,000 Facebook followers and then end up, hopefully, flooded with donations, at which point they then need to post another message to say thanks, but we've got enough. I'd like to say a huge thank you to both Claire and Madeline for taking the time to show me the wonderful work they and their volunteers do and for the incredible service they provide to hundreds of families in need throughout Tasmania. It's comforting to know that there are wonderful charities like Tassie Mums available to step in and help when young children and their families face issues, as I mentioned before, like homelessness, family and domestic violence and financial hardship. Something as simple as providing a few of the basics of living can make a big difference to a struggling family. I truly commend Tassie Mums for their amazing work, but at the same time, I really wish it wasn't necessary. As amazing as Tassie Mums' work is, we should not rely solely on charities such as them to look after families that have fallen on hard times. Earlier tonight, Labor delivered its first budget in 9 years, and it was firmly focused on relieving the pressures on struggling families. It was a budget that helped encourage more women's workforce participation by extending paid parental leave to 26 weeks and making childcare cheaper for more than 1.2 million families, measures which will also help address the rising cost of living. Labor is also squarely focused on tackling the housing and homelessness crisis. In tonight's budget, the government announced we will deliver 40,000 new social and affordable homes, including 30,000 homes from the Housing Australian Future Fund and an additional 10,000 dwellings under the new Housing Accord. We are also legislating for 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave, which will help women and their children rebuild their lives after surviving and escaping violence. When it comes to helping families, there is a role for government and a role for charities. And we are a government that wants to work with the charities to deliver the best outcomes for people in need.
Thank you, Senator Billock. Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to speak on the recent 20th anniversary of the Bali bombings. Early on the morning of the 12th of October, as the sun rose over Perth, survivors, their loved ones and several hundred members of the public gathered at the memorial in Kings Park to lay wreaths and commemorate this historic anniversary. 2 decades on, it has lost none of its impact. 202 people were killed in the brutal attack at Paddy's Bar and the Sari Club, 88 of them Australian and 16 of them from Western Australia. It was and remains very close to home. At the 20th anniversary ceremony, we heard powerful speeches from survivors that reminded us of the very best in the Australian character. Anthony Vilicic said, "The knowledge that more people visit Bali now than prior to the bombings shows that they failed to scare us away. We can be rest assured the Australian spirit has not been broken. Our spirit remains strong, open, free and tolerant in the memory of those lost." Bali Memorial Association Secretary Fiona Ross lost her brother, David. She shared how her memories of the event and its aftermath remained awful and terrible, but she was buoyed by the countless acts of love and kindness that followed the tragedy. Perth Northern Suburbs is where I grew up. It's where my office is based, and is a part of the world which I often talk about. It's a part of the world that was not immune from those devastating attacks. And those who lived and worked and played sport there before dying in Bali are very well and warmly remembered. The local high school, Greenwood College, of which one of my staff is an alumni, flies flags at half-mast on the 12th of October to commemorate the loss of 4 former students. And a plaque there, presented by the graduating class of 2002, pays tribute to Brian Hancock, Corey Poltridge, Jason Stokes and Jonathan Wade. Those 4 former students are also remembered by the Kingsley Football Club, which marked the 20th anniversary of the bombings with a Legends footy match. In October 2002, 20 young men from the club, elated to have won their first premiership, flew to Bali for an end-of-season celebration. Tragically, only 13 of the teammates made it home. In addition to those I've mentioned, I add David Ross, Anthony Stewart and Dean Gallagher as those that did not return. It says a lot when the surviving team members were offered an opportunity to fly home. Instead, they chose to stay and search for their missing colleagues. But as significantly as Western Australia was affected, so too it contributed to the recovery. 28 people were flown to Royal Perth Hospital for treatment. The WA Museum currently has an exhibition dedicated to the bombings, showcasing the selfless doctors and nurses who treated burns patients. The message and I think many people draw from these tragic events is that cooperation, love and survival won out over fear and hatred. Indeed, the friendship between Australia and Indonesia has endured, has grown stronger, despite the events of 2002. Australians frequent Bali in greater numbers than before the attacks. While grief and loss continue, all this confirms the perpetrators of the Bali bombings are and will remain defeated. Recently, I was delighted to attend the renaming of a reserve in Balcatta near my electorate office in Perth's northern suburbs. Those that know Perth northern suburbs well will know that it's a place of multicultural, with a deep multicultural history, the place where many people have come and built their lives, grown their families. This particular recreational space now pays tribute to the life and community legacy of the late Mr Dushan Lusev. The ceremony last month brought together representatives of the City of Stirling, many locals and, of course, family and friends of the Lusev family. Dusan Lusev was a pioneer of the Balcatta area, a Croatian migrant who was born in 1907 on the island of Prvić Luka. In 1923, at the age of 16, he came alone to Australia to build a better life. His first stop was Queensland, but he later moved to the southwest of Western Australia and then made Balcatta his home. His legacy, his memory is one that we can all be very, very proud of. And I'm delighted to have been invited by his family to share in that very, very important event to mark his legacy to a wonderful part of Perth's community.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. The Melbourne Cup is on again next week. 7 horses have been killed at the last 9 Melbourne Cup races. And that's just part of the story. The horse racing industry continues to tolerate cruel practices like whipping and tongue-tying, and the overbreeding and slaughter of horses continues. This gambling-fueled animal cruelty in the name of entertainment should have ended a long time ago. But we know that the racing industry is very powerful and well-connected. Their interests are protected and advanced over and above animals and people. In Melbourne, the construction of a flood wall protected the Flemington Racecourse from damaging floodwaters recently, while flooding was made much worse for people living in the surrounding area. That's the scale of influence the gambling and racing industries have. They will let nothing interrupt the Cup Carnival, not even the global pandemic, as it turned out. Every year, the spring races receive tremendous amounts of glowing coverage from media publications with dedicated racing journalists and, of course, the form guide. An analysis by Crikey found that the Everest horse race, held in Sydney in October, attracted enormous positive media coverage, particularly in the 9 papers. Crikey reported on 17th October. Since October 9, the Sydney Morning Herald and its Sunday sister, the Sun Herald, have published 58 articles on the Everest. These stories profiled mares from both human and horse perspectives, stroked the egos of trainers, talked in fairy tale terms of heroes and villains, and workshop solutions for horse hay fever. This uncritical garbage is tolerated because there is a powerful group of vested interests here that mutually benefit from the ongoing relevance and monetary advantage the horse racing brings to them. So they willfully ignore the treatment of animals and the gambling harm on society. The major parties fill up their pockets from donations from gambling companies. The media relies on huge amounts of advertising from the industry, and this horrendous cycle goes on. But it doesn't have to be this way. The end of horse racing is not some fantasy. The industry has effectively lost its social license, and more people are boycotting the Melbourne Cup every year. According to a recent independent poll commissioned by my office, 54% of those polled, and 70% of 18 to 24-year-olds agree that horses should not be raced for gambling and entertainment. It's way past time to say nup to the cup and nup to this gambling-fueled cruelty. Just shut it down. In the next couple of minutes, I'd like to address another topic. Since 1947, the year the British carved up and departed the Indian subcontinent, after centuries of lives taken, of looting and extracting wealth and resources, Kashmir has been a disputed territory. The 27th of October has been marked by the Kashmiris as Black Day, and many around the globe show solidarity with them and their fight for self-determination. For decades, India has tried to hide what is happening in Kashmir by silencing Kashmiri voices. The oppression and violence has dramatically escalated under the regime of current Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In 2019, the Indian government revoked the special status of Kashmir, which allowed it some autonomy and imposed a brutal crackdown on dissent. Kashmir was cut off from the world, with internet and mobile communications suspended. Compliant multinational tech companies removed posts, blocked videos, and shut down accounts trying to expose this brutality. The Modi government has also used draconian laws to silence journalists and activists, while Indian armed forces have stepped up their presence on Kashmir's streets, with many new security checkpoints established. The people of Kashmir have the right to sovereignty and self-determination. But these rights have been trampled on for far too long. Entire generations of Kashmiris have grown up knowing nothing but conflict. Amnesty International reports that there have been more than 50,000 lives lost since 1989. Still, Kashmiris are courageously resisting. I urge the Albanese government to break the indefensible silence of the previous Morrison government on human rights abuses against Kashmiris. The Labour government must condemn the Modi administration for its human rights abuses in Kashmir and support the rights of Kashmiris to self-determination.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Urquhart.
Due South Australia, who are they? One might think they're a South Australian organisation, but they're actually based in Tasmania. They're a self-funded organisation with their sights set on delivering world-class wellness initiatives for first responders and veterans. This charity operates 3 purposely designed homes, an off-grid adventure property, a farm and a community hub, all of which are based in my hometown of Ulverston on the northwest coast of Tasmania. Designed to be a home away from home for military veterans and first responders who attend the courses that they offer. The initiatives run by Due South Australia are specifically designed to help in the transition, personal development and, importantly, the mental health of the selfless individuals who continue to serve a purpose greater than their own. Due South Australia is a 100% self-funded organisation providing wellness initiatives during the months of May to November each year. This is called a mid-year reset. These wellness initiatives are planned and delivered by a selfless and driven group of volunteers. Due South Australia is proud to be completely operated by volunteers and guarantee their business model will never include wages. I met with the directors of Due South Australia, Peter and Barry, a couple of weeks ago in Ulverston. Peter had served in the military for 24 years, seeing active service in East Timor, Afghanistan, Iraq and humanitarian service in Banda Aceh in the wake of the Boxing Day tsunami, Ukraine after the downing of the MH17 tragedy and numerous other deployments around the globe, and has also set up successful businesses on the northwest coast of Tasmania with his wife while serving. Barry, a community-minded and successful businessman, have teamed up to create this awesome vision called Due South. They run a private enterprise in Ulverston, the Seasonal South Motel. They call the motel the engine room for Due South, where the output of their team's effort is the driving force to self-fund. These gentlemen take no wage but create local jobs and give back to our first responders and veterans with their great team of volunteers. Not only do their team of all volunteers run wellness courses between May and November each year, but a community hub every day of the year at the motel for first responders, veterans and the community. Seasonal South Motel is a welcoming place where the Ulverston community come to connect, share and learn. The hub bridges the gap between first responders, veterans and the wider community to connect with each other and with organisations that can provide health, education and support programs. The 3 homes accommodate the attendees of the wellness and reconnection programs that run between May and November each year, and the other 6 months they house Pacific Islanders workforce participating in the seasonal worker program to support our agricultural industry. This is not only setting a new standard in charity work, but a new and very high standard of housing for our Pacific workforce while they live and work here in Australia for extended periods. When any donations are received, a minimum of 90% go directly to veterans and first responder support programs and a maximum of 10% in admin costs. No wages, all volunteers. This is setting a new standard in veteran charity work and reduces the stress on limited government funding or the ongoing running cost from a handout to a hand up. These courses not only benefit the participants but regional Australia, with these fine Australians visiting the towns and local businesses, which help in the transition of veterans and first responders attending emergency every day into their community and back into the civilian workforce, and in turn helps families grow their relationships back to a strong bond after years of long deployments. Attending emergencies and training exercises makes a more healthy and sustainable society for those who serve our community here and around the globe. Giving back, this is what Australia is and should be about. Labor is proud to support this great initiative, and I must say that in meeting these 2 guys, they are very selfless, and I am very proud to have them living in my hometown of Ulverston.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise tonight on this budget night to address a couple of issues in tonight's budget. And obviously it is early days, it's less than an hour since the budget speech was delivered, and as with all complex documents, the devil is always going to be in the detail. So there is much work to be done analysing this document, seeing where it hurts and who it hurts. But already a couple of things leaped out at me. These are only small programs. I admit that, but they're close to my heart. And I was deeply saddened, actually, to see in the budget a cut to support for agricultural shows. This isn't a large amount of money, it's only $2.8 million, but agricultural shows in our regions are the lifeblood of many communities. Just this year we've finally seen the ag shows in my home state of Western Australia, and Senator Smith's in the chamber and he would agree, I know he comes to the ag shows as well, that we've finally seen the ag shows get up and running again after a couple of very hard years. These shows are huge events in their local communities, huge events. The Darwin Agricultural Field Day, Newdigate, a number of agricultural shows across Western Australia which just represent so much to their local communities. And the amount of support from the federal government wasn't large. It wasn't large. It was a relatively small amount of money in budgetary terms, but it just gave those agricultural shows a lifeline in those years when they could not operate, when they could not earn any money, when the businesses in those communities could not participate, when agricultural industries could not showcase themselves to their own communities. Such a vital endeavour. And yet this government, in their first budget, has taken the opportunity to take a $2.8 million save out of supporting agricultural shows. And that comes on top of the decision to cut round 6 of the Building Better Regions Fund. The Building Better Region Fund, which has supported so many good projects across rural and regional Australia, small projects, projects that wouldn't normally get the attention of a federal government, that wouldn't normally be able to be funded by the sporting club or the local community or the local Shire Council, but who gained a lifeline through the Building Better Region Fund. And we've seen that round 6 cut. 815 applications. That represents 815 community groups, 815 community groups across this country who worked hard to put those applications in. In some cases, those applications would have been the result of thousands of dollars of volunteer labour, hundreds of hours of work from volunteers in putting those applications together. And all those projects just sent a letter saying, sorry, no chance, not going to get any money. There might be a program you can apply for in the future. We'll see. 815 community groups across rural and regional Australia who are just after a bit of a lifeline, a bit of help for a project that otherwise would not see the light of day. And these projects aren't massive things. They're cultural and language centres on the Albany Harbour foreshore. They're upgrades to airstrips at places like Laverton in Western Australia, Katanning in Western Australia. Small rural and regional communities, they don't have the funds to do these kinds of upgrades and projects themselves. And the Building Better Regions Fund just offered them a lifeline, a chance to get some funding from the Commonwealth Government and to have these projects taken forward. And it's deeply saddening to see these cuts in this budget.
Thank you, Senator Erck. Senator Brockman. Senator Davey.
Thank you. The floods that have impacted most of Eastern Australia over the past few weeks have exceeded all expectations across New South Wales. What started out as an amazing spring season for so many of our farmers and croppers have been ruined. The financial cost to Australian agriculture and production will be immense. Damage done to towns, to businesses, is hard to reconcile, and local councils will be paying to repair roads for years to come. Many homes will never be repaired or rebuilt. And through it all, we've seen the most amazing community efforts. Hundreds of thousands of sandbags filled, kilometres of levee banks built within days in some instances, volunteers coming to help move stock, and organisations like the Salvation Army and the Red Cross doing what they do best, being in the right place at the right time. Certainly this is not the worst floods we've ever faced, and it won't be the last. And the horror experienced by Lismore and the Northern Rivers in March this year put us on high alert. Both the Royal Commission into Bushfires and the New South Wales July 2022 flood report have talked of the need to streamline processes. Indeed, the Labor Party crucified our government for not acting unilaterally as a federal government over and above states and their wishes. Yet now they're in control. They are learning it is not so easy. Crucially, they're learning that not all states talk the same language when it comes to emergency preparedness or response. For example, New South Wales and Victoria are both giving different river levels, different expected river flood peak times for the same river system. The same river, not just the system, the same river. The same towns, just on different sides of the border. There is a range of assistant measures available through a combination of federal and state programs, but there's no clarity on to how assessments are made and when they're triggered, or how and where to go to get assistance. Some adjacent local government areas have different approvals of funding, even though they're affected by the same weather event. Each state has enacted different levels of the Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery funding arrangements, despite the funding available to each, and how they initiate it is exactly the same for both. Small businesses in flood-affected New South Wales can apply for concessional loans, while no local government area in Victoria yet has that available. But they do have it available for primary producers. And the federal government also needs to come clean as to why decisions that are wholly within their remit are not consistent. For example, people in the Moira Shire on the Victorian Murray River are not eligible for the Commonwealth-funded disaster recovery payment of $1,000 per adult, yet just next door, those in the Campaspe Shire are. Yet both shires have a level of disaster recovery funding arrangements in place. And when I last checked, not a single person in New South Wales is yet eligible for that $1,000 per adult, despite many shires, all with consistent disaster recovery funding arrangements. And in all of those shires in New South Wales, people can apply for disaster recovery allowance for 13 weeks if they can't work. There is no consistency here. Communities are confused, and so am I. Each disaster, we know each disaster is different, but each must be used as a learning exercise, and all governments must work together to provide consistency and clarity. And I call on the federal government, in particular, to stop tweeting that more local government areas are eligible for funding and start telling people how to access the information about that funding. Not one of the Emergency Management Minister's tweets provides a link for people to get the information. My office is inundated with calls. Where do I go to get information? The government must provide clarity, the government must work with the states, and people need consistency. Thank you.
Senator Chandler.
The government of Iran, the dictatorship of Iran, is killing Iranian women and girls. Day after day, week after week, women and girls in Iran are being shot, beaten to death or kidnapped and never seen again. They are being attacked by the regime's forces in their schools, their homes and in the streets for doing nothing more than refusing to cover their hair as the dictatorship demands, or for protesting against the killing of women and girls the day before or the day before that. If ever there was a case for democratic nations to stand up for the human rights of women and girls, this is it. Australia could start by leading the way on having the Iranian regime removed from the UN Commission on the Status of Women. It has now been 6 weeks since I first suggested that Australia must take a stance on this. By leading the charge on correcting this absurd and disgusting validation of the Iranian regime, we could have sent a message that, as far away from Iran as we are, we will not stand by and do nothing as women and girls are killed. But 6 weeks later, not a single word from the Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister on Iran's position as a UN-endorsed expert on women's rights. Many of our closest allies have already used sanctions against the Iranian regime to send a message. The US, the UK and Canada have all applied various forms of sanctions against Iranian leadership and the leaders of the so-called morality police responsible for much of the violence. But what actions has Australia applied, and what sanctions has Australia applied in response to the murder of women and girls? None. Our government has not just done less than our allies and partners, it has done nothing. Women and girls in Iran are showing incredible bravery, standing up to their oppressors, despite knowing their protest puts their life and their liberty directly at risk. Every day we see news stories of Iranian women defying the danger to themselves to make a stance for their rights and the rights of their fellow Iranian women. Today I read of Professor Mona Khatami from the Tehran University who, amidst a government crackdown on universities, cancelled her classes, posted a photo of herself without a headscarf to social media and said, "We won't be back." What courage! We have no way of knowing what will happen to Professor Khatami and thousands of other Iranian women who have protested in the same way. Tragically, we must assume that they are now in mortal danger. As Canada's Foreign Minister told a meeting of the world's female foreign ministers last week, democracies have a moral obligation to help the incredibly brave women of Iran. Canada, like many of our international allies, has sanctioned Iranian leaders. Australia has not. To the immense frustration of Australia's Iranian community, we have heard nothing whatsoever from our Prime Minister or government about tangible diplomatic actions Australia intends to take in response to the violence against Iranian women. It is not sufficient to simply say Australia condemns the violence or Australia calls on the Iranian government to stop the violence. This is a time for action. Authoritarian regimes which get away with violence and contravention of international law only become further emboldened to break more and more international laws and perpetrate more violence. And so it is that in recent days we have learned that Iran is actively involved in Russia's assault against Ukraine through the provision of drones and personnel. Not content with killing citizens in its own country, Iran's rulers are helping Putin to kill citizens in another. What more does our government have to hear before taking action?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator McCarthy. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. I rise to make some comments in relation to the Rockhampton Ring Road, which was the subject of some discussion earlier today during question time. And whilst I didn't have the benefit of participating in the budget lock-up this afternoon, I had my own mini-budget lock-up, which went for about 40 minutes. And I just want to walk through what I could discern in relation to the Rockhampton Ring Road in that short period of time. But first, I want to start this story with a reference to a transcript Minister Catherine King gave at a doorstop interview on Monday. And when asked about the Rockhampton Ring Road, this is what Minister King said. I quote, "Yeah, the money, that $823 million for the Rockhampton Ring Road, is in the budget. It remains in the budget. There are no cuts, in fact, to infrastructure investment programs for roads in Queensland at all. No cuts at all. That project will happen, but," and of course there's a but, of course what we're seeing right the way across the country is significant capacity constraints. And I don't want to pretend to people that it's going to be delivered tomorrow. I don't want to pretend that. I want to deliver the project. I want to do that in partnership, as I need to with the Rockhampton Ring Road. But we're being realistic about the timeframes for delivery." End quote. That's what Minister King said on Monday, the 24th of October. Now, it's interesting to compare those words with what the then Shadow Minister Albanese said before he became Prime Minister. And this is what he said in an article published on Monday, 24 September 2018, in relation to the Rockhampton Ring Road. "The Coalition should stop playing games. The people and businesses of Rockhampton deserve certainty." End quote. That's what he said off his own website, in relation to the Rockhampton Ring Road on 24 September 2018. more than 4 years ago. More than 4 years ago. And yet, his own Minister, Catherine King, in a doorstop on Monday said, well, she's not going to pretend it's going to happen tomorrow. I ask you, Prime Minister, is that playing games? Is that playing games with the people of Rockhampton? Is that delivering the certainty they need? And then I sought to find a media statement that was made on 22 January 2019, I should say. And interestingly, when you go to the Prime Minister's website and you look for a copy of this media statement, and I don't know if it's my IT ability, but you get nothing here but me, sorry. And there's a picture of a dog. I think it's the Prime Minister's dog, Toto, that's there, but you can't find the article. But the article is cached, so you can see what was said. And this is what the now Prime Minister said. The Shorten Labor government will deliver the project, not just talk about it. Federal Labor's commitment to the Rockhampton Ring Road builds on our strong track record of delivering for Central Queensland the last time we were in office." End quote. So that's what the Prime Minister said on 22 January 2019. A Shorten Labor government will deliver the project, not just talk about it. So what do we find in the budget papers? And as I say, I haven't had oodles of time to go through, but can I say to the people of Queensland, if a Labor federal government says reprofiling, be very, very concerned about your infrastructure project, because reprofiling means your infrastructure funding is being pushed out to the never, never. That's what reprofiling means. So it's not a good thing. If the Albanese government talks about reprofiling an infrastructure project, that isn't good news for your project. It's bad news, and bad news for Queensland. And let me go to budget paper number 1, page 7. $22 billion in spending reductions or reprioritisations, including $6.5 billion in savings from reprofiling, there's that word, reprofiling infrastructure projects to better align investments with industry and market conditions. Because, you know, those infrastructure projects are being reprofiled for our benefit. The people of Rockhampton might not realise that, but the Albanese government is reprofiling their ring road for the benefit of the people of Rockhampton. That's what page 7 of the budget paper number 1 says. You then go to budget paper number 2. As I sought more detail with respect to how this reprofiling was going to work, and this is what you find on page 161. The government will reprofile $6.5 billion of funding for existing projects within the infrastructure investment program to beyond the forward estimates, to better align the investment with construction market conditions. Because bear in mind, this reprofiling is apparently for the benefit of the good people of Queensland. They won't see their infrastructure in the next few years, but it's being reprofiled. Don't worry about that. We're reprofiling to better align with investment with construction market conditions. That's page 161, budget paper number 2. And then you go to the regional ministerial budget statement, and what do we see there? On page 179. Here we go. Not only is it reprofiling, it's a new approach. The Australian government is continuing its investment in road and rail infrastructure projects to support regional development. The 2022-23 budget reflects a new approach to infrastructure investment that responds to market capacity constraints, creating a more sustainable infrastructure pipeline while continuing to support priorities for communities. We're reprofiling. There you go. It's all for our benefit. But how does this reprofiling respond in terms of, let's take, for example, a project in Victoria where the Labor government is seeking election in the near future? Well, you see, the reprofiling doesn't apply to Labor projects in Victoria, presumably because it doesn't sit with the profile of the electoral cycle for Premier Dan Andrews and the Labor Party in Victoria. So what we have here is, and again I go to Minister King's transcript of her doorstop interview, she says, in relation to the suburban rail loop in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. And this is what she says. I quote, "Of course our commitment is $2 billion to the early works of the first component of that. It will still go to Infrastructure Australia as an overall project for assessment." Sorry? We're going to contribute millions and millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer funds to the early works for a project that hasn't been assessed by Infrastructure Australia? And I'll read it again. "Of course our commitment is $2 billion to the early works of the first component of that. It will still go to Infrastructure Australia as an overall project for assessment." End quote. Shouldn't you actually assess the project before you invest in it? So I suggest maybe there could be another use of the word reprofiling, which is to direct the investment to projects which have already been assessed, which have already been committed to, which the community is already expecting, which many suppliers, local regional suppliers, have made capital investment in relation to gear up for the construction of those projects, and to reprofile funds from infrastructure projects in Labor Victoria to Queensland, where the community has a very, very legitimate expectation in relation to the building and construction of those projects. And again, I'll read the words from the now Prime Minister Albanese in relation to Rockhampton Ring Road. This is what he said in relation to the Coalition, 24 September 2018. "The people and businesses of Rockhampton deserve certainty." That's what he said in 2018. 2019, "A Shorten Labor government will deliver the project, not just talk about it." And what does he say? What does his government say? That's how long ago it was, Senator Ciccone. That's how long ago it was. He was making commitments way back then, and now his own Minister King, in relation to the same project, which has committed funding, says we're going to reprofile the project. And that is not good news for the people of Queensland. That is not good news for the people of Rockhampton. That is not good news for regional Australia, and they deserve better from this Albanese government.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And look, this evening it gives me great pleasure to be speaking about the much-anticipated UN climate change conference that is being held over in Egypt, better known as COP27. We know that tackling climate change requires international cooperation, and the Albanese Labor government's commitment to reducing our carbon emissions gives us a legitimate seat at the table at these multinational and multilateral forums. We are fortunate to have some great Australian representatives at COP27, including the National Farmers Federation and the Australian Forest Products Association, who will promote climate-smart farming with forestry at the conference. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has highlighted that many of our responses to climate change can be applied without competing for land, which is often a source of tension when we are talking about climate change solutions. The IPCC highlights that sustainable forest management is one of these solutions. This does not require new land use. We know that trees store carbon, and so the process of using timber products from sustainably managed forests for construction and other industries stores carbon both in our infrastructure and in the trees that we regrow after they are harvested. The Australian forestry industry is a world leader in sustainable timber production, and this should be a wake-up call to some climate change activists that the forestry industry is an important part and an important ally in our fight against climate change. Indeed, one of the most damning things that we could do is reduce forestry activity here in Australia. Rather than protect the environment, this would increase pollution and habitat loss, as timber products would be sourced from far less sustainable forest industries in other countries. The Forests and Climate Leaders Partnership, established recently at the United Nations General Assembly, also highlighted that when we are looking at land use for climate change solutions, afforestation has to be part of that conversation. Now, this is the process of growing a new forest on land that previously had no trees. This approach reflects both growing demand for timber products and the fact that as forests grow, it naturally removes carbon from the atmosphere and stores it in its trees. The UN's Forests and Climate Leaders Partnership clearly states that if international community is going to meet its climate targets, there needs to be an expansion of the forest estate across the globe. We cannot ignore this here in Australia. I've spoken in the Senate several times on this subject. I recently went out to Hayfield in my home state of Victoria in Gippsland, visiting Australian sustainable hardwood, better known as ash, with our Forestry Minister, Murray Watt, and the local MP, Darren Chester. I've had the pleasure of visiting ash many times, and they are exactly the sort of businesses, regional businesses, that we want to see succeed in the modern Australian economy, making a positive contribution in the fight against climate change, creating good, secure union jobs, training people on site and giving back to the local community. So we could see these reports from the IPCC and the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership as a clear signal that Australia is in a strong position to seize opportunities in forestry and, in doing so, fight climate change and create good jobs, good-paying jobs. And I'm sure we will see this highlighted by the NFF and AFPA at COP27. Earlier in the week, NFF CEO Tony Marr said that adding trees at the right scale and location to primary farm enterprises can be a climate solution that ticks many boxes, and he is right. This has the potential to improve biodiversity and help solve Australia's timber supply crisis. By ensuring more of the timber we use comes from our own sustainable forestry industry, we can ensure our homes and infrastructure are storing carbon and encourage the planting of more forests. And importantly, we're also ensuring that this economic activity is supporting good Australian jobs. I think it is an important theme that is emerging here from these international forums and reports. It's what I've been hearing directly from both farmers and those in the industry and the many workers. Agriculture and forestry are essential to reducing our emissions, and these industries must be seen as allies, not adversaries, in our fight against climate change. For too long, politics on those on the left, those on the right, have both tried to argue that the interests of farmers and workers are not compatible when we try and take action on climate change. But these kinds of arguments just don't stack up, and they place a very narrow view and political interests above the interests of working Australians and regional communities, pitting workers and farmers and environmentalists against one another, regional communities against cities. Might get a few reactions on social media, dare I say, or a lot of cheers at a party conference, but it doesn't actually achieve a lot at the end of the day. But the task of a responsible government is to bring Australians together, to confront these challenges that we all face, and indeed this is the approach of the Albanese Labor government. Unlike those opposites and all those on the left, we are focused on bringing people together, solving problems, not blaming one group or causing or blaming others for not achieving what they'd promised to do. Because we don't forget the 1 billion trees that the coalition had promised at the last election and the election before then, but did not plant one single tree. And we know that this is the approach the Australians want. They want their leaders to be working together. After almost a decade of division from those opposite, they are tired. The Australian people are tired that they have been told that the problems are just far too hard to solve, because we know there is more division in the coalition party room than there is in our society. The vast majority of Australians want us to stop playing politics and start solving our climate change problems. That's why it is so encouraging to see representatives from Australian agriculture and forestry sectors working together, putting forward innovative approaches on the world stage, approaches that reduce emissions while providing opportunities to many, many people. And we are here and listening to similar approaches from environmental groups. For instance, Landcare Australia is building capacity to support farmers to participate in the carbon market, with a view of aligning projects with the biodiversity market that the Albanese government has announced plans to develop early this year. So we can see that Australians are ready to step up and work together to tackle climate change and seize on those opportunities. And after almost a decade of wasted opportunities, Deputy President, and failed energy policies, they finally have a government that will bring people together to solve these big problems. And I want to wish all the Australian delegates at COP27 all the very best as they hold their heads up high now that Australia has a government that takes climate change seriously and is committed to working with the international community to lower emissions.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. If the carnage and human tragedy of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars have taught us anything, it's that everyday people are made to suffer at the hands of elites who lack the empathy to understand the true horror of war. Rather than learn from the failure of the Middle East occupations, it seems we are doomed to repeat them. The origins of the Ukraine war didn't start this year, but in late 2013, with the then Ukrainian President Yanukovych's decision to suspend an association agreement with the EU. As stated by Yanukovych, parts of the EU deal were inadequate and Ukraine did not have the money to upgrade to European standards. To quote an MP from the Party of Regions, the governing party, "If we had signed, we would have opened our borders and killed our own manufacturers." The decision to delay this decision led to riots and the eventual overthrow of the democratically elected president in the early months of 2014. The Party of Regions represented Ukrainians from eastern Ukraine, where significant manufacturing took place. It was quite within the governing party's right to act in the best interests of their constituents. This, however, wasn't enough for the anti-government protesters, who spent the next 4 months protesting outside the Ukrainian parliament. The protests turned violent and many members of the governing party fled the capital and even the country. Liberal democracies should change via the ballot box and not by a small minority of protesters. What was particularly concerning about the overthrow was that it was supported by the then US administration under Barack Obama. Indeed, a leaked phone call between Victoria Nuland, Assistant Secretary of State, and the US Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, revealed US officials discussing who should move into the new administration. John Kerry also held meetings with the soon-to-be installed president in the month prior to the overthrow. After the overthrow, Nuland is filmed at a dinner sponsored by Chevron, boasting about spending $5 billion to promote democracy. Misinformation if ever I heard it. Rather than promote democracy, she was aiding in overthrowing it. How can the West pretend to support democracy when it engages in activities like this? And how can the West pretend to uphold good government when just months after installing a new regime, Hunter Biden, the son of the then Vice President, now President, was employed by a Ukrainian oil company even though he couldn't speak Ukrainian or had ever worked in the oil industry? The first action of the incoming regime was to overthrow the law that allowed the use of Russian, Hungarian, Romanian and Moldovan language in courts, schools and other government institutions in cities and provinces where minorities exceeded 10%. So much for free speech and diversity. However, these actions were just the start of what was to become a brutal civil war between pro-Russian forces in the east and pro-nationalist in the western Ukraine. It is estimated that over 14,000 people have died in the 8-year war. The BBC has reported that Russian-speaking Ukrainians were even beheaded. Most of the casualties have been incurred by the Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Is it any wonder many of the Russian-speaking minority in eastern Ukraine want autonomy when their own party was overthrown with the help of the US government and then persecuted by the installed regime? An often overlooked aspect of the question as to whether or not Ukraine should join the EU is the fact that no one has asked Europeans whether or not they want Ukraine to be a part of Europe. The one exception to this was a Dutch referendum on an association agreement with Ukraine, held in late 2016, whereby they voted against Ukraine joining the EU 62% to 38%. Before the elites try and move any more pieces on the chessboard of Europe, the technocrats and politicians should ask the Europeans what they want via a referendum, rather than orchestrating a violent coup. To do otherwise is to override democracy. This conflict is not aimed at upholding freedom or democracy. It's about protecting the interests of the elites. Multinationals will get access to Ukrainian markets, while the EU taxpayer picks up the tab for developing Ukraine. At the same time, Western oil companies cut Russian energy supplies out of the European market. These measures will push Russia and its resources into China's orbit. How is providing cheap energy for China while increasing the price of energy to Europeans in the interests of the West? The Chinese mustn't be able to believe their luck at the stupidity of the Biden-NATO administration in undermining European security. What about the Monroe Doctrine? No one would think it's okay for the Russian government to interfere in Canadian politics or for the Chinese to interfere in Mexico. The US quite rightly vigorously opposed Russia putting missiles in Cuba back in the 60s. Furthermore, we need to look at the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline. Like the origins of coronavirus or vaccine injuries, it has next to no media coverage. One would think that an act of international sabotage on private property in international waters would warrant further attention. Surely radar activity could reveal who was in the area at the time of the attack. Why doesn't the media pursue this issue? Now, the warmongers will immediately run from the chamber screaming that I'm pro-Putin. This is not true. This is about being pro-peace, pro-democracy and anti-corruption. The Russian invasion was unjustified, just as the initial coup by the US was unjustified. The mainstream media propaganda blanket has been laid on so thick regarding the Ukraine war that only continual escalation is acceptable. Public calls for de-escalation and detente are met with accusations of Kremlin loyalty. This is unsustainable. America's greatest strength are its people and its political process. Two of its biggest political commentators, Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, are both anti-war in Ukraine. What does that tell you about the will of the American people? They do not want to get entrapped in a war that has nothing to do with them. The American system of government was formed by patriots, people who opposed foreign oppression and the unelected ruling class, and instead sought to protect the liberties of the individual. There is no greater manifestation of the Enlightenment period than the American Revolution. Unfortunately, despite the warnings of Eisenhower and the efforts of Kennedy, the elites have infiltrated the centre of power in the US, Washington DC, and turned it into a swamp that desperately needs to be drained. The founding fathers must be turning in their grave. The only way out of this bloodshed is for the eastern provinces of Ukraine to be given the choice of self-determination. In 2010, the International Court of Justice concluded that the Declaration of Independence of Kosovo, adopted on the 17th of February 2008, did not violate international law. This decision was backed by Western countries. The provinces in eastern Ukraine should be given the same rights subject to a vote. Australia backed East Timor's right to self-determination in 1999. Nor should we forget Northern Ireland's wish to remain part of the United Kingdom. Provided voting is conducted fairly, then surely a democratic outcome in Ukraine is better than continuing the bloodshed, is it not? The only people who are suffering here are the Ukrainians. The escalation needs to end. It is time to use diplomacy and not weapons. In the words of Ronald Reagan when he started a detente with the Soviet Union in 1984, we seek genuine cooperation. We seek progress for peace. Cooperation begins with communication.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. What is the point of Labor? I've just watched Treasurer Jim Chalmers and Labor deliver a budget that gives billionaires and politicians a $9,000 a year tax cut, but does absolutely nothing to lift payments for the millions of people struggling to survive on income support. Poverty is a political choice. In this budget, Labor has chosen to give tax cuts to the wealthy that will cost the bottom line $254 billion over the next 10 years and do nothing for the 21% of Australian households who have experienced severe food insecurity in the past 12 months. There is nothing fair and progressive about people running out of food because they can't afford to eat. We live in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, yet this budget has not delivered for the millions of Australians on income support who are struggling to pay for skyrocketing costs for food, for rent and power bills. The budget papers tell us that rents are expected to go up sharply and electricity prices by 51%, yet there is no real increase in the budget for people who are already finding it impossible to get by. I recently spoke to one person struggling to survive on the disability support pension. They told me, "I live every day in terror of becoming homeless. I frequently eat only once per day because that's all I can afford. I'm on a medical support payment, yet can't afford the medical services I need to help me function. I can afford basic bills but few treats. I haven't purchased new clothes in over 2 years, own only one pair of shoes, had to beg for assistance to fix my car, and live concerned about things breaking down and being unable to afford replacements, for example my fridge or washing machine. Living in poverty is terrifying and frustrating. I have developed physical health concerns due to the stress. Affordable housing just doesn't exist, except for an increasingly tiny, lucky few, and this budget actually makes the situation worse. There's froth and bubble in the budget about 1 million new homes, but once you cut through the fluff, it turns out that the government is funding, wait for it, the grand total of 40,000 affordable homes over the next 5 years, which means a shortfall of over 500,000 homes. And the number of people on waiting lists for public and social housing is actually going to increase over the next 5 years, not decrease. The terror of becoming homeless and the awful reality of being homeless will increase alongside it. Reducing the cost of PBS medicine sounds great, but there's a sting. The budget reduces the price of prescription medicines for general patients, but for concession card holders, the cost of a script's actually going to go up from $6.80 to $7.30 because of inflation. It doesn't have to be this way. If this had been a Greens budget, it would have included a livable income guarantee, ensuring support was there for everyone who needed it. We would raise the rates of all income support payments to above the poverty line to $88 a day, abolish all parts of our income support system that punish people for being poor, and return the provision of employment services back to the Commonwealth. And this will be complemented by the provision of universal social services, free childcare, dental care covered by Medicare, aged care services available in regional towns. We know that lifting people out of poverty can be done. We know that because we saw that during the pandemic, the government briefly lifted JobSeeker above the poverty line and abolished all mutual obligations. And during this time, people on income support were able to meet their basic needs, and their mental and their physical health improved. And I've heard countless stories from people about the huge impact the COVID supplement had on their lives. One person told me, "The income support over COVID meant that I could access the tests I needed. I was diagnosed and went through surgery in late 2020. Since then I've been able to finish my degree, get a job in my field and resume paying tax." Last week we held the first hearing of the Senate Community Affairs Inquiry into the extent and nature of poverty in Australia. And during the hearing we heard from many community organisations and individuals who called for a permanent raise to the rate of income support. During the hearing, the Victorian Council of Social Services said, "We find it unfathomable that we have a federal government that is contemplating stage 3 tax cuts and not contemplating lifting the rate of JobSeeker. After the last 2.5 years, if that's not time to change some of the key decisions and lift people out of poverty, I don't know what is." I couldn't agree more. Yet this budget has failed to deliver. What is the point of Labor?
It's time Labor actually listened to the Greens, to advocacy groups, to academics and, importantly, to the millions living on income support. It is time to raise all income support payments above the poverty line and fix our broken social security system. I would like to finish by sharing a statement from Andrew. I met Andrew a few weeks ago at an event with the Anti-Poverty Network South Australia. Andrew told me how, despite having a disease that restricts his ability to work, he is unable to access the disability support pension and is forced to survive on the meagre job seeker payment. This is Andrew's story in his own words. I have osteoarthritis in my right hip due to having Perth's disease as a child. Perth's disease is a rare disease that affects the blood flow to the hip joint. The cause is unknown. It affects approximately 1 in 10,000 children. It's common to develop osteoarthritis later in life, around the mid-40s, which is exactly what happened to me. The pain gradually gets worse over time, affecting my normal day-to-day activities, my sleep and my ability to perform physical tasks. I develop pain if I walk for more than an hour, so the weekly grocery shop is a challenge. I have applied for similar positions in the role I was qualified for and had years of experience automotive parts interpreting. I have not been successful. I've applied for hundreds of jobs in other fields, bearing in mind that I have to as part of my mutual obligations, and also bearing in mind if I can physically do the job. I'm on to my 8th or 9th DES provider. None of them have helped me to get suitable employment. Many have no idea what Perth's disease is or how it affects me. There's no point getting me to a job where I have to stand for any length of time. In addition to this, once I inform potential employers that I have a pre-existing medical issue, I'm immediately told that I'm not suitable. I also have to live with the constant stress around not having enough money to live on. The cost of living increases mean that the limited income I get simply does not go as far as it used to. I am so sick of people criticising the unemployed, saying we're lazy, there's lots of jobs out there. They don't know people's circumstances, and they're often the same people that reject us when we apply for jobs. The current level of income support is inadequate. I do not expect to live a life of luxury. All I want is to have enough to have a basic standard of living and not be worried about money 24/7. I cannot afford treatments to help manage my pain. Simple things such as buying a new mattress, which might help me to sleep better, are currently not affordable. My mental health is terrible. I see no way out of this. The simple solution would be to get a job, but that seems impossible given my ongoing medical issues. The eligibility criteria for the disability support pension has locked people out of it that need it. There are thousands of people like me who are unlikely to work ever again. What are we supposed to do? We can't survive on the job seeker allowance for the rest of our lives. I expect my health will worsen over time. Eventually I'll be unable to walk. Will the government still expect me to look for work then? This budget has delivered nothing to improve Andrew's life, and my heart breaks for him and all other Australians forced to live in such circumstances. Andrew and everyone else surviving on income support, rest assured that I hear you, the Greens hear you. You are not forgotten, and we will keep campaigning for you. We will keep campaigning and doing everything we can until justice is done and you have enough to live on to live a decent life.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. As a servant to the people of Queensland and Australia, I note that at the European Parliament inquiry into COVID just 2 weeks ago, Janine Small, the President of International Developed Markets for Pfizer, revealed that the Pfizer vaccine injection was never tested to see if it would prevent transmission. Never tested. Small went on to say this was because Pfizer had to work at the speed of science. Well, it seems the speed of science and the velocity of money are the same thing. Shameful decisions were taken deliberately to facilitate Big Pharma getting their injections to market in time. The Mouthpiece Media have the same large investment funds on their share register as Big Pharma. It's no surprise the Mouthpiece Media amplified the COVID scare, doubling down on fear porn and demonising anyone who clung to my body, my choice. Just so the media's shareholders could line their pockets with tens of billions of dollars in windfall profits. I remember when the political left walked behind banners reading "My body, my choice." Now real Conservatives hold those banners high while the left abuse us. How fast the left abandon their principles when an opportunity to tell people what to do comes along, to control people. It was clear after just 4 months of COVID, those scary Chinese videos of people dropping dead in the streets should not have been taken at face value. Measures taken out of an abundance of caution in March 2020 should have been re-examined just a few months later, as we requested and suggested. They never were. At the time, the data clearly showed COVID was no more deadly than a severe flu, and well under anything the public would consider to be a pandemic. Let me support that statement. The following data is from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, published in part as a result of a One Nation document discovery a few weeks ago. In 2019, the year before COVID, the seasonal flu cost 4,126 lives. The next year, in 2020, Australia recorded 882 deaths from COVID and 2,287 deaths from the flu, for a total of 3,169 deaths, 1,000 less than before COVID. Almost 1,000 less than the flu killed alone the previous year. Then in 2021, 1,137 deaths were recorded from COVID and 2,073 recorded from the flu, for a total of 3,210. This means deaths from the flu, including COVID, across the first 2 years of the so-called pandemic were right on the long-term average of 3,255. There was nothing unusual about the Australian death rate in 2020 or 2021. And yet the COVID substances, I won't call them vaccines, the COVID injections were given emergency approval. The only thing about our death rate in 2020 that was unusual was that it was at a 7-year low. These are facts. This makes a joke of provisional approval granted for injections out of urgency. There was no urgency. It is not just the vaccines that were inappropriately approved. Dangerous drugs like the antiviral remdesivir were waved through using the same false urgency. Remdesivir's side effects include respiratory failure and organ failure. The perfectly safe but out-of-patent antiviral ivermectin was banned to make way for remdesivir. Banned, proven, banned. The UK has recently put ivermectin back into use. We must as well. The conclusion an increasing number of Australians are coming to is that our health technocrats tore up our tried and true health systems to shift product for their mates in the pharmaceutical industry, and now people are dying from those same products. Once the injection rollout started, there was a spike in deaths. It must be noted correlation is not causation. The link between the cause, vaccines, and the effect, death, injury and suffering, must be proven. Well, it has now been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. At my second COVID Under Question inquiry in August, many highly qualified medical professionals from around the world established that link, providing evidence the injections were responsible for many more deaths than our health technocrats admit. And then late last month, the Journal of Clinical and Experimental Immunology published an article entitled COVID-19 Vaccines, an Australian Review. Authors are Connie Turney and Astrid Leffringhausen from the University of Queensland. Published journal article. This article details the medical science behind the wide range of medical harms being inflicted on Australians as a result of the hubris, the criminal negligence of health technocrats. I promised to hound you people down, and now science has done that for me. The issue of vaccine harm must be referred to a Royal Commission today. These criminals must be brought to justice. This report is reproduced on my website, and anyone who reads this report and still defends the fake vaccines is as guilty as the companies that made it. It's no surprise that COVID has spiked in correlation with the rollout of the fake vaccines. ABS data is not yet available for 2022, although Australian actuarial data is. In the first 4 months of 2022, death from all respiratory diseases, the flu, pneumonia and COVID taken together, are still at normal levels. Yet deaths from cardiac and pulmonary events are up 11% and unexplained deaths are up 13%. At this rate, an extra 10,000 Australians will die in 2022. 10,000 extra! Anyone reading the journal article I just referred will know exactly why this is happening. Now, I refuse to believe our health technocrats do not know either. A Royal Commission must ask what they knew and when. In May 2020, I criticised fear-driven response to COVID in the Senate. Within months of this mismanagement of COVID. At that time, Senator Hanson and I were the lone voices of dissent in the Senate, and Craig Kelly and George Christensen the lone voices in the other place. Senators Rennick and Antic joined us. 6 representatives out of 227 people. Everyone else in both houses displayed an ignorance of proper scientific process, an inability to read empirical data, and a misplaced trust of health bureaucrats. Health technocrats have spent their entire professional lives working closely with the pharmaceutical industry, and we expected them to be impartial? Come on. We delegated authority to the last people who should have been trusted with that authority. The Senate is the House of Review. Every aspect of our COVID response should have been scrutinised to the last detail. The Senate failed in that mission. COVID measures were beyond question, and it seems they still are. Rather than review, the Senate covered up. Senators Rennick and Antic, in company with myself and Senator Hanson, tried to draw the truth out, and we were demonised for doing so. Not one senator amongst the political left entertained a moment's thought for fear-driven response could actually be harming more people than it helped. Resistance is futile was the message repeated at every press conference, from every television, in every House of Parliament. New Zealand, Canada, the UK, America all joined in the chorus, the circus of despair, designed to scare people into taking a substance they knew would cause serious harm and death. Even today, vaccine mandates are still in place around Australia. The reality of a falling birth rate, unexplained increase in deaths, and more than 130,000 cases of vaccine harm here in Australia are being ignored. Still, we are told the injection is safe and effective. Safe and effective is not one lie, it is 2 lies. The vaccine is neither safe nor effective. Medical practitioners who stood up for the rights of their patients were deregistered after action from Big Pharma's enforcement arm, the Australian Health Practitioner Regulatory Agency, under the direction, it seems, of CEO Martin Fletcher and Yvette Duff as chair of the Health Ministers' meeting. They're the ones who were in control. These technocrats decided they knew what was best for patients, better than the patient's own doctor. AHPRA must be referred to the Royal Commission, and the TGA, and ATAGI, and the Chief Medical Officer, and the Secretary of the Federal Health Department, and Greg Hunt, the Federal Health Minister at the time. The vaccine emergency use authorisation expires early next year. An inquiry into how the vaccines went would normally be conducted. But they need to stop now. That emergency authorisation needs to stop. I do not have confidence the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, and the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation, ATAGI, will be honest and impartial in this inquiry. They have not been so far. Only a Royal Commission can decide all of the issues I have raised tonight. One Royal Commissioner will not be enough for the litany of legal and regulatory abuse, medical practice, financial malfeasance, conflict of interest, child abuse, human rights abuse and the shredding of international agreements Australia has endured for 2.5 years. The harm from our COVID response was foreseeable and preventable if only the Senate, the ultimate House of Review, had the courage to stand up and call bullshit. The Senate did not.
Order, Senator Roberts. That language isn't parliamentary. I ask
I
that you
retract
withdraw
that. The
or
brown
find
stuff.
another word. Thank you.
The Senate did not. As a result, the public have lost confidence in the medical profession, health administration and politicians. To his credit, Member of Parliament Dan Tehan publicly admitted his silence last year was wrong. This week, a survey in the Daily Telegraph found of the 50,000 respondents, 37% of Australians who took the vaccine regret it. Only 43% said they would do it again. The damage to the reputation of our once trusted medical institutions can only be repaired with a Royal Commission to unravel the lies and get to the truth, and in so doing ensure this tyranny, this suffering, this loss of life never happens again. I have no doubt when the truth comes to light, history will judge this place as being cowards all. We have one flag, we are one community, we are one nation, and Australians want justice.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. The media has been full recently, and for good reason, about the conflict in Ukraine, with Russia's illegal and unjustifiable invasion of their neighbour. We have seen the pushback by Ukrainian forces, and people welcome that and the counterattacks they have conducted. But it's important to remember that that is not the only place where these kinds of actions are occurring, and in our region, Myanmar is facing a very similar situation where the civilian population is being oppressed by their own military. The military who had a coup to get rid of a democratically elected government who in fact won in a landslide, and the military has sought to entrench their own power and to eliminate any dissent to that. Despite that, despite the overwhelming force, the military force which is applied, the National Unity Government and the ethnic armed forces which have fought for some years in Myanmar have actually made good progress in holding their own. The Special Advisory Council for Myanmar, an independent group for former United Nations human rights experts, estimate that the National Unity Government and the resistance organisations have effective control now over some 52% of Myanmar's territory. They've said that the Myanmar military can only claim to have stable control over about 17%. And so on one hand, we should be celebrating that because that's actually a fantastic outcome for a civilian population supported by some of the ethnic armed groups. But the reality on the ground for people is still stark. The Special Advisory Council note that the regime, who is unable to govern in the majority of the country, is reduced to being occupying military force. And what does that mean for people? Well, it means that it has stepped up its atrocities, including arbitrary torture and killing of civilians, massacres, burning people alive, extrajudicial killings of resistance detainees and using civilians as human shields, as well as air and artillery strikes on residential areas, looting and burning of houses and acts of sexual violence. Just in the last week, we have seen the decapitation of a teacher in one of the areas held by NUG forces, where the military, who can interdict and have airstrikes and send forces in to act and then withdraw, we've seen that. We've seen 7 young students killed in a helicopter attack in a Buddhist monastery recently, and the UN has documented some 260 attacks on schools and educational personnel, according to the UN Human Rights Committee. Just this last week, a Myanmar military air attack killed 80 people at a celebration, predominantly civilians, musicians and people associated with one of the political groups there. And so there is a pattern of behaviour. And what we see, in summary, is that up to date, some 2,356 civilians have been executed by the regime extrajudicially, 91 of those being under the age of 14, and a further 209 between the ages of 15 and 19. Some 12,655 have been illegally arrested, and 4 democracy activists, including a member of parliament, were given capital punishment and executed in July this year. Some 1.3 million people have been displaced, and because of the regime's interdiction and control of World Food Programme and other aid which tries to get over the borders, many of those people are facing starvation. And so the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Myanmar stresses that there are human rights abuses and war crimes being conducted on a daily basis. And so there are several requests. One, that the government look to continue allowing those people from Myanmar who are in Australia to remain, but also look at how we can increase the opportunity for people who are sheltering in third countries like Thailand or Mizoram State to come to Australia until their country is safe to return. Secondly, things like the ASEAN Military Medicine Conference, which at this stage it appears the regime's military are going to attend, ASEAN should take the step to say that they will not accept anyone from the regime attending those sorts of conferences. And third, the junta is talking of having an election in August of 2023, and putting that forward as a way to end the conflict and gain some legitimacy. But that would be entrenching the military under the old 2008 constitution into their power, whereas the democratically elected National Unity Government and the ethnic groups have developed a federal democracy charter, and the international community should be clearly recognising that any election must be under that charter. I wish also to cover quickly some areas here in Australia where abandoning the rule of law and crushing of dissent also occurs. People would have seen in the media just recently the saga of Andrew Thorburn and Essendon. And I just want to very quickly cover the legality and principle issues with this. Most people will know the story. Thorburn was forced to resign very quickly, within 2 days, and in his own words, it became clear to him that his personal Christian faith was not tolerated or permitted in the public square, at least by some, perhaps many. Now, this wasn't on the basis of his personal words or actions. It was because of an association with an Anglican church. Now, some media reports are saying that the church had controversial views. Well, the majority of mainstream churches, and I would argue many mosques and other temples, actually are pro-life. They believe we should protect the unborn, and they believe in the traditional view of marriage and concepts of gender. That is actually quite mainstream around the world, and here in Australia it was perfectly legal to hold those views. In fact, under law, it's still legal to hold those views. And yet the Premier of Victoria said, and I quote, "Those views are appalling. I don't support those views. That kind of intolerance, that kind of hatred, bigotry, it's just wrong." End quote. So were Essendon's actions legal? Well, Australia is a signatory to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which comes from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it makes it unlawful to discriminate against people on a range of clauses. And legal experts have highlighted that it's not only unlawful to discriminate against a person because of their religious belief under the Victorian Equal Opportunity Act of 2010, but also because of their personal association with, for example, the Church under Section 6 of the Act. It's actually not a defence to say that Mr Thorburn agreed to step down. An ultimatum from the club to do so would amount to a constructive dismissal, and a person cannot consent to discrimination against them. And so there are, even in our law, legal barriers to what Essendon and other groups who have a similar view take. And that's because Australia has signed up to international obligations such as the ICCPR. In Article 2, we undertake to respect and to assure to all individuals the rights of the country without distinction, such as race, colour, etc., including religion. Article 18, everyone shall have the freedom of thought, conscience and religion. This includes the freedom to have or adopt a religion or belief of their choice, individually or in community. Article 19, everyone shall have the right to hold opinions without interference. Article 22, everyone shall have the right to the freedom of association with others. And Article 27, which perhaps is relevant after the last census, in those states in which ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities exist, which you could now classify the Christian Church as, members shall not be denied the right in community of the other members to enjoy their own culture, profess or practice their own religion. So the principle, why should we care? We should care because it's the basis of an open, plural society for these freedoms to exist. And in fact, Justices Mason and Brennan of the Australian High Court said that religious freedom is actually the paradigm freedom, the essence of a free society. And it's important also to recognise that the things we value in our open and plural society, such as these freedoms, actually have their roots in Christianity, in the Church. The American philosopher Larry Seidenhoff presents very cogent arguments, and he's one of many who identifies that the roots of liberalism, the belief in individual freedom, actually was pioneered by the Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages. It was the philosophers and canon lawyers from the Church, not the Renaissance humanists, who laid the foundation for liberal democracy in the West, and we should continue to value that if we want an open and free society.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.